Alright, you guys, welcome back to Runt Pack Goes Planewalking, episode 9. Let's get into it.
Woo!
Last time, we began on our characters receiving the mutations they'd traded for. If you'll recall, Orpheus gave up the potential future memory of a first kiss. Malagus sacrificed the finger of the first person he's met who's hurt a child. Hire agreed to write a weekly letter. Duelam agreed to grow a tree and donate a piece of fruit, and Deimos gave up his ability to dream. All of this was in exchange for mutations, so let's go through what we got. On Oro's first round, he received iron fingernails. Duelam got the ability to see magnetic fields. Hire is now able to hear alcohol speaking to him. Deimos has strange, black star-flecked eyes, and now every light source is really bright to him and, starbursty. And Malagus now stuns people on skin contact, which, in a way, he always did. Now, we, of course, went back for a second round of mutations because these went out so well, except Malagus, who was very depressed and left to go sleep. I agreed to forget my age and birthday. Hire did as well. And Duelam traded away its potential first kiss. Oh, Deimos didn't go for a second mutation either. I got the mutation to cause words or pictures to appear on my skin by concentrating. Duelam got laser blood. And Hire, what did you get? I didn't write that down for some reason. Hire now wobbles whenever he stands still. The wizard wobble.
The wizard wobble.
Wizard wobble.
Wizard
wobble.
Okay, then we went to bed. Orpheus had a lucid dream about being in a farmland full of beets, but he was unable to walk anywhere. And at the end, he heard some screaming in the distance, which woke him up. Come morning time, Deimos negotiated our price for winning the drinking contest from Jackknife up a little. As well as Bisk warned Orpheus that Queen Riddice has been acting different back home in Valhalla. She no longer cares about peace and instead is locked inside reading with the Orpheus's replacement all day. And he told Orpheus that Dionysia brought him back here and she came as well in order to find Oro and try to return him home. We bought Bisk some modest clothing. We learned that Deimos used to serve in a royal court. Though he was very obfuscating about his job, all he would answer was politics. We went to scope out Jackknife's rival bar, Liquid Velvet, which was full of actors. The owner, Miss Floraline, works at nights and is a ghost, though we didn't meet her in person. And we learned that this bar is essentially run by the Actors Guild, and so members get a discount. After that, we went to see Samir, where Samir and Deimos recognized in each other that both have now completed the same strange Salt Seventh Son ritual for Zavarix. Samir was very upset to learn that Deimos had done this too, as apparently this is, it gives you a sort of minor curse that can progress over time. Currently, the only effects either of them admit to experiencing are the ability to recognize other people who have committed the ritual, but Samir expects these effects could get worse over time. Additionally, Samir said there's about 10 other people around town who have been marked, according to him. On to the drinking contest. We returned to the Smoldering Corpse, Jackknife's bar, where we had been hired to win a drinking contest, so she doesn't have to give away the full reward. There, we found our friend Brock, the Grung, frog person, has been hired to man the bar for the night, as Jackknife is busy hosting. Duelam delivered Jackknife a sample of the signature drink from Liquid Velvet. Samir arrived to the drinking contest, but sat alone instead of with us. At the beginning of the contest, we were each given a little imp judge to keep track and keep us honest. Mine, of which was one of the imps we had previously sent back to hell and was mad at me. The drink of the night was called Numb Jam, which was a sort of wine type thing with anise, cloves, and berry juice. Throughout the night, we all began to get drunker and drunker. Myself, I think the fastest, followed closely by Hire. Dulum champed that shit out, was not drunk at all for a very long time, and Deimos became slightly tipsy, but mostly held his own. Somewhere 7 drinks in, Hire met a red kobold named Hiss, who gave him a drink, but this drink, because it was alcoholic, was able to tell Hire that it was spiked, so Hire reported Hiss as a cheater. The imps all agreed he cheated, and Jackknife and the imps together threw Hiss out the window 3 stories down into the water below.
God, I forgot about our new enemy.
Okay, he's fucking dead. You don't have to worry about him.
Mason said he got up and we could hear him swimming to shore.
Did hear him swimming to shore.
After that, Hire and I sat down with Samir and started chugging some more drinks to try to catch up with him as he was in the lead. I was trying to distract Samir by arm wrestling, but unfortunately I was consistently losing and having to run laps. While I was gone running laps, Samir and Hire talked for a while, and Samir informed Hire that he believes I am a danger of myself due to the alcohol. A dwarf named Forge Toe came over to Deimos and Dulum to investigate the two of them, as Dulum was performing very well. I mean, they both were, but Dulum was, a huge threat. Then he informed them that he was already tipsy and his team, the Tipsy Miners, had kicked him out. So it was his job to attack Dulum and get him out of the competition. Luckily, Dulum champed out the attack, and Forge Toe got kicked out before he could do serious damage. Back at Orpheus, Samir, and Hire's table, Samir finally said he was interested in being friends with Orpheus, as he had reflected on what Iceland is doing and thinks that she is being uncool and does not deserve loyalty in this current, basically kidnapping she has committed. But before giving any information, he made me arm wrestle me again and sent me off. But then he later informed me that he had told Iceland some information about a 3-Keen civilization who was able to swap bodies, and he thought Iceland might have traveled there to learn how to swap. And he also told me that she was from a small town known as Lettermore, the same name as the homunculus servant that Orpheus has found accompanying him. And her town was completely destroyed in some sort of raid. There was a warring battle between 2 nations, in his words, as impersonal as war could get. And he says that her goal is probably to bring her town back to the material plane. Then we interrupted that conversation for another score check. Samir was still in the lead with the Tipsy Miners just behind and us in 3rd place. I, now friends with Samir, sort of informed him that I had begun selling Iceland's belongings, including a small, mostly unformed copper golem, which he was very upset to learn I'd sold to Jackknife to melt down, and so we went to go steal it back from Jackknife.
You killed his baby.
It's not a baby. It literally...
You killed it.
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore. Meanwhile, Hire passed out at 11 drinks. I told Jackknife if she lets me go get the copper golem, I would drink until I died. And she agreed. I found the copper golem. It was fine, though one leg had been filed off, but say lovey. A dwarf named Marble Braid saw that I was drinking as to fulfill my promise to Jackknife and wanted to see who could drink 8 drinks quickest. I immediately passed out and hit the table. Meanwhile, Hire decided to attempt to seduce Samir, and got politely rejected by Samir, who is holding his now 1-legged baby.
Rough night for him.
Hire crossed the bar to kiss Deimos, who is Samir's, not son, but they have a father-son relationship. Was making aggressive eye contact with Samir during the kiss, which was the final, I guess, strike for Samir's horrible night, and he then passed out unconscious.
I know he wanted me.
I drifted back to consciousness, found out someone had stolen some things from my bag, but mostly strange things. It was letters and my herbs and spices, but not my gold coins. The sun was coming up in the windows, and Father Luches was glancing out the windows over his shoulder a lot. As Jackknife announced the competition was about to come to an end, so Marble Braid, the remaining tipsy minder, challenged Dulam to a final drink-off. They were going drink for drink up to 7 when Marble Braid passed out and Dulam swallowed the 7th drink, winning the contest. But before we could applaud, a huge rumble shook the building and everyone except Dulam hit the ground hard. The entire roof was torn clean off, as well as every building above it. If you'll recall, Circat is built in spires of layered and layered and layered houses. Everything shattered outwards and down with a huge crash, and the wind whipped through the bar as some sort of projectile hit the side of the spire again, only barely missing our floor. Everything above us was gone, theoretically including my squire, my beloved Squire Bisk, who was asleep in our hotel room above our heads. Rain began pouring in, and everyone was scrambling around the bar, moving for the door and panicking. Outside, we could see the dark silhouette of an advancing force with lanterns and torches. There were rows of soldiers and mercenaries marching forward. No more than 80 people, but, that's a lot. Their faces were hidden behind steel visors and rain-soaked cloaks, and there were 3 siege weapons at the front of them. Father Luches crawled up onto the now broken wall of the smoldering corpse and screamed, "My glorious crusaders, soldiers of the righteous, hear me and dispel these heretics. Cut them down in the name of salvation. Chantea deliver you to me." And, that left us all, every guard too drunk to fight, us all too drunk to fight.
Thank you for that recap. That was a fantastic recap there, Orpheus. Lots happened last episode. It was a good one. So, yeah, just to sort of set the scene for you all again, you all had slammed into the ground after the roof above you all collapsed in, hit by some sort of enormous projectile launched by a siege weapon off in the forest. Both of the buildings above you, you all recall that you're about on the 4th floor of this tower, and there were 2 more above you that have now completely collapsed. One of them was the sort of inn that Jackknife kept as part of her tavern. So the rooms that you all were staying have fallen down now, basically toppling off the side of the tower and crunching hard into the cobblestone and dirt below. You now have open air above you all as basically everyone but Dulam, like you said, Orpheus, hit the ground hard, sort of stunned for a moment by this enormous rumbling explosion above you all. Dulam, you're sort of the only one to have your bearings still, despite being a little inebriated. The rest of you all are drunk beyond. In fact, some of you were even hungover drunk.
Yeah, I think since Samir and I both passed out and woke up, we are drunk and hungover.
Yes, so it is just unpleasant all around. Even higher, also passed out and woke up, just very unhappy.
Yeah. It's okay, we got this fight.
We'll see. You guys are pissed drunk. You're looking up now as the rain pours in. At this point, the band is long gone. The majority of the people left in this tavern are too drunk to stand. For example, Dulam, the guy that you beat, Marble Braid, the dwarf, is passed out in a pile beside you on the table that you guys had sat up on. You look around, and the 2 guards that are even left in the bar are both slumped over the bar by where Brock, the sort of impromptu bartender, is standing with a horrified look in his eye. Looking around the room, the majority of the people in here are completely passed out. Rain has begun pouring down. You all hear the just ear-piercing screech of the smoldering man as the rain begins pitter-pattering on his flaming body, sending piles and plumes of smoke up into the air. The flames continue to roar, though. So, the Father Luches has standed up now on top of a table to sort of look over the collapsing walls. Again, there's no roof above you. You can all look up and just see the early morning sky slowly coming into view. Looking out the windows and over the walls, you see that there is this marching army. It's not a large group of people, no more than you would guess off the top of your head, something like 80, maybe 60 or so soldiers that are all here. But you see this sort of mercenary group are charging towards the tower. Torches light up the sort of dark, rainy morning, and they cast eerie, flickering shadows along the dirt around. You all hear the sort of squelching sound of the mud beneath them as they're sort of stepping through what once, but probably not even 20 minutes ago, was water. They now march their way toward you all, and the rumbling of these boots begin as they begin clanking on cobblestones at the base of the tower. So, you all see Father Luches with this crazed grin on his face, rain sort of streaming down as he screams again, "Cleanse this tower of its heathens!" His voice is like thunder echoing out across the forest, inspiring the mercenaries below as they begin running toward the tower. You guys also get a better look at the siege weapons out there as they groan ominously as they reload. There look to be 3 in total, 2 massive ballistas taking aim at the upper levels, and in the middle of them, what looks to be a trebuchet of enormous proportions, manned by at least 10 people. You see a huge pile of boulders being carried by a wagon, pulled up alongside it as another boulder is loaded onto the enormous piece of machinery. You imagine this is likely what took out the tower above you, as this rock looks to be maybe a quarter of the size of each floor itself. Huge, enormous pieces of stone. As you guys all sort of like come to terms with this, it sobers you up a little bit, but not quite enough to remove you down these drunkenness levels. I have you all written down at your respective levels. All of you are currently rolling at disadvantage, save for Dulam, on your checks, despite feeling like you're rolling at advantage, feeling pretty drunk. You are all aware that being drunk is pretty similar to a poison. So any sort of spell or item or salve that you may have that reduces the effects of poison would likely reduce the effects of this drunkenness.
That sounds like a great item to have.
Yeah, that would be cool. A cool
It'd be great
thing.
if one of us had it, because
I
I don't know if any of
use
us do.
So you guys are all sort of getting your bearings. Dulam, you've sort of got a moment here where you are not exactly thrown on your ass by this explosion. You sort of look out now, and you see that the soldiers outside have sort of begun storming the tower itself, almost sieging it. You notice that none of these soldiers are headed toward any other towers in Circade. They are exclusively aiming for the one that you're in, likely because Father Luches has sort of defined himself as being here and is shouting from the top of the table that he's standing on, shouting over the wall toward his soldiers. They begin climbing up. Half of these mercenary soldiers remain by the siege weapons as they load the next bolts. Is there anything you would like to do right now, Dulam? This is sort of the surprise round.
I guess I'll walk up to Father Luches.
Okay. You sort of stumble your way over to him, being tipsy, but you are buzzed, but not quite drunk. Make your way over to him. He looks stone cold sober. He hoists his hands out as a preacher might in the middle of a sermon. He's looking at you now with that crazed look, and as you approach, he says, "Did you really think I could ever forgive you for your crimes against me and my beautiful goddess Chantea, Dulum?
How will you return home after this?
It is no matter. Once we take this place for our own and my people rescue me, the goddess will deliver me."
Why are you spilling blood on soil that is not for Chantea?
This is not for her, this is for me! I am being rescued by my people.
Do you not care for Chantea?
Of course, once I return to the material plane back to Brightbank, I shall worship her tenfold for delivering me free from here.
This seems pointless.
Yes, I agree. You should no longer resist. Place down your weapons, and perhaps this can be easy.
Well, I wish you luck.
You guys hear behind you now, Dulam, they sort of also stumbling away now, woken up a bit by this explosion. Jackknife seems to be moving pretty fast now, stumbling around. You see her sort of lurch over the bar, running behind it and grabbing from underneath it that large crossbow that she has sort of stationed under the bar for unruly customers. She grabs it and sort of makes her way to the front door. You notice she is also drunk, having enjoyed the festivities a decent amount, but now armed with both her enormous metallic arm and this giant crossbow. She kicks a table over and begins dragging it toward the entrance. She makes her way to the front door itself, and poking her head out now, she screams as you guys all hear, If any of you drunken fools can still swing a weapon, get your sorry asses in here! She throws her head both ways, left and right, down the pathway to see if anyone responds, but just seeing rubble and the screams of distant, scared citizens of Surcad, she curses under her breath and starts piling this table as well as furniture against the main entrance here. You see sweat and rain glistening down her face as she sort of barricades you all in. So, at this point, can I get everyone here to roll initiative? Nice. Let me,
Don't forget disadvantage.
yes, you guys are at disadvantage right now.
That's interesting.
Womp womp. So you have all rolled initiative now, and looking around, you see just worry on everyone else's faces in this bar. For those of you who are, adventurers, you've got your wits about you at least to sort of get your head around this, but the majority of the other clients in this bar are really mostly drinkers. These are people who are not used to fighting and look scared. The roof had blown off of over your very heads, and wood splinters and chips sort of rained down earlier, and so there's this sort of fear and stunning silence that fills the bar. Jackknife seems to be the only one who has yelled something recently, just that sort of like cry of call to arms. But otherwise, you guys seem to sort of be on your own as you look out. So the first to go are the thugs, the soldiers outside. So as you guys sort of look around, you can still see out of the windows here. Most of the windows got sort of blown in by the loud explosion above you all. So you've got a pretty good view out to the north here. Up at the north of this map is where all of the thugs are. You look out now as the massive ballista bolts both take aim at the upper levels, and with a resounding twang, 2 bolts the size of tree trunks slam into the heavy brickwork below you all, just narrowly missing the floor you're all on. You see one of the patrons who was looking out the window sort of ducks down as the bolt shoots out, and jumps up a bit as they see the wood beneath them splinter as the very tip of the arrow sticks out just a few inches through the wood below. There's sort of this eep as the man sort of jumps back a bit. This is like the acolyte that you all had interacted with the night before. I guess the night of. Also of note, because the roof was blown in, that sigil carved into the roof that was keeping all of the imps here is completely gone. So all of the imps sort of poofed away at the same time. You guys didn't really notice it, but all of the imps are gone, so it's just you all. Looking out now, these massive ballista bolts that shunted into the side seem to have carried something with them. You notice behind both of the bolts a long, braided cord of iron. It seems to be trailing along. Some sort of iron rope. A chain link rope all leading down back to the ballistas. You notice there are large knots tied at regular intervals in the ironwork, sort of forming what looks to be foot and hand holds as you look out in horror as a large group of these soldiers begin climbing their way up the chains right to the floor beneath you all. Because there are 2 of these enormous ballista bolts shunted into the side, you see both of them sort of split off into 2 groups to begin climbing up. And as you look down beneath you, you see soldiers have officially begun climbing up the first floor of this great tower that you're all in, sort of scrapping their way up. You notice on the first floor, a couple of the great guards of Surcad with those heavy iron masks are there on patrol, much less than normal, of course, considering a majority of the guards got piss drunk with you all. But a small platoon of, looks like 6 of those guards have begun fighting on the first floors, fighting off these soldiers, but it's pretty easy to tell just visually that they are vastly overwhelmed by what looks like 40 or so people that have begun climbing up. Inside, you guys all, are looking around, sort of worried as you sort of wait for what happens next. So, up next then, on an 11, Duelam.
I would like to cast Hold Person on the father.
Ooh, okay. You sort of wave your hands out in front of him and cast Hold Person. That's a saving throw.
Of wisdom, and I'll give him disadvantage.
All right. Right.
All right.
Wisdom.
Yeah, all right. He's a
Wisdom.
pretty wise guy, though.
Real wise guy here.
He's a wise guy. Got a 14. What's a 14 look like?
He needed a 15.
Oh! Fantastic. All right, so his twisted grin that he has sort of sticks as you notice one of his hands is sort of darted under his cloak to grab something, but you freeze him in place as his hand is snagged around something beneath his cloak, and he's got that wicked curved smile facing you.
Alright, I would like to walk up to him and tie him in a rope. It's a
All right, you
classic.
wander over him. You begin winding the rope around him. He sort of snarls out a couple like syllables of words as you do this. He says, "What? What are you doing?" You wrap the ropes around him, a couple coils. Your hempen rope that you have, that's like the sort of self-winding rope. Is that the type you would like to use?
I'd probably just like to use the other 50.
Okay. That takes a bonus action to sort of wrap it around him a couple times. It's pretty strong. You're pretty sure he won't be able to break out unless he's jacked to fuck, but his frail frame doesn't really show that. And you've tied him up a couple times before.
The fanfic is going crazy.
You had so much between you, and he's thrown it all away.
And then I want to, with the rest of my movement, start dragging him away from the window.
Okay, you guys move at half speed, so you'll move 15 feet, 5, 10, 15. Okay, perfect, looking good.
And I also want to shout out at the guards that are running. Please,
Alright,
cease your siege, or else irreversible damage will come to the father.
Okay, you shout that out. You want to give me an intimidation roll on that bad boy?
Oh, nat 20.
Oh my god.
Oh,
All right. You speak your words soundly. You notice all of the soldiers sort of turn their heads to you as you say this, and they're all very hesitant now, watching you sort of through the windows on the chains, moving carefully, one hand at a time, one in front of the other. They don't look to be violent anymore. They seem to just be sort of creeping closer, perhaps to have a conversation with you. But they do look worried about what you said. You sort of struck fear into these guys.
I also want to put my hand over the father's mouth. And
Okay, you do so. All right, you well, in a very quick motion, sort of incapacitated this guy, which is crazy. He had a lot planned.
Wow.
You all are now looking out toward one another as the NPCs get to go. So, Jackknife continues barricading the doorway here. You notice she's sort of like pushing up against the wall, grabbing more tables and chairs and shoving them against them as you hear shouts beneath you all. A couple floors down now of the soldiers continuing their fights with the guards. Despite your intimidating words, Duelam, you imagine that the people actively in a fight on the first floor, while still worried about the father, would not give up their lives to stop because they are actively in a fight. So they continue with this sort of sword fights among themselves and the guards. Brock behind the bar sort of goes, "Dude, shit, man, I gotta fucking bounce. This is not for me." And he
Goddamn.
like jumps over the bar, sort of does like a frog hop and runs toward the closest window that he can find, off to the side, spending his full action to get there. The rest of the people in this bar, most of them are unconscious. One of them, this sort of acolyte that was toward the side of the window, sort of runs over to see what's going on. The drow man, who would, I guess, stuck around for a while, grabs both of his friends who he had been drinking with and sort of tries to rouse them to consciousness to drag them out of this place. You see him sort of slap their faces and like, hey, are you there? Come on, we have to go, and sort of slings his arms around their shoulders and attempts to start dragging them toward the already barricaded door in some sort of fit.
I shoot them a disgusted look.
I shoot them.
You shoot them. You just fucking shoot them. Also in this turn is Malagus. Malagus sort of turns toward you guys and goes, I'm not feeling very good about all this. What's the plan? What's the plan? I like what you're doing with the father there, but I'm worried that if we say we're gonna harm him, they're gonna attack us anyway. What's the plan?
Well, then we harm him.
I like Duelam's plan.
I think we need to get out of here. These people don't deserve this. If they just want us, then can't we just have them attack us somewhere else at least?
Seems to me if we're fleeing either way, we should at least show them we executed their father.
I guess okay, all right, sounds good. Malagus looks really frightened and he's like, I don't see us walking out of this alive if we kill him.
I don't see us walking out if we leave him alive either.
Oh, fuck. What happened, man? And he gestures to the father now. I thought you were with us. I thought you were cool. And the father goes,
I'm not saying we should kill him just for nothing, but you know, he's a hostage. If they don't sit back, we need to go through with it.
All right, I just okay. And Malagus sort of walks back over to the window and watches nervously as he draws both of his daggers out from underneath his cloak. All right, so with the NPCs sort of done here, the last NPC is Samir. Samir does not know what to make of this. He's still moving pretty slow, having been completely knocked the fuck out by his drink, and is just sort of still sitting down in a chair looking out the window, sort of solemnly, and doesn't say a word. You notice he's, I guess the only word would be, is cradling this copper lump in his arms. He doesn't speak, though. All right, so now we have Hire. Hire, what would you like to do? Oh, I guess Hire, Deimos, and Orpheus, you guys all got the same initiative.
Holy shit. Do you want to go in dexterity order? What are you guys' dex? I'm +2.
Dex is +1.
+0.
There we go.
Okay, so I guess we'll go in that order. Orpheus, what you got?
Okay, I want to walk up next to the Father Luches. First, I actually want to walk up to the wall where we can see the people below.
All right, you look out now. You see those two enormous ballista bolts, again, the size of tree trunks, just shunted into the wall, about 5 feet below the window. Like a jump, you could jump down to it, and there are people slowly crawling up both sides.
Okay, I take my action to draw my cannon.
Okay, you pull it out, and it is it's looking good.
Then, as a bonus action, I will aim my cannon and fire it at whoever's furthest up the wall.
Okay, they're a pretty good deal away now. The ballista shot probably about 200 feet of distance.
Ah.
So the first climbers have climbed about 60 feet, so that leaves 140 feet of distance. So I think with the range of your, well, I guess you're already at rolling at disadvantage because you're pissed drunk, so you want to go for it?
Yeah, I do. I also, this is honestly more of a warning shot.
All right, you shoot it out there. You want to roll to hit for me?
Okay, disadvantage. Wow, really bad. Natural 1. I hope
Okay.
I fall.
You sort of play with the cannon in your hand. It's not at all what you expected when you pulled it out. It looks a little different than you remember. Perhaps you're just drunk, but you take a look at it, sort of hold it in your hand, fishing with it, and as you say the arcane words to sort of launch out this arcane ball that comes out of it normally, the force ballista, you speak the words, you hear the rumbling of the cannon, and then it sizzles, and nothing happens, and you feel all of the pent-up energy stuck in there.
Okay, I want to yell to the crowd, next person who moves forward, we shoot the and then I want to lean over and throw up.
You vomit off. The rain sort of catches the vomit as it slaps wetly onto the grass and cobbles
Great.
below.
It's biological warfare, just invented it. Then I'll sort of stumble back and I will, regardless, hold the tip of the mouth of the cannon to the Father Luches' temple.
Okay, you hold it. His eyes like slowly strain against the whole person to like look horrified at the cannon you're holding to his forehead. All right, and Dulam, you're like covering his mouth too, right? So he's just sitting there looking horrified.
Yeah.
Fantastic turn, Orpheus. Now we're up to Hire Valea. What do you want to do, Hire?
Where on this map is the staircase? Like up?
It is off to the top right up here. You'll notice it's sort of this double stairs that go up. Right now, it is a staircase leading to nothing.
That is crazy. So I was gonna go try to find Bisque, but like, there's nothing up there to
There's
find.
nothing. I mean, the roof above you is gone. You look up and you just see rain. The stairs that led upstairs, you notice half of them are still there, and the second half of the stairs that would have made up to your rooms is completely just wood chunks.
I guess I just want to turn to the father and to say, if you were doing this for you, then you could have just isolated us at least. You didn't have to take all these people out with us. There were good people here. You just took out so many people in the top stores. Okay, I'm gonna stand next to the father and Dulam, bless on Deimos, Sir Orpheus, and Dulam.
Woo!
Oh, Can I actually look at the smoldering man? How is the rain affecting him?
He seems to be screaming just as loud as before. In fact, maybe even louder as he sort of curls his head up a bit and stares into the water. You see plumes of smoke sort of shooting off of him as the water gets vaporized into water vapor almost immediately, but the flames are not licking quite as high.
Holy.
Interesting. Cool. And that's it for me.
All right, you end your turn. Fantastic. Deimos, you are up next.
Nice. All
You're
right.
feeling pretty drunk.
Let me see if I can wobble all the way over here.
Yeah, I'm wobbling, by the way.
No more wobbling.
Awesome.
And then I say, "Oh, Sir Orpheus, that's a great idea." And then I'm gonna use my acid breath on the chain closest to me.
So
All right.
smart.
Fantastic. You whip out your breath weapon and go ahead and I guess just roll damage.
I want to know that this is one. This is mostly acid, but also a lot of alcohol too coming up. So
Biological warfare.
Oh my god.
all right, big one.
Oh god, you got a 1 damage. Deimos, your breath weapon comes up, and sure enough, it is more vomit than breath weapon. You sort of have a bit of an issue with your performance anxiety, perhaps. But you see, your acid does sort of strike true on the chain and begin melting away the top of it. The chain doesn't break immediately, as you were hoping, but you do see it eating away the top a little bit, sort of slowly sizzling down. You think perhaps a strong hit with a club or something might break it now that it is sort of damaged. You gave it a nice damaging.
Nice. I'm so sorry, you guys. I don't feel good.
Me neither.
If done good, Deimos, just try that one more time.
Okay, Father Luches is up next. The father is held as a person, and as his turn ends, he rolls one more wisdom saving throw. All right, let's see, Father, what you got. He's got a +5 to this. It's just obscene. Okay, that's a little better. 17.
He's so bad.
Uh-oh.
Okay, he snaps out of it at the end of his turn and then begins shaking violently against the ropes that you have around him and the gun held to his head and the gag you have shoved in his mouth. He's not in a good type of way.
We made the most out of that old person.
You do notice though, as he sort of comes out of hold person, whatever he was grasping under his coat that you sort of tied his arm around, he pulls out a little bit. And you see it's just the edge of it, but it looks to be that wickedly S-curved dagger that he was trying to sacrifice people to in Brightbank. He pulls it out just a tiny bit, not enough to actually swing around, but just enough to sort of wave back and forth a little bit, just an inch at a time. And you think he might get it up against the ropes if he keeps thrashing. So with that, initiative comes to an end, and the thugs go again. Out in the rain, what you guys hear is the sort of siege engines prepping for another volley. Both of the ballistas are reloaded as you see the chains are sort of staked into the ground with enormous hammers. The folks on the chains are now sort of stopped, having been fired at a couple times, and you hear one of them shout, "You leave the father alone! One hair on his head harmed, and you all shall suffer!"
If you move, he will suffer more.
Send him to us in one piece, and perhaps we will spare your lives.
If you stop moving, we might not kill him.
You guys sort of seem to be stuck in a
Okay.
standstill here, but sort of being fired upon now. They don't feel very safe, as people have begun shooting shit at them. So the thugs on the ropes, or the large metal chains, continue up them sort of quickly, hoping to get to solid ground soon enough, perhaps to negotiate. One of them shouts out again, "Listen, hold him there! We will come to collect him! We mean you no harm!" And you see one of them holds up two empty hands, having put down the blade that was in them just a second ago.
You've already done harm today. You've killed many good people, including my squire, and you're not going to be making it out of this fight unscathed.
A great many more will die if you lay a finger on him. Show him to us now. Show him he is alive.
A great many might die, and you'll be among them.
The thugs sort of slowly creep their way up a little more now. You notice they're not as bloodthirsty as they were before Dulam shouted out to them. They're much more nervous. Nevertheless, beneath you all, you hear the sounds of fighting continue their way up the tower. All the siege weapons seem to just be scanning the air above you. You also see some of the soldiers have now begun scanning the rubble for anyone attempting to flee the building.
That's crazy.
Up next is the Smoldering Man.
He gets a turn.
He screeches out, "Ah! Ah!" as you see his hands lower from his face and scratch at his body in a feverish way. And a voice sort of rings out from him. You never really heard him speak before, before it's been outbursts of pain, but he sort of goes, "Ah! It hurts! Ah!" And you see, though, some sense is coming to him as he's looking around you all, and still not moving. The steam around him is still growing larger and larger as the fire is kind of dying down a bit. Up next, Dulam. Dulam, the father, is shaking wildly. You notice he's trying to get to his feet, or at least is trying to maneuver his way away from you.
I guess I'll try to get the dagger out of his hand.
Okay, you sort of tied up his hands with the dagger in there.
Uh-huh.
So I guess give me like a sleight of hand check to reach in there and finagle that shit out.
Okay. I got 16.
16, okay. You sort of nimbly place your metal hands in between his the rope that you tied to sort of pull his hand off of the knife that he has. How exactly were you gagging him before, by the way?
I just had one hand on it.
The hand over him. Okay, all right. You pull a hand off of him and sort of start reaching into his cloak, and at this point he starts screaming at you all. Unhand me, the lot of you! My people shall kill you, and they don't care for me! My life is but a minor importance in the great fight for Chontea's grace. They are here to wage victory and claim glory over you all. I am nothing, I am but a pawn in her great games. Free me now!
If you're a pawn, we have nothing to gain from freeing you.
Well, be that as it may, I am no hostage to you.
Then we should dispatch you now.
He sort of barks at you. Still with that crazy look in his eye. All right, so Dulam, you sort of reach through the ropes to try to pull his hand off the knife. You sort of smack his hand a couple times to release it, and you notice he tries to hold on tight, but you eventually sort of wrench his grasp out from the knife, and as you do so, you notice the blade sort of glows faintly now. You get a better look at it. It's got this very effervescent, almost magical quality to it as it shines with some sort of pearlescent glow. But you've got his hand off of it, and now the dagger is just sort of tied up to another part of his body, awkwardly.
Okay, I want to take the dagger and put it in my bag.
Okay, you pull it out and drop it down your bag. An sort of interesting thing happens as you do so.
Holy.
You open your bag, and you see rain start to pour in to the open cavern that is now the giant the mansion that you have within you. And as you drop the weapon down, you see it sizzle and disappear into smoke.
Hello?
The father gives you a grin. He gives you this hideous grin as you see his arm slowly reach back under his coat, where his arms are bound again, reaching for something else.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
The same damn dagger.
Old reliable.
Alright, well, with that, then I'm just gonna hold person again.
Alright, another wisdom save? Just fuck this guy, man.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Looks like he got a 14.
Nice.
Needs a
Oh, that's
15.
yeah, that's right. Needs a 15. All right, he freezes up again with that snarl and the exact same position with his hand under his cloak. He looks fucking mad. His eyes are burning hatred towards you.
If he keeps going for the dagger, we're gonna have to take the hand.
Yeah.
I guess it's the NPC's turn now. The patrons are still sort of stumbling, slurring, poorly coordinated. One patron, the drow, clearly blackout drunk, sort of tries to drag his friends toward the entrance of the bar, and as he does so, he collapses with both of them, sort of collapsing into a puddle of water made by the rain. Another individual, the acolyte sort of by the window, sort of backs up a couple steps and grabs a bottle by a nearby table and cracks it against one of the tables, forming a sort of impromptu weapon. He holds it out toward all of you guys kind of wildly, and you see the patron make eye contact with the father and creep his way toward him. Also, Brock, the frog, the grung, makes his way over to one of the open windows and leaps out of the window 4 stories up. You guys all hear, as Brock jumps out, one of the siege weapons, having held its action, swivels slightly and very precisely. A ballista bolt sails through the air as you all hear a thing, twanging sound, as it shoots out toward Brock.
This is sick.
No. Mason,
Oh
you.
oh my god. It narrowly misses Brock, who had leapt out the broken window, and you see Brock land in a nearby tree, sort of slamming into it hard. You see the breath is knocked out of him as he lands, but the ballista bolt narrowly misses him, and the team at the ballista goes to reload it. You notice the other ballista is still manned, watching for anyone to leave. You guys feel very trapped. I'm going to remove Brock from initiative now, as he has effectively left combat. Remaining here now, Samir steps out of his chair and, swaying, makes his way over towards you all, moving at half speed because he's pissed drunk. He doesn't seem to grab anything and sort of shakes his arms by his sides as if he's cold or perhaps very uncomfortable. By the entrance, Jackknife continues to barricade it well, and at this point begins backing up as she hears someone outside. She turns behind her to see the collapsed member of the group with his 2 unconscious comrades and screams, "Grab a weapon, you fucking idiots! We have to keep this place alive! I'm not giving up my dreams!" And finally, Malagus sort of walks over to Father Luches and Dulam, again stumbling, and goes, "Listen, I don't know what your problem is," and he points at Father Luches, "but I'm finding it really annoying that we're having to put up with all this when I could really use a nap." And he sort of goes for a very haphazard punch to the side of Father Luches' face. Rolling at disadvantage, of course. He gets... Oh, but Father Luches is incapacitated, right?
Yep.
Tied up. Yeah, okay, so Malagus throws this punch out, and it lands solidly on Father Luches, hitting him square in the jaw as you see his jaw wrenched to one side and then held in place once again in that location. And he deals 2 bludgeoning damage to Father Luches. And Malagus gives him a mean look. That is the end of the NPC's turns. It is now Sir Orpheus. What would you like to do?
I wipe the vomit from the side of my mouth.
Yep. All right. Wipe it off. You notice Deimos beside you is sort of doing the same thing.
I want to whisper to my companions, like, are we even sure we can fight this? Because they're not stopping. Should we just,
I think our only chance is to break the chains down and have a lot of people maybe fall.
Alright, I like that idea. Okay, for my action, on this chain, I'm gonna cast Grease.
Oh,
Oh.
grease them, boys! It's the best spell in the game. Oh my god!
Actually, can I change the order I do things? Because I want to do one thing while I'm still over here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, before I run over there, okay, I am going to use my bonus action first, and go ahead and shoot off my Eldritch Force Cannon. 17 to hit.
Noted.
Does hit the closest thug, who is now roughly about 80 or so, maybe 60 feet
Well, I was
away.
hoping to shoot the chain itself.
Oh, you're trying to hit the chain.
Do I get the vibe I could break this chain?
It is really thick and tightly knotted. I mean, again, the bolt that carried it is likely carrying maybe a ton of weight on it. These chains are heavy and thick and wrought. But you do notice that the large sort of etched scratchings on it that have been caused by Deimos' vomit
Yeah.
have left it a little weaker. So you think perhaps if you sort of pile drive it a couple times with your force cannon, you might get it to break. It is still very thick, though.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to do my part in breaking the chain. And aim for where Deimos had barfed on it.
Okay, a 17 does hit that. So then can you go ahead and roll damage for me?
Two ones, two
Wow,
damage.
also the lowest possible. Oh my god.
Holy.
This chain will just not give. You guys are throwing everything at it. You nail it hard, and you see a little chunk of the iron shoot off, but the majority of the chain is still intact. It could probably sustain a person walking along it.
Yeah, that's fine. I think grease is the right choice for now. So I actually don't even need to run over. I can cast from here, or I guess from here, because it's a range of 60 feet. I just want to cast grease at the chain, like right above where the highest person is.
Okay, you cast grease, and grease the 10 feet that the thugs have to walk at the end.
Yeah, baby.
Nice. Okay, the chain that you shot with your cannon sort of wavered a little bit as you hit it. It sort of, did that sine wave motion as it bobs back and forth a bit. As all the thugs on it look a little scared now, looking up at you guys. They are all conflicted because you told them they shouldn't move, and yet you're threatening their life, and they're worried about their father, but they're worried about themselves a lot too, and they're really conflicted.
Okay, and I'll yell, retreat! Down the chains with you! You're gonna be fried and shot in.
Fantastic. All right. Anything else you want to do, Orpheus?
That's my turn, baby.
And it is higher. Higher. What would you like to do? You blessed the folks. Everyone is blessed. Now, what is up?
Hey, Dulam, are you silencing the father?
He's pretty silenced right now.
How does the group feel about the shot at Brock? I just feel like that shouldn't go unpunished. I don't know.
They're attacking us. Punish them.
I'll yell towards like the army. Every shot of that ballista you take, the father loses a liter of blood.
A leader.
Oh.
All right. Higher. Do you want to roll me an intimidation check for that one?
10.
A 10. Yeah. I mean, the meaning is out there. They heard it.
Yeah.
You think it might have scared them? Yeah. A liter is a lot of blood.
Don't worry, they'll get the message. Go to Father Luches and cast Inflict Wounds at 2nd level.
So we are just damaging him. Okay.
Yeah. They deserve it.
All right. Roll.
It's a hostage negotiation. He actually rolls a Constitution saving throw.
He got an 8.
That's too bad. He will take full.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Just fucking inflict wounds on this guy.
Big money, big money, big money. Such a shit roll. This sucks. 7.
All right. Hey, that's damage on the board. You see a tear kind of roll down one of his eyes as he has to suppress whatever scream he had from the pain. Good turn. Deimos, you are up next. What would you like to do?
Okay. I think I'm gonna go for a second try with the acid breath on this chain.
Nice.
Okay, you give yourself a moment to come back and give yourself a spell of, the wave of clean air wash over your lungs for a second as you get the throw up out. Give me the damage roll.
Big 6.
You drop your acid on it. This is much better, 6 times better than your first drop. As now your acid begins eating through the metal and corrodes it quite quickly, and you now see that sine wave again as it bobs up and down. And this time the thugs are looking up as you see chunks of the iron begin to crack, and they all look scared now, and they begin turning around and fleeing down the edge of it as you see a huge crack form along the edge of one of the iron chains.
Nice.
All right, awesome. The next up then is the father, who does nothing and then rolls a wisdom saving throw. Let's see what he gets.
No.
Okay, good roll. He got a 25 to get out of this.
I'm gonna silver rebarb, so he rerolls.
Great. That's fantastic. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Let's roll it again. Okay, worse.
Nice.
Meets it.
15. Oh, okay. That was the cutoff. Okay. He escapes your hold person once more, and as usual, just begins thrashing around. And same as before. Yes, you see it now with blood now sort of streaming out of him from that inflict wounds and that huge shiner that he was given by Malagus. He wrenches his arm around a very familiar looking S-shaped dagger as he pulls it out from his coat once more, and you are immediately met with the fact, Dulam, that something about this blade is magical. Same thing, he pulls it out and, inch by inch sort of drags it against the rope, sort of going ear against it. And that is the end of Father Luches' turn. It is the thugs now, back at the top of initiative on the right rope, the chain that has been melted by acid. All the thugs flee down as fast as they can, trying to save themselves a fall to their death. As you see the sort of 10 or so thugs that were on the rope turn around and flee back down. They make it about 60 feet with their full action. On the other rope, however, they continue their ascent. You hear the one at the front sort of scream out, "Oh, to hell with this! If they're gonna kill us, we better give them something worth fighting for." And they begin sort of recollecting themselves, and the thugs ascend the rope with a newfound vigor, making their way up. As you hear on the other side, they go, "Ah, shit, we'll meet you guys on the bottom!" And they flee their way down. The thugs on the left have now ascended another 60 feet, again, using these sort of handholds and footholds along the rope to really speedily increase their ascent. The first guy walking up here, let's see, he's making a dexterity saving throw, I assume.
Yeah, fuck this guy. Come on, everyone. Fuck this guy.
Fuck this
Fuck
guy.
this guy.
All right,
this
first guy got an 11. How's that, Maisie?
So are we doing this again? Because this is not the typical usage of the spell grease. So, okay, he did not make the saving throw. It is a DC 15.
Oh. Oh my god, it's 15?
Best spell in
Yeah,
the game.
alright.
Impenetrable
He,
wall.
This poor soldier, first of his kind, front row, he was so excited to get in there. You see him as he sort of gets to the 10-foot line of grease that you had made. He reaches up, his first grasp onto the chain, it slips, and you see him tumble right off.
Woo!
You hear a
So genius.
blood-curdling scream as he goes, "Ah!" Falling and falling and falling, and as he slams into the ground, a wet
Can I yell
crunch.
something before he hits the ground?
What would you like to yell?
Ask for Queen Radice!
Oh my god. Alright, you yell that out, and he very, very, sloppily slams into the ground beneath. The poor soldier slams into the ground and stops moving. The soldiers behind him sort of look out and go, "Oh shit!" And look on with a sort of nervousness now at the grease that they did not see. It sort of melded into the rain that was around them, and it was difficult to see now. The next soldier in the line moves slowly now, half speed, attempting to overcome the grease by moving at a slow pace. 15 is the saving throw. Good fucking lord.
Can never overcome the grease.
Okay, the second soldier in line barely makes it past the first 5-10 feet, and now is in front of the wall. You see all of the soldiers behind him are very nervous to continue. There looks to be a solid line now. It looks to be 15 or so soldiers on this specific rope of iron. The other rope also at about 10-15, however, they are descending quickly to avoid what you imagine is an inevitable snapping of the rope. Also, you hear beneath you, the fighting has grown up in levels. You think they are merely one floor beneath you. You hear what sounds like a breach in the building beneath you, and pouring in inside of what you all remembered was a barbershop beneath you. A sort of battlefield begins as you hear tables and chairs overturned, shattering glass, and what sounds like the sound of people screaming, as they seem to just be one floor before they reach you all at the barricaded entrance of the smoldering corpse. Jackknife is sort of looking scared as she holds her crossbow in two hands, staring at the barricade, and sort of calls over her shoulder, "They're getting close, you all! Be ready!" And with that, the thugs in their turn. Up next, the smoldering man, who continues sizzling as the water pours down. He sort of looks around and goes, You all did this to me!"
Uh-oh.
And the fire around him licks up continually as you all see the barest bit of flesh being shown on his head and his arms.
What?
The fire slowly going out. He looks to still be sort of locked in place, his legs stiff and his arms sort of pulled in by his sides, but his hands are creeping out now as he's shaking up against himself, and he looks to slowly be almost coming to life. With that, Dulam, it is your go. What would you like to do?
Totally. I would like to grapple the father's hands.
All right, you go to grapple him again. You want to give me I'll take a sleight of hand or an athletics, or athletics or sleight of hand check, either.
Woo! I got a 16.
Okay. You are able to wrench his hand free of the dagger once more, and you sort of awkwardly twist him around again, and he gives you that smile again, and as he goes, "It will just keep coming. There is no way to stop me and my people. We are inevitable here. Consider your life forfeit."
Consider your hands forfeit if you don't stop them soon.
They are no matter to me. I can still pray to Chantea all the same. And he looks a little nervous as he says this, but holds firm with his seriousness.
Then next, your tongue.
And with that, you want to roll an intimidation check.
Okay. A fat 13.
13. All right. The father seems nervous about what you're saying. To be honest, so far you have not failed a promise that you've made him, so you think he's a little frightened of this. But nevertheless, he gives you that same stern look and kind of crazed smile that he thinks he's still winning. What else would you like to do, Dulam?
I think that's it. Just grapple, hold his hand so he can't knife his rope.
Yeah, you're wrenching his hands. He's looking pretty grim. Excellent. Then up next is the NPCs. I'll run through them all real quick. At the entrance, Jackknife holds her position, sort of holding her action. The gentleman with his two friends sort of tries to wake them up once more. He slaps their faces again and goes, "Come on, wake up, we have to get out of here." And neither of them sort of respond. You notice the rest of the unconscious people in this bar still remain unconscious. And they all just sort of like look at each other nervously. Samir creeps his way a little closer now as he's just sort of like awkwardly walking and stumbling toward the group that is around Father Luches. So too, this acolyte that you guys have been drinking with tonight, holding his broken bottle, approaches the group now and sort of holds his bottle at the ready, kind of joining you as if he's a member of the crew, holding it out at the father and being like, "Hey, should we kill this guy?"
Not yet. We might be able to use him as some sort of incentive against these
Look at him,
people.
he's fucking evil. He killed so many people, I think. I had a friend who lived upstairs.
I look to the group.
We will all get our revenge.
And he holds the glass out sort of haphazardly. You notice he's stumbling a little bit and slurring his words, drunk along with the rest of you. Next up, I guess it's Malagus's go. Malagus goes, "Woo!
Boom.
All right, well, I was a bit worried for a second, and I thought that perhaps we would..." And he sort of sighs here, and he goes, "Well, I thought that we would be doing better here, but I think I have something that can help."
Yeah? What do you have, Malagus?
Well, I've been inspired by a lot of you all, and I thought I could give this a try here. And he holds out his hand, and doesn't say anything, but you see a bit of arcane energy spark around his fingers.
Malagus has a class! He has a class! He's rogue-ish.
Roguish.
He's roguish.
Rogue-ish.
Sparks shoot out from his hand as he casts a spell on Father Luches, and he kind of calls out and he goes, "I've never done this before, so I guess I think I have to say the name of the spell as I cast it, right?"
Is that how spells work, DM?
Yes, yell the name!
And he puts his hand on Father Luches. And he goes, "Father Luches, I hex you." That's hex.
I fucking...
And he is now given Father Luches a disadvantage on wisdom saving throws.
Woo.
And then he gives a smile to you, Dulam, and says, "All right, I think you can hold him now."
Thank you.
All right, and with that, it is now Sir Orpheus' turn.
Okay,
Malagus gives you like a sort of goofy smile as he does something useful.
I want to yell, "That's the spirits, Mally!" Okay, so how's my grease doing on these guys over here?
One man fell. You look over now. It looks like one soldier did successfully reach the wall. And everyone behind him is sort of waiting about 10 feet back and like carefully watching the grease. You notice that your grease is still clinging to the chain tightly, but because of this downpour of rain, it's slowly being sort of drizzled off. And it looks like they might be waiting for it. But the second in-line soldier, now the first in line, considering the first actually fell, was brave enough to make his way over and is now up against the wall.
Okay, So I want to aim my force ballista at him, the guy who's up at the wall.
Okay.
And shoot it at him.
All right, roll to hit.
Oh, did you see
Holy.
that? Was a 19 and a 20.
That's
Okay.
crazy.
Wow. Nah.
+4.
Yeah.
Plus,
D4.
plus 1d4. So that's a 29 to hit. Mason, does that hit?
Yes, chef. Yes, chef. That hits.
Alright, okay. Damage. No, what did you say? That was a critical hit. It was pretty critical to me. Alright, the numbers are at least not a fucking 2 again. That is 11 damage.
All right, nice. You slam this force ballista into the side of him. It was a good enough hit that I will make him make a strength roll to attempt to sort of like defend himself from this and not fall off from the force. So, with a strength check, this is a saving throw because he's falling. Okay, he got a 10. So you see him sort of slide off a little bit as you slam this into the side of the thug. He falls off the rope and hangs on just by his hands, grappling both the chain and one of the bricks in the wall, holding himself up for dear life as you see blood pouring out of his face and shoulders from where the force ballista slammed into him.
Okay.
He looks to be alive, but barely hanging on.
It can always get worse. I'm gonna send Lettermore over. 5, 10, 15, 20. Lettermore's not drunk, so 25, 30. Also, he can fly over things. I have to move him around because the wall, but you know, he can leap over that chair. And Lettermore will deliver my action, Shocking Grasp. I want him to do it straight to the chain. I'm hoping the electricity can travel up and down this soaking wet metal chain.
Oh, that's fucked up. I
Holy.
love it. I love it. This is really good
Thank
creative
you.
arts usage.
Thank you.
All right, you grab onto the chain and Lettermore shocks it. Because you are shocking a chain, I guess roll to hit the chain, right?
Sure. Okay, does Lettermore have disadvantage? I understand if it does, because I'm instructing him, so maybe my instructions are, like, less clear than usual.
That's what I'm imagining is happening here.
Okay. Now, at the same time, it is a still chain that he's hitting. He got 14 to hit the chain.
Yes, that does it.
Okay. Now I need to do my damage. 4 electric damage. Lightning damage.
Okay.
I mean.
Sure enough, this works exactly as drunk Orpheus thought, having these brilliant moments of drunk genius. As you see the first thug in line holding on for dear life, his hands already clenched around pretty hard, but now being shocked to clench even harder. You see him shake and shiver as 4 damage is dealt, and the chain sort of sparks and arcs of lightning flash down as you see the next couple soldiers down the line all sort of go, oh, oh, oh! And you see the next 3 soldiers in line all get shocked for damage.
Do they fall off?
Their hands would have likely already been held around pretty well. You would have just caused them to contract more, which has not led them to fall off. However, you do notice that the thug closest to you, who was hanging on, his arms clenched around the chain from the lightning around him. He hangs there like a flag, completely dead.
Nice!
Holy.
Sort of
I want to
waving
yell
now.
again. Start climbing down or you're not going to get away fast enough!
A couple seconds go by and you see the man's muscles unclench as this soldier closest to you falls as the body clams into the cobbles below.
Hell yeah.
The next couple soldiers look really fucking scared. All right, next up is Higher. Higher, what would you like to do?
Interesting. So, magic missile says its target has to be a creature. That means I can't cast it at the chain, right?
That's an interesting thought. That has to say that for a reason, but I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to target the chain, so I'm going to say you can target it.
Cool. I'd love to cast a magic missile at first level at the chain that people are not climbing down.
Okay, you sort of turn around. You kind of have to make your way over to the wall to be able to see the chain that you're casting at. So just for movement's sake, I'm going to move you 5, 10, 15 feet up, right up next to Orpheus to be able to see what you're doing.
Okay, cool.
All right, I guess just roll damage, right?
Yeah. That is gonna be 4 plus 3 plus 4, which is gonna be 11
Ooh, big damage.
to the
Nice.
chain.
Nice. Okay, all of your force bolts, I guess, of magic missiles slam into the side of the chain, whacking it from both sides, shaking it violently as you see the corpse of the person that looks like Orpheus just killed falls off. You sort of look now as all of your little force missiles slam into it, and you see that, yes, sure enough, there is a small crack that you've made in one of the iron couplets, as all of the soldiers climbing up look down with a huge, horrified look. They sort of look behind them now, seeing the almost 200 feet run back and the sort of almost 10 feet movement up toward, and they sort of, make a decision on what's going to happen next as the chain has this little crack that seems to perhaps grow. Excellent. Anything else you'd like to do, Higher?
I'd like to actively try to perceive like the ballistas in the distance. Like how far away do I think they are?
You look down, doing some pythagging, they're about 200 feet away.
Okay. Can I see? I assume like the ammunition, like these bolts are like kind of big. Like, can I see any more ammunition? That
Yes,
they're, like...
both ballistas seem to have a cart pulled up next to them that has, you'd guess, about 10, maybe 15 of these log ballista bolts hauled into them. They seem to have come pretty prepared.
Okay. And are these like bolts still like actively in the cannons, or like are they in the process of reloading?
Both ballistas are loaded, locked, and ready to fire. They literally just seem to be waiting to see something that they're going to shoot at.
That's too bad.
You do notice, though, I guess, give me a perception check real quick.
Pop that disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Ooh, still a pretty good roll, though.
14.
Okay, 14. You do notice that it looks like none of these ballistas have any more chains. All the rest of the bolts left just seem to be for doing damage. None of them are for climbing.
Okay, cool. And I turn to my party members. If they all get up here and get through our barricade and go through the door, and worst comes to worst, we should push Father Luches off the edge. And with that, I will end my turn.
Fantastic turn. Deimos, you are up next.
Nice.
You look down with a smile as the chain beneath you is like starting to crack open. You see one of the links is already like uncoupling.
Totally. Alright. I think I'm going to cast Shatter at the point that Higher hit on the chain on the left one.
Okay, nice.
Hell yeah.
Is Shatter a distant spell? You can cast it like far away, right?
Yeah, 60 feet.
Oh, awesome. Okay, just double check. I don't know why I thought that was like a touch spell or some shit. Okay, cool. You situate yourself. You look over at the other chain and cast Shatter right fucking on it. Give me just the damage roll, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a saving throw. Yeah, just roll damage, please.
Nice. 14.
Okay, that's pretty good. You guys are really damaging the shit out of this chain. You begin cracking it, Deimos, as you shatter this chain. You think whatever you're doing to it is likely doing an extra bit of damage on top, just considering the way these chains are built, they're not meant to take this kind of like thunderous damage. So you shatter it open, and you see one of the links instantly breaks.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
10, 15 soldiers on here that are all on here sort of all begin, as you see the chain slowly go limp. As a sort of, you notice one of these soldiers, a heroic leader of the group, as a sort of reaction of his, throws out as a last-ditch effort what looks to be some sort of small grappling hook from his hands. As the chain begins falling, you see the grappling hook slams into the wall next to you all. And as the chain falls, this figure and the lucky one person behind him grab on as tight as they can to this rope and cling to it as they slam into the side of the wall, pulling with them as the grappling hook drags them. And the rest of the 13 soldiers on here all fall to their deaths.
Woo!
Nice.
Slam! They all smack a wet crunch into the mulch beneath you all as the chain falls heavy on top of them. You hear a sort of a shout from across the way as the soldiers all mourn the losses of their friends, and Father Luches, not stunned anymore, right? He's unstunned. He cries out in anguish for his fallen soldiers. My crusaders! Chonteo will deliver you all to a beautiful salvation in heaven.
I'm so happy to finally be the good guys.
Stop! We're trying our best.
Look,
And,
okay, for Orpheus, he is just sending them to the afterlife where they can figure their shit out.
It's like a portal.
Yeah, it's kind of us when we think about it.
As you look down now, Deimos, at the two figures who managed to barely survive the fall, you look at them and you get a second to see that neither of them look human. In fact, the individual who was smart enough to bring a grappling hook and throw it out at the last second looks to be a bit smarter, a bit bulkier, a bit meatier than the other soldiers that you've seen that have mostly been human. That figure looks to be some sort of half-orc.
What?
And he is dragging himself up along with his companion up the grappling hook that he had barely managed to keep in. The rest of the 13 are dead, though, so add that to Deimos' kill count, please.
Nice.
Holy Deimos kill count.
Nice. All right, Deimos, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna slowly make my way closer to the door, and that'll be it.
Okay, awesome. Up next is Father Luches, who is really not doing great. You guys have subdued him beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, as Father Luches is thrashing and pulling against his binds, he's going to make a strength check against them just to see if he can break the binds that he's in. Which you imagine would not be very successful unless he's really, really good here. Nope. He struggles and strains. He got a 9 on his strength check and is not enough to break free. So he instead turns toward Deimos.
What?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, to Deimos. Dulam being his sort of... Well, Dulam, you are his warden, really. Instead, he's turning toward Deimos now, and you see Deimos as Father Luches looks at you with a smile and says, very shakily, "My friend, might I suggest you untie me and free me from this place?" And as he does so, he casts the suggest spell. So, Deimos, can I get you to roll a wisdom saving throw?
Oh God, that is my worst stat by
Oh,
far.
Go ahead and add a D4 though.
Hey,
That's true.
True.
Saving throw.
Holy. Do I roll it disadvantage, right?
I was gonna say I'll use my reaction so you roll it straight.
Ah, the biggest 5.
A 5.
That's pretty
All
good.
right, pretty good roll there, Deimos. Pretty good. It is not enough to get over this. So, let me tell you how this spell works. You are suggested to do something. You cannot do anything that actively harms you. So, like, if he's asking you to hurt yourself or kill yourself, you can't do that. But now that you were suggested, you must pursue the course of action that was described to the best of your ability. The suggestion lasts until the suggested activity is completed. Basically, when you finish what you were asked to do. It looks like you don't do any, you don't do any saving throws afterward. It's activated now. Instead, he is holding concentration on it. So on your next turn, Deimos, you are sort of willed to free him and get him out of here.
I know a way to break that concentration.
I'm so glad Carter and I are gonna get to torture someone together again.
Oh, wow.
It's old reliable.
Gotta go
Old
back to
reliable.
the roots.
All right, perfect. So, with that, then it is back up to the thugs' turn. Back around to the top of initiative. So, first things first. The thugs on the right chain have all officially escaped, save for a couple. There look to be 3 thugs who are still making their way. These soldiers crawling off of the chain as you all hear a satisfying clack as the chain snaps and falls to the earth below. The last couple of soldiers on the chain only fall about 10 feet, so you see them all get damaged, but none of them are killed by this fall, as they all sort of escaped pretty early. And instead, you guys are left with this giant ballista bolt with a sizzling acidic end still stuck into the building. These soldiers all seem to regroup. You notice a couple of them walk over to a much taller soldier, and they discuss something distantly in the rain that you can't all hear. After a brief couple seconds of talking, all of the soldiers kind of put their hands in the middle of a circle, and then throw all the hands up at the same time, and you hear them shout something together.
Go team!
Go team! And then they all
Oh,
start
wow.
running into the building from the bottom floor, rushing up as the rest of the soldiers are, who are now knocking on the outside of the door. The other chain had snapped, so all of the soldiers had already fallen. The ballista bolts are still loaded, but you guys now hear bang, 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 bang! Someone has reached the barricaded doorway that Jackknife set up. It seems like somebody is right outside. You sort of hear this ba 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 ba. The sort of like a fearful moment in everyone's eyes as you notice the figure who is trying to help his friends off the ground goes for a chair and sort of picks up a chair as a weapon.
Oh, good.
The mercenaries sort of push up against the doorway, and Jackknife is just manning there with a crossbow, waiting for people to barricade their way, like break their way in through the barricade. And you guys all watch in horror as the barricade begins cracking, and the tables that Jackknife had haphazardly thrown up slowly begin squeaking against the wooden floors, and you notice the water on the ground is not helping as it sort of lubricates the pushing of the soldiers on the other side, and you see a couple faces and a couple blades start shooting through the gap in the door as they push it open. They have not successfully breached, though. So, back to Dulam. Dulam, what would you like to do?
Holy.
The soldiers seem to be regrouping now. The people who saved themselves right at the very end from this leftmost chain claw their way up and make their way onto the surface. It is two thugs. One of them a larger, like half-orc, and the other heavily hooded and seems to also not be human, but you're not quite sure what it is. They make their way up, though, and claw on and take a moment just to breathe and, like, use the sort of their action here to just, like, take a breath and just understand the sort of terror that they just went through. Neither of them has drawn a blade yet, but they are here now. So, Dulam, it is now your turn. Two thugs have made their way into the bar, and the rest are pushing hard on the outside.
I would like to cast Magic Missile on the father so he makes 3 concentration saves.
Look, this guy, oh my god. Nice, okay, you, this is so cruel. Why would you do this to him? You're supposed to love him.
You're supposed to love
It
me.
went from an enemies to lovers to enemies like arc.
Yeah,
which is
you know,
fun, really.
alright, so, 3 unique saving throws. Do you want to go ahead and roll the damage for me real quick as I, heal it to him? Because he's hurting.
Oh my god, it was a 4, 4, and a 3.
Nice, good roll.
Oh my
so
god.
what is that in total?
8, 3, 11 plus 3, so 14.
Wow. Ouch, oh my god.
Oh my god. I was not trying to do damage.
Okay, he's bleeding now. Yeah, he's bleeding.
After that display of violence, I want to shout at the thugs.
What do you want to shout?
If you take one more step, the father will be no more.
The 2 thugs that have made their way into the bar sort of heave and huff their breaths as they sort of look over at you, and they both look pretty scared about what you said, but you want to roll an intimidation check, and I will let you do this with advantage because you did just attack him.
Woo!
He makes it's Constitution, right? That's
Yeah,
okay, first one, wow, a 19, looking pretty good.
thugging it out.
Second one, he got an 11, or a 12, I mean. Sorry, he's got a +1. And then the last one, he got a, wow, oh my god, he rolled 3 times above 10, Jesus.
He tanks it.
He's goated. Oh my, okay, so he keeps his concentration through all 3 hits, but he is bleeding now. Not looking great for old Father Luches. What'd you get on your intimidation roll?
I got 23.
23, that is great. They look scared. You get now a good look at the 2 figures. The one in front looks to be a leader of some kind, who looks very stalwart, but nevertheless your intimidation definitely scares him as he was unsheathing a sword, but now slowly sheaths the sword again and holds out 2 open palms towards you in a I don't mean any harm way.
Okay. I'd like to go back to grappling the father. Same.
So you just pulled off of him. Bah, 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 bah.
Yeah.
Fill them full of holes. Jesus. All right, you go back to grappling him. I won't make you roll for it. If he tries to escape, then he'll roll on his turn bad.
Okay.
But you hold his hands down again. Good. Yeah, good turn. I'm going a bit out of order here because I forgot. But the smoldering man.
Oh.
Oh,
The smoldering man sizzles, and you see now that the top part of his head is stopped burning. So too the tops of his shoulders and the tops of his arms no longer on fire, and what looks like charred flesh is almost instantaneously replaced with perfect skin. Some sort of regeneration faster than any of you guys could even see happen occurs. And it sort of all dawns on you that anyone who could be burning this long has to have some insane health, or at least constitution, to be able to put up with that for that long.
Hmm.
The figure's eyes are slowly revealed as you see these dull gray eyes slowly kind of come to consciousness, almost like waking up, and look around at all of you as you see little spriggets of hair slowly come out of the top of this individual's head. What looks to be just a standard human man. What you'd imagine is just a very John Q. Public-esque individual with tanned skin and like dark black hair. But he looks out at you and the screaming continues, but now it dulls from sort of a hoarseness, like ah ha ha ha. And the figure slowly begins moving its hands back and forth, watching you all with what you'd almost imagine is a very angry expression.
why is he mad at us?
He might just be mad at the world.
Jackknife needs to talk to her man.
Is he like moving? Or like
He's not moving. He looks to be sort of stuck in space, like, you know, he's hovering off the ground a little bit. He's still just hovering there. He's not moving around, but his hands are moving.
And how big is he?
He is normal, like medium person sized. When he was on fire, he was considered a large creature because he was just the flames licked out so far, but now he is medium.
Cool.
Up next are the NPCs. So we've got let's see, I guess Samir will go. He creeps a little closer. He's still very moving, like slowly. Not at all of himself. He just seems really drunk, and he's eventually making his way over and kind of comes to the Father Luches group, and he speaks softly as he says this. Would you all like me to rid this man of this world?
I'd love it, but I don't think it's strategically beneficial right now.
I mean not harm to strangers, but if this man is responsible for the death of countless lives above and below us, I wish to do great harm. And he says this very seriously and quietly.
If I'm honest, I'm not sure. It seems like we're fighting them either way. We keep on wasting resources on having to keep him from getting out, whether it be hold person or attacking him so that he doesn't suggest Deimos. I think he's an issue we need to get off our hands.
Deimos, you hear this and you're like, no, you're not suggested. You just want to help him, you know? Just makes sense. Samir nods his head and sort of stumbles into a wall and uses it as support. By the entrance, you see Jackknife holding her, continuing to hold her crossbow in front of her. The drow who was trying to help his 2 friends to his feet has instead given up and is holding a chair and walked up to Jackknife, and you see the 2 of them are speaking to each other. The drow goes, I guess I'll help you, Jackknife. You were really good to us tonight. And she goes, yeah, well, we're all gonna be dead if we don't figure this shit out soon, so, you know, it's either us or them, friend. And they sort of give each other a nod and hold the line, as it were. And Malagus looks out at you all and goes, there looks to be people here. I'll go engage. And he runs.
Malagus, stay clear of the other men.
All right. Well, one of them is really big, and the other's got. And he points down. And you guys notice now that the other guard in here, or rather, the other soldier, the mercenary, has walked in with what looks to be claws for feet.
Don't worry.
I'm worrying.
That's scary, man. What the fuck is that?
What is that?
And that's where Malagus is this turn. The NPCs are finished now. you guys look over at the two soldiers who have made their way in. They're sort of still huffing and puffing, and with that, Orpheus, it is your turn.
Score. Bonus action, I'm gonna cast Expeditious Retreat on myself. So I
Okay.
get double speed. Can I vault over this chair?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
You vault over a low chair in front of you.
And then I want to cast Thunder Wave.
Sick. What does that do?
Allow me. Thunder Wave. A wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you. Each creature in a 15-foot cube, Lettermore will go ahead and fly out of that cube, originating from you, must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 2d8 thunder damage and is pushed 10 feet away from you. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and isn't pushed.
Okay, all right. You situate yourself just perfectly. Ooh, it's just oozing good.
Mm.
Yeah,
Cast
I
the
basically
spell.
want to go on the other side of them from the edge so that it'll shoot them off.
Okay, you cast a spell. You put your hands out in front of you, and the thunder wave begins rippling out. As you do so, the sort of larger half-orc in front with eyes go wide as he sort of recognizes what you're doing and turns around in a huff and goes, "Kid, get out of the way! Save yourself!" and grabs the soldier behind him and sort of pushes him out of the way a bit, granting him advantage on this constitution, or this, you said dexterity?
It's a, let me see, it's a Constitution check. I will
Constitution.
say, I
He
don't
will
know how
grant himself
pushing him to the
advantage.
side helps, given that he's still in the cube just as much.
Hold on. He grants himself advantage on this Constitution saving throw while gaining disadvantage himself on the Constitution saving throw. You'll recall the wall is still here. There is just a open window that they're crawling through. So
Okay.
this guy is trying to move this person behind him out of the way of the window so that if hit by the thunder wave would merely slam into a wall instead of thrown out to a 40-foot drop.
Okay, but he'll still take full damage if he pucks it
Oh,
up.
of course. The damage is there. It's just about falling to the death.
Okay.
Because it was a great idea, Dan. Great fucking idea. So, the figure in the front rolls first. Ooh, bad. Yeah, bad roll. That was looks like a 6.
Okay.
And up next, I guess you now learned the kid soldier behind him, who was shoved out of the way a bit, rolls with advantage for being helped. Wow, and got a nat 20 on the save. Okay. So, roll your damage.
Okay.
He tanks this.
9 damage.
Well, pretty good. You slam the first mercenary, the larger half-orc man, and he gets thrown back 10 feet, 5, 10, shoved out of the window. He tries to grasp for the loose bricks as he gets thrown out, but you see all of the bricks he grabs onto sort of come with him as the thunder wave shocks and thunders the entire room, sort of pulling the bricks off. And he screams as he goes down, and he says, "No, wait, please, no!" and falls, holding a couple loose bricks in his hands as you hear that ever so familiar wet crunch as he slams into the ground. The other soldier slams into the wall as you hit him. This damage is reduced to half because he made the save, so it's 5 damage instead of
9.
9. So bam, big slam there. So now that is an injured-looking soldier and hits the wall a little bit as he sort of bounces back. And you notice as this happens, a sort of very unusual sound comes out of this soldier. Sort of looking down, you still can't quite see a face under this heavy hood. The soldier screams down after the man who fell, and the scream is an almost uncanny repetition of the first man's voice. "No, please, no!"
What?
Enku?
Oh no. That's so cute and sad.
You just hate parents and their children.
They killed so many. They killed my brother in arms, okay?
You also killed another person's child.
Well, okay, I didn't kill Samir's child. I just lost it a leg. It's fine.
Oh.
He can build anyone.
Yeah, so can regular everyone else, you know?
Yeah.
Build a new child.
I meant a new leg. I guess you could throw out the whole thing and start from scratch.
No, you gotta restart that.
What's 8 more years?
So you still have a bonus action, right? Aura, what do you want to do?
My bonus action was Expeditious Retreat.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I will turn to this kid and say, stand down, hands on the ground. If you're a child, I don't want to kill you. Pull your hood back, let me see you.
The figure whirls back toward you with a horrified look, and now sort of being bludgeoned a bit by your, the movement of the room as you shook it with Thunderwave. The figure looks at you, looks scared, looks down out the window to see if the figure on the ground is moving. The half-orc man that you pushed out, nope, not moving. So, with a heavy heart, the figure looks back at you and draws its sword.
Fair.
Your
You
hood-
notice as the hand comes out, it does look to be a black feathered hand.
Your hood's down. If you're a child, you can't be held accountable for this. Someone made you. I know children wouldn't fight a war. Drop your weapon.
The figure squawks back at you. Fight a war!
God damn it. I know where you'll end up. That's my turn.
Great turn. Up next is Higher.
I just really don't want to do this, but he just isn't really giving me a choice, is my thing. I'm gonna go up to the father and hit him with my mace.
Okay, you walk over to him. You have, because he is currently tied up, you have an advantage on this hit, but I think you had disadvantage normally, so it's just a straight roll.
Yeah.
Okay, roll to hit. Duelim, you see your prisoner just get beaten and battered from every direction.
It's really too bad. Yeah, 9.
Okay, that is not a great roll, unfortunately, for whatever reason. As you sort of go to smack against him, he recoils his body and twists it, and you smack him hard against like the leather sort of armor that he has on under his robes, and you don't think you did any damage to him.
Yeah, fair. I do not have 2-weapon fighting. Oh, I do have 2-weapon fighting. Okay, I'll go for it again then.
Okay,
That sucks. 4.
a 4 to hit unfortunately does not hit. This time you like sort of swing again, and the father wrenches his body, and you just glance a blow against the ropes instead of him.
Cool, yeah. I had some more dents to the bar. And then I turned to the smoldering man. We were trying to help you, I promise, and we still can. If we could maybe fit you in our bag of holding, maybe you could go to another plane and be free of this place. Let us help you. We aren't the enemy. And then I'll end my turn.
That is a good turn. Fantastic. Up next is
Well-
Deimos. Deimos, you have been suggested. So how do you want to go about your mission?
Don't worry, Father Luches. I'm on my way.
You guys all hear this now, and it immediately makes you concerned.
And I start heading straight for Father Luches.
Okay, you make your way over. You see Duelim kind of wrapped around him like a scarf.
Gosh, would I have to like roll something to get this off him, or?
Do you have a bladed weapon? I guess we never checked that, but like, do you have a knife on you?
I have a spear and I think a dagger, maybe.
Okay, the dagger would be good enough to cut the ropes off.
Nice.
Okay, Duelim, you kind of watch as Deimos begins cutting off the ropes on Father Luches.
I'm scarfing.
Mr. Mason, question.
Yes.
Could I use an opportunity attack to grapple Deimos?
Whoa.
Whoa.
This is a fantastic idea. I like this idea a lot. I will allow you to use an opportunity attack if he leaves your like combat range. Yes, which I assume he will in just a second here, because Deimos, you cut the ropes free pretty quickly. I mean, it's they were well tied, but it does not take long to shimmy your blade in between them and just pull really hard to cut them all off. This frees Father Luches' shoulders and legs, but you still see Duelim wrapped around him like an animal. Sort of grappling his arms back. So at this point, from your suggestion, it's sort of your choice whether or not you want to remove Duelim from him or just march him out the door right now.
Gosh, what specifically did he say when he gave the suggestion?
His suggestions was, I suggest you to free me from these binds and escort me from here safely.
Is Duelim a bind?
It's what Deimos' interpretation of that is.
God. Well, you know what? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say it looks like he's really just giving him like a big hug. So.
Oh, true.
He's still safe.
you cut the ropes and you pick him up off the ground
Nice.
and begin walking with him to the entrance, I suppose. Duelam, you're like wrapped around him, and so you come along with. As they walk higher, you see Deimos exit your range. Would you like to make a grapple attack?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Duelam, Deimos, excuse me. Would you please make a competing strength check? I think it's athletics, right?
Holy.
Unfortunately, go ahead and add D4.
I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed.
I can't believe you reminded him.
Oh, -1 to athletics.
Holy.
11
Okay, you're trying to beat an 11.
with disadvantage, by the way. Let's go.
Holy.
Oh my god, I got robbed of that 18.
10.
Okay,
Oh,
10
my 11
10
wins.
10 versus 11 is a close gambit, but higher, your little kobold body is enough to kind of go for the knees, and grapple around Deimos's ankles and pull him down to the ground, and you sort of clamber over him. Deimos, you're thrown off all of a sudden because you're just doing what you're supposed to be doing, and it's weird that your friend is grappling you, let alone the friend who did probably make out with you not 10 minutes ago.
Deimos, snap out of it.
Back for more.
Hi, what are you doing, Haya?
We can't give them Father Luches. Stop. Snap out of it.
We have to help our friend.
We can help him by sending him to Valhalla. That's safely escorting him.
Holy.
Malika sort of shouts, "Was he ever really our friend? I feel like he was always an asshole. I feel like we should just kill him. I don't like that guy."
No friend of mine. Send him to hell.
Yeah, make it Shantaea's problem.
Father Luches is now sort of independent, save for a crawling robot.
That's a big robot, though.
It is Father Luches' turn next, though, so he would like to make a competing strength check against you, Duelam.
Alright, good luck, buddy.
Let's go, Father Luches, with that +0.
Oh!
Ooh, 17.
Oh.
Holy.
Alright, do you want a silvery barbs him, by the way?
Oh, sure. It's just verbal, so yeah, do it.
Why do I bother?
Oh my, that means I get advantage on this roll, too.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Hey, much worse, he got a 9.
Oh, I nat 20.
Didn't even need it. Okay. You grapple him to the ground again. You're still holding on to him really good. It's working, You are, properly holding him down.
The anchor.
So, as you do so, he sort of screams out against you and he goes, "My soldiers! Continue forth! Raid this place! Kill them all! Don't worry about me, I am but a pawn in Chontea's plans! Let the siege continue!" And he lets his voice carry among the rain. Alright, so you guys are now, I guess the initiative round is over again. Excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying. Round is over. It comes back around to the top of the initiative. The thugs' turn! So, the thugs at the front door continue bang, 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 banging. And eventually you guys hear a splintering crack as the doors are thrown open. The tables all pushed aside in a wet heap. As you see behind, there looks to be almost like a makeshift battering ram. One of these soldiers has gathered what looks like a large piece of wood, likely poached from one of the previous floors, as he pushes his way through. As he does so, she does have her reaction to ka-chunk, unload a bolt into this guy. Let's go, Jackknife.
Jackknife.
20 with it, disadvantage. Reliable.
She's disadvantaged.
She's drunk.
Oh.
She drank her own drink?
Yeah, she was having
What
fun with
the
you guys.
fuck? We were not having fun.
I don't think she was having fun either.
Jackknife got a 5 to hit. You see her sort of swing wildly as the soldiers break their way in and shoot. One of them sort of holds up a shield, and you see the bolt slam into the shield hard, blocking it entirely. Jackknife curses and backs up a bit, sort of like without even thinking. The other drow soldier holds out his chair haphazardly as if he's about to swing it. But all the soldiers make their way in, and you see 3 of them descend upon the drow man holding his chair up. He sort of swings his chair haphazardly down as they make their way in, as a, he's doing this as, I guess, oop, not a good roll. Okay, he misses. This is his, unconventional weapon as he swings the chair down on one of the soldiers. It cracks against the top of the soldier's head. but you see it doesn't really do much damage as it sort of peters off as the wood splinters.
Damn.
All right, so then, yeah, so the sort of slick surfaces has made it a bit difficult to use the weapons around you, or the things around you. The mercenary in front of him swings down a heavy mace, and you hear the drow sort of mumble something drunkenly under his breath, something like, but I won the drinking contest. I won. And all three thugs hammer down with maces.
No!
We didn't do anything.
We've got 3 hits out of them, and they slam into him. And this being a commoner, he goes down dead.
Aww.
But he took hits for you guys. He did. He was brave.
He didn't deserve to die.
Jackknife backs up, and she does not sustain any damage this turn, but she looks nervous as she sort of shouts back to you guys, "They're here! Man your stations!"
What's our stations?
Over by you, Orpheus, the figure in front of you holds out a blade and, somewhat by instruction, but also on their own, uncloaks themselves as you see what looks to be a bird. Some sort of strange blackbird, a crow, face is emerged from under this hood. This looks to be some sort of corvid person, a bird person. You've never seen one of these before. It throws you off.
Burson.
The person.
I've contracted Corvid.
The creature sort of squawks and it goes as it rushes forward towards you with its blade.
Okay.
It comes down heavy with a swing on you. This is like sort of a short sword. Does a 10 hit.
No.
Okay, you sort of jump out of the way of the blow as the sword comes down near you, and the creature sort of again hisses like a caw at you.
Oh.
And that is the end of the thug's turns. It is now the smoldering man.
Oh.
As the rain continues to sort of pour in, it was what once was this glowing flame that sort of seared its presence into y'all's mind, has now the whoosh of fire fading to a faint crackle finally comes over, and the tortured screams cease for the first time in likely decades. Slowly, impossibly, the smoldering flames are dying out, and the screaming stops. For just a second, nothing happens, and the figure slowly, and for probably the first time that you guys have seen, looks around at all of you. That is the end of the smoldering man's turn. Duelam, it is your go. You are holding Father Luches down on the ground as he screams and screeches against you. What would you like to do?
I will give him the old mind whip,
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, dude.
and I'll use my last sorcery point to also hit the closest guard over here.
Okay, nice. So, what is Mind Whip?
They have to make an int save, or they take 3d6 psychic, and they have to either choose to move, take action, or bonus action.
Nice.
Okay, the guard got an 11.
Alright, he fails.
Again, Father Luches. Oh, nat 1.
Holy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
They
he's
both
bad.
failed. Roll your damage.
Oh, he was looking so good. I got 5, 6, and a 1. So I got a big 12 damage.
Nice, okay. You slam 12 damage into these poor fools. As their intellect is damaged for a bit here. The soldier that you attacked earlier is bleeding now. And Father Luches is not looking great. He was bleeding before and is now just like gushing blood. So they have to pick between
Moving, attacking, moving action or bonus action, and they can't take reactions.
dude, it's like you cast slow.
Yeah. But it deals damage. Can he do a concentration save?
And oh my god, he got a 10.
Oh,
Wow,
that-
his concentration saves are baller. But he's still bleeding out and in a lot of pain. He is not doing good.
Oh, as long as he's in pain.
Oh, he's in a lot of pain.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so first up, I'm going to have Jackknife go. Jackknife loads her crossbow again and backs up 5, 10, 15 feet and fires off another volley. You guys hear that? as the shot goes out. She got oh my god, a nat 20 and a 1. Her disadvantage roll. That's tough. Her crossbow, she holds it out and has the perfect aim, and you all see as it jams right in front of her, and she shrieks and throws it on the ground. Fuck! I won't let you dogs have this bar! And she stands there worried.
We got alcohol.
The acolyte that you guys are traveling with runs over, and he's also gonna smack Father Luches.
Thank God.
You know,
Get his ass, run his shit.
yeah, might as well give him an attack, right? Okay, a 15, that does hit.
Woo!
Nice. The man does T damage.
That's what damage?
I said T. It's T. Oh, 1 damage. Woo!
Nice.
Ow!
That's one more con save.
That's true. Let's have
Hell
Roland.
yeah.
This could be the one. Come on, buddy.
Come on, buddy.
We're due.
Dog.
We're due.
Oh, the nat 1.
Yeah!
There it is.
Yeah.
Deimos, the suggestion is finally off. You come to your senses, and Hire is still holding you down, and you're like, what is going on here?
Oh, fire.
Oh my goodness.
Acolyte MVP.
Accolade MVP.
Let's go.
Acolyte MVP.
Malaga sort of jumps over the stage a bit and runs past the smoldering man to get to the fighters by the entrance. And he's going to end his turn, right next to the smoldering man. Awesome.
Good. Glad he's right there.
As one.
Orpheus, you're up next.
All right. Okay. I look at this kid pathetically attacking me. And I think I'm like looking at this kid, and at first, I've been in sort of a blind rage because my squire has been killed, and I'm very upset that Bisk has been sent back to Valhalla because I did want him to enjoy, a little bit of life. I'm sort of thinking about how this guy was someone else's squire, and then I think all at once it sort of hits me that I know someone who was a child soldier and died and had to live in Valhalla for the rest of their afterlife because of that, and that's not fair. So instead of hurting this kid, I want to try to just tackle him back into this booth and
Okay,
disarm him.
Give me a strength check. And for the record, even though you were told this was a kid, you have no idea either the age or gender of this thing because you have never seen one in your life.
Where Orpheus comes from, both age and gender are more of a mindset, so I accept that this is a kid.
Okay, cool.
Whoa.
Disadvantage on my strength roll, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Of course it is.
But it feels so good.
Oh!
Oh!
It's a 16.
Good roll. Okay, wow, that's awesome. And they have a -1 to strength, so...
Well, I
fair.
heard that's actually pretty average.
Alright, that's enough. You push down this Kenku into the corner, sort of tackling down. The bird flaps its wings and shouts back at you.
Okay, I just want to sort of hold him still as best I can and say, this isn't what he wouldn't have wanted you to die here, do you understand? Repeat after me. Oh, what should you gonna say?
Do you understand?
I understand you think you want this, but you're too young to make this decision.
Make this decision.
No! Stay here.
Decision.
I'll just keep holding him down.
Okay.
So I guess that's my action, but don't worry, you guys. Lettermore's on the move.
Alright, where's Lettermore going?
He's gonna sprint.
Oh!
For his last 5 feet, he's gonna go sort of up in the air and around this bend, so hopefully no one shoots at him.
Okay, you hide well. Lettermore is a little buzzing bee nearby and hides up against the wall. Excellent. Is that the end of your turn for Orpheus?
No, I actually still have a bonus action. I'll lean back out of the booth.
Excellent.
I can't grab myself because I'm beneath the thug, but I lean back 5 feet out of the booth, 85 feet to this thug.
My
Which
God.
are any of the thugs harmed? This one's harmed?
Yes, that one is harmed.
Okay, and he's badly injured too. Okay, so it's 80 feet to him, I think, so it's 85 feet to the further one. And let's just check my Eldritch
The
Cannon.
real estate in this place is awesome. 80 feet. Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Square
Okay.
footage.
He is well within range, so I'm going to shoot the injured guy's ass.
Okay, just for role playing, you'll probably just we'll switch around how you did this because you'll need to have shot before you're grappling this bird.
Well, I kind of like the idea that I pin him down and demand him to surrender, and then he's just a tiny bird, so I sort of lean my knees on his arms and lean out and fire off a shot.
Oh, and take a pot shot? Alright, sure. Or rolling at disadvantage to hit, though.
I'm rolling anyways.
Hey, us
Disadvantage.
tiny people can pack a punch.
My fucking
Oh,
rolls are
oh,
unbeatable.
Jesus.
That is
Oh
a
my God.
square hit. Excellent hit.
It's okay, I'm also blessed. Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag bless up.
It's a 26 to hit.
Oh.
Yeah,
Bless
it hit before the blessed, actually.
I like to think my goggles sort of glow and zoom in while I'm shooting.
You hit him square in the jaw. Roll damage.
Oh god, I'm gonna blow his head off. 5 damage. And I'm gonna strap my cannon back over my back and go back to lecturing this Kenku. You need to stand down right now, son.
Alright, so that is the end of Orpheus' turn. Higher, it is your go. Higher, give me a perception check, please.
I just got my eyes and I go like, what? 18.
It's a good roll. Higher, you sort of glance around the battlefield here now, noticing the smoldering man is now making vivid eye contact with you for a moment, and that scares the piss out of you. You look over and see this sort of standing army that's making their way in the doorway, and the only person holding you between them and yourself is Malagus and the drunk jackknife, which doesn't make you feel much better. And last but not least, Higher, it dawns on you. This is such an unusual sensation to have in the midst of battle. You recognize the Kenku.
Oh,
No, Orpheus, please, don't hurt her anymore. This is not what Ether would have wanted. Why are you fighting for them?
Ether would have wanted.
No, we save people there, not kill them. Please, join us.
The bird shakes its head. Save people.
You came here to save one person, and he seems to just want to be killing everyone left and right. Please. You can't-
The bird sort of juts a finger out toward you and the rest of the people that have been torturing Father Luches and says, "Killing people."
Yes, well, we have to defend our own in some way, and I don't know. We can't tolerate all of these people being innocently killed. Please, at least don't fight for this side, and we don't want to hurt you.
Don't want to hurt you.
Great, so stop. We'll handle this. I promise. As minimal deaths as possible.
Through all this Orpheus, you hear this bird sort of shout underneath you as you're pinning him down.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so I run right next to the smoldering man.
All right.
I guess potentially provoking an opportunity attack, and then I will double dash.
Okay. No opportunity attack. You're fine.
Cast Healing Word on the supposedly dead brave drow.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your healing.
Okay, I'll do it on Foundry. Okay, and unfortunately, I'm being forced to upcast this. So, yeah, go ahead and heal for 13.
Okay. You heal the drow up to full.
This
The,
is also torture.
Having not been killed, you instead revive this drow, and successfully, actually. You hear the breath of life come through as the drow wakes up, surrounded by enemies, all hovering over him with maces. He screams out, "Ah, take me back! Where are you, Lolf?" And you did a good turn, Higher.
Yeah, and that's my turn.
All right, nice. You bring him back. On his turn, he's going to try to run as far away as possible.
Fair.
But you saved
Not
him.
a Lolth worshipper.
He is a Lolth worshiper. It's okay, he was just drinking tonight. You do think it made a point, though, to the Kenku girl in the corner. She seemed to have noticed that and responds to it with a... And with that, we are now up to the awakened Deimos. It is now your turn. You are back to consciousness, so to speak.
Welcome.
God, I can't believe I liked Father Luches for all of 10 seconds. All right.
Kill it. Yeah.
I am going to cast Blur on myself, and yeah, that'll be my turn.
Awesome. All right, you end your turn on the stage next to the smoldering man. Excellent. It is Father Luches' turn. What fucking state is this guy in, man? You've got him pushed on the ground, just filling him full of magic missiles. He's lost concentration. He's just going through it.
Grappled.
Well, he's gonna try to break free of your grapple.
All right, good luck, buddy.
Here we go. +0. +0.
+0.
He's
Holy.
goated. He's goated with the sauce. He got a
Oh
nat
my
20 on
God.
the
It's okay.
strength
He can
save.
reel it. It's okay.
You are a fucking bastard. Oh my god. Oh god, it almost landed on a 20 again. Okay, 14.
I got a dirty 20.
Yeah, you're fine. Alright, let me just scroll through his spell list and really determine what we got. It's not looking great. Okay, he's got one. With what little strength he has left, Father Luches casts Mind Sliver on you.
No, not the D4.
Please make an intelligence saving throw.
Yes, sir. This bless is getting so much value.
Yeah, for real.
Seriously.
I got
Or
19.
DC is 14. Yep, okay, you're fine. Alright, cool. You shake it off. The sort of mental haze fogs over you for a moment, and then it doesn't, and Father Luches screams, "Death to you and your people! We will never be friends, you machine, you monster! You will never be one of me!"
I never want to be.
He rolls around. You guys roll in your little rut. They took it! Alright, back up to the top. It is Thug time. Thuggin'.
Thug.
Orpheus, the Kenku girl beneath you tries to shake you off. This time, it's not so much a violent shake-off, but more like a get off of me kind of thing. Give ahead and make me an opposing strength check. She got a 15.
Not looking good for me, boys. Disadvantage.
Yep.
It's a 3.
Alright, she kind of pushes you off a little bit, and you stand up behind her. She jumps up and sheathes the sword and looks at you and sort of goes, "What?
I trust you to do the right thing.
Do the right thing."
That's my girl. Slap her on the wing.
Alright, she kind of jumps back a bit from that and looks at you all and points at Father Luches and goes, "Do the right thing."
He's evil. We're not gonna kill him unless we have to, but he just killed, probably a few hundred people. So, not the right thing.
The bird stops for a moment and then points at you, and then you see a bit of anger kind of flush over her, and she says, "Killed a bunch of people."
Who are attacking me? It's warfare. Get out of here, little lady. It's not for a child.
She gestures down over the edge and goes, "Who are attacking me?" and gestures at the corpse of the man who saved her.
Yes, he was attacking us. He climbed all the way up here. We told him to stop climbing up at least 3 or 4 times.
She moves towards you now and kind of forcefully shoves you in the chest and goes, "Little lady." Shoves you and says, "Little lady."
I shove her back. Stand down, child, alright? You're speaking of things you don't understand.
You don't understand.
You can't charge into a man's house, guns ablazing, and act cowardly at the last moment and expect not to be treated as a threat.
You are threat. Sort of a stutter in between.
Not to you.
And she gestures around. To you.
Didn't understand that one. Are you saying you're a threat to me?
You're a threat to me.
I'm not going to hurt you.
She pushes you again and points down and goes, "A threat to you?" and points at the man at the bottom.
He was, yes! He fucking charged all the way up here trying to kill me and my friends after killing my squire. So, there's that.
"Friends, kill him." Points down at him.
I killed him because he killed my squire. And he would have killed me if he had the chance. Will you kill me if you have the chance?
Will you kill me if you have the chance?
No!
No.
Good. Run along to higher. Seems he recognizes you.
She pushes you again and starts running.
Alright. Get along, little lady.
Little lady.
I take a moment to reflect that it's been a long time since I've been this mad at a child. And that I miss Bisque even more.
Oh, what happened to Bisque?
Aw.
Where's Biscuit? Where'd he go?
Biscuit.
We're Bisquick.
Where's
Biscuit.
Valhalla. Express delivery.
He was just discovering masturbation.
Gone too soon.
Yeah, you know, he probably died doing what he loved.
Probably. Now he knows it's a sin.
That is so true. Taught him a lesson.
All right, so then I suppose the thugs at the entrance are gonna make their move now. They climb in. The drow screeches and ducks down. You notice the guards look at him. Notice he's like a commoner, and there's a moment of hesitation where they might not swipe him, but then they look over and see Father Luches bleeding on the ground, getting like beaten and battered. Some guy's holding a like blade over him. Another robot is pounding him from behind.
Oh!
Oh.
Father Luches backshots, and it's not Doolum.
Whoa.
And so with a heavy heart, they come in and they bash this poor drow who came back to life. In fact, the soldiers that you see, the mercenaries, even approach the two unconscious, like the people who passed out from drunkenness, two people on the ground who the drow was trying to save, and bash both of them once hard, killing them.
What's the point?
Let's see, there are 2 attacks made against your drow that you brought back to life. Higher. He could survive. He could dodge. He's got an AC of 10.
Uh-oh. That's higher than a 10.
2 17s.
Oh.
Unfortunately, your drow man takes 2 more mace hits, and you see him unfortunately go down once more, falling unconscious. But it does slow down 2 of the guards as they are making their way in, these soldiers. And it's, you know, you see that the majority of them are now clamoring in. There are a lot of people here. It takes them sort of a while to all come in. They sort of push past each other by the entrance. You notice because of the giant tables and chairs that were left, it's sort of hard to have them all push past each other. They sort of have to go in single file here, but nevertheless, they are able to all squeeze inside and now are all in here. One of them makes his way all the way over to Jackknife and begins slashing Jackknife.
No!
Jackknife sees a heavy mace come down on her for a 12 to hit, which does hit Jackknife right now. And a mean, 8 damage to her. Whack. The mace comes down heavy.
No, stop.
Jackknife is now... No, she's not. Jackknife got hurt by that. That one hurted.
That hurted.
Okay, perfect.
Ow.
All right, that is... Ouch. That is the NPCs. No, that is the thugs that have gone. It is now Mr. Smoldering Man's turn. As you all watch the Smoldering Man crackling, and burning with flames, the figure collapses to the ground with an audible thud. Steam hisses off his still glowing skin as the rain kisses his body. You all smell burnt wood, burnt flesh, just the smell of burning. For a moment, the sort of front area of the guards and Jackknife falls eerily silent despite the ongoing battle. All eyes, drunk or otherwise, kind of turn toward this figure that now kneels amidst the wreckage of the center. And rising slowly to his feet now is this man. Again, very tan-skinned, lean, but sort of brimming with this unnatural burning presence. It almost seems like the last dying heat of this smothering blaze continues to ripple off of him. His black hair, damp from the rain, clings to his face, but his eyes are like molten fury. They glow brightly red, almost like embers in the sockets of a man who was burned longer than any mortal could fathom. His hands flex as if testing their strength for the first time, and with each movement of his body, a faint orange glow dances along his veins. For a moment, he stands still, sort of surveying all of you. His gaze snaps to Father Luches, then to the mercenaries, then to the drunken group of you all sort of fucking around, and then his eyes finally end, resting on Jackknife. His expression twists into something unreadable. A mix of rage, disgust, excitement, amusement, and perhaps bitterness. And that is the end of his turn.
Whoa.
Whoa. What did she do to him?
Let him burn.
Well, but they were so close.
But they talk.
But there's how much she talked to him so much, but he helped her with a special task.
And so it is now the great Dulam's turn. Dulam, you are holding down Father Luches, and the man in the middle sort of turns to look at you a little bit, watches you.
I would like to try to gag Father.
Great, and so excellent. You sort of grab a cloth of maybe tablecloth around you, or a scrap of fabric that you might have in your bag, and shove it in his mouth. Give me a strength check or a dexterity check, whatever you have higher.
Don't have me.
I got 15.
Yeah, that'll do it. You shove this cloth into his mouth, and he struggles against you, his arms tensing against your metal body as hard as he can, trying to fight free, but he's just a little too old, perhaps a little too frail, and he can't get out as you sort of wedge this ball of cloth in his mouth.
I would like to, I guess, yell at the guards. This is your last warning. And then I want to pick up my hammer.
They seem very conflicted again. Their father told them to charge in and not worry about him, but their hearts say otherwise as they watch you hovering over this corpse of a man. He is barely clinging to life now as they watch, and for a moment they hesitate, and you see them all look at each other back and forth. Do you want to give me an intimidation check here?
Okay. Is it +4? Yeah, 14.
Yeah, it's a pretty good roll. You seem to make a couple of them uneasy, and a couple in the back sort of slow down and don't approach any further, but honestly all it takes is one or two of these bold motherfuckers who sort of look towards you and spit out in the air and say, "To hell with you, monster! We will kill you in the name of Trontea!"
You have made your decision.
And a couple of the other ones sort of look back and forth, worried, like, "Oh wait, is that what we wanted to do? But it's too late. What do you want to do?"
I'll smash one of his hands.
Okay, all right. Roll to hit, and you can roll with advantage because he is grappled.
19.
Good roll. That is a definite hit. Roll damage now.
Holy, I got 11.
Okay, nice. You smash hard on his hand, and he yelps out in pain. Ah! Ah! As you see his hand squashed flat. Oh my god, you drop him. You see he almost fainted from that. Like, that almost put him unconscious, that hit. He's barely clinging to life now with the damage you just dealt him. He screeches out and yelps in pain, trying to reach for his hand to try to steady it, or perhaps maybe heal it if he can do that, but you're still holding him fast. The people at the entrance all scream, "Ah!"
The next will be fatal, and then it will be all of your turns.
All right, excellent. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn as you scare the piss out of these fucking soldiers?
That's it.
All right. You, in your turn, up next is the NPCs all get to go. So we've got the Acolyte, who holds over Father Luches and goes to smack him once more with the sort of broken glass that he has. Ooh, the Acolyte got a nat 1 on his attack roll and sort of flubs and misses and sort of shoots forward a bit, accidentally overstepping Father Luches and stepping onto the stage a bit on accident. The burning man in the middle, no longer burning, looks at him haphazardly. Up next, then, we'll have Malagus go. He moves 5, 10, 15, uses his action to dash, and ends his turn right within melee range of one of the soldiers barging in. Jackknife draws her arm, her enormous metal left arm, and swings it wide toward the soldier in front of her, making some sort of wild, massive, using it almost just like a hunk of steel to smash into the side of him. She got a 10 to hit. You see her arm swing wide and it smacks into the side of the guard. He narrowly dodges it, holding up a small handheld shield to defend the blow as he's pushed back 5 feet, and she pushes him forward, screaming, "You won't take my bar, you fucking monsters! Death to all of you!" She pushes forward, smashing into him. And that is sort of it for the moving around NPCs of you guys. Samir is still slumped up against one of the columns. You notice his eyes are closed now.
God damn! We really fucking need all hands on deck.
All hands on deck. Yes, I'm here. And with that, Orpheus, it is your go. What would you like to do?
Okay, well, I didn't know before, but I do know now. I just want to like slap Samir awake gently, but not too gently.
You want to roll a strength check to do damage, or like you want to just roll a strength check to smack him?
A strength check feels harsh. I just want to maybe more like a precision check. Samir, wake up! We're in danger.
Okay, give me a persuasion check, please.
Okay. Because I feel like strength, like I don't feel like I'm hitting him that hard because he was sort of awake, you know? I just want to get him focused. I have advantage on this still, right? Because I'm drunk.
Because it's a
Charisma.
Whoa. Damn. Okay. Sorry. We should
Holy.
have been giving Duelam that too, huh?
I just thought of it.
Well, Duelam has been talking up a fucking intimidation storm. But
Yes!
yeah, you're right. Orpheus, go ahead.
Okay. Oh!
That's
Natural.
a beautiful roll.
I just want the listener at home to know I rolled a nat 20 and a 19.
Again.
And
Again,
Second
second
time.
one tonight.
Orpheus, you smack Samir just hard enough, just the perfect hardness. And as he reels back, his eyes go wide as he looks at you and goes, Orpheus, why? How could you? And holds his hand, and he looks very like by this emotionally, and he's got this sort of whimpering look about him. And you say,
Buck up, Samir. We need to go. Come on, wake up.
and he nods his head, and you see this worried expression turn into an expression of determination as he goes, yes, I'm sorry. I really wanted to call it tonight many hours ago, but I'm here to help.
Yeah,
Alright.
me too. We both went to sleep, but we're awake now and we need to stay alive, so...
Right, here we go. And Samir steps forward 5, 10, 15 feet. I'll actually step forward here. And you see him sort of get back into the groove of things.
Okay, sickening. I will pull out my gun. This thug is near death, I see.
You would kill a near-death thug.
I would. I can't select Lettermore, but he is gonna fly over to this thug, who is near death, and deliver another shocking grasp.
Where is Lettermore?
Bottom left.
He's hidden. Yeah.
And
Okay,
he's really
here he
tiny.
is. He's too tiny, but he's going over to this thug. He's right there, so we can reach him.
Alright, roll to hit, please.
Yeah, baby. Disadvantage.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
yeah.
Natural one.
Ooh, okay. It
Ooh.
does not deliver correctly. In fact, Lettermore just kind of bumps into him, and nothing actually happens.
That's fine. Lettermore will then hide behind the bar. And then I'm going to shoot my Force Ballista at the same near-death thug.
Nice. Okay. Roll to hit.
God damn. But I'm blessed.
Plus,
Yeah, you
Bless up.
Please. Okay, 15 to hit.
15. That does hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, good roll. 14 damage.
oh,
Nice. Wow, that's an amazing roll. Jesus.
Oh.
Which one of these shitheads are you hitting?
This one, the one who's fucking with
Oh,
Jackknife.
near death thug? Okay. You blast this guy back 5 feet, and you see him collapse in a puddle on the ground. Completely dead.
Okay, great. And then having been quite the badass this round, I just want to smack Spirit and say, is your head in the game? Do you need to set that down?
What? I'm all right. I'm all right. Leave me be. Hold on. And you see him sort of smack his cheeks a little bit and sort of come to himself. You think he'll do something on his next turn?
Okay. Okay, that's my turn.
Excellent turn. All right. Next up, then we have Higher Valea.
Can I try to make one more perception check at the Kinkool to see if this is splash or tick?
Yes. Go ahead. We're giving a perception check.
7.
A 7 higher. Okay. You look over it. And you have not met a lot of Kenkus in your life, so even with the 7, yes, this is in fact one of the 2 Kenku girls you've met before. You don't remember which one. You think if you have a second out of combat to look at her, you could probably figure it out. She looks way older than you remember. Still a kid, mind you, but like a kid who can hold a blade now.
Fully turn to her and kind of just yell across the bar, pretty dramatically. Look, you're right, Kenku girl. I admit, I don't even remember your name. I can't even remember much of Ethera. I can't even remember the person I was. Something like this wouldn't happen here. You're right about the killing. We can't do this. We can't killed these people, but I don't know how to not kill these people. Nothing like this would ever happen. Please, you have to tell them something. So, is there anything you know about these people that could get them to stop?
She screams back at you. Can't kill these people. Nothing like this.
Do you know anything about them that could possibly persuade them?
Can't kill. Persuade them. She croaks back at you. That's what she squawks back.
Dulam,
This unit thinks we can take them.
But why? Should we have to?
If you find a more efficient way, then this unit would be willing to help.
I think Hire probably panics for a turn, honestly. Trying to figure out some alternative to get out of this. But he'll use his bonus action to cast some healing words.
Yeah, are any of us damaged?
No, I don't think any of you have been attacked yet. Now, the goons are coming in, this is the brunt of the force, and you remember there were maybe more people also coming up after this round, but you all are pretty safe. They seem to mostly all have melee weapons. None of them seem to have any, crossbows or anything on them.
Okay,
Just a lot of goons.
I'm gonna be crazy. I'm gonna hold my, holy ring up and point it at the person that Maisie just killed. Or Orpheus just killed, trying to do an act of good faith. And I'm gonna bring them back up with a channel divinity, divine spark.
Okay, so what does that do?
It heals them.
Okay.
Okay, for whatever reason it doesn't like. Okay, it's 1d8 plus 4.
Okay, nice.
Okay, it's gonna be 6 if it can bring him up at least.
Okay, that does bring him up. You heal the person Orpheus just put down. It's sort of an odd move as Orpheus, I'm sure, looks across with this odd look, and nevertheless the guy wakes up with a surprised shout of livelihood now, and coughs a bit, looks around seeing which one of his friends brought him up, but cannot find him, and instead sort of looks around confused. And you sort of have this moment of tranquility, Hire, as your god, tells you that what you're doing is helping people. But nevertheless, you did sort of heal someone on the opposite side, and Malagus shouts to you, "Dude, what the fuck are you doing?"
And then I haven't used my action technically since that was my bonus action, and I just want to kind of plead to the crowd, please, we can still find a way out of this, and I want to try to roll a persuasion check.
Okay, roll a persuasion check with advantage, please, because you are pissed drunk. Who are you trying to persuade? Just the room?
Yeah, I'm trying to persuade both sides.
You got a 16. So you guys all hear Hire sort of scream out this plea, and it sounds to really come from the heart. All the guards also hear it, or rather, I should say, all the mercenaries also hear it. I keep wanting to call them guards. I don't know why.
It's because usually we're in trouble with the law.
It's true. This is just a band of mercenaries, though, a bunch of paid blades, sellswords. And the sellswords are all looking at you a bit confused as you scream this out, and you sort of take a moment after your yell and you look around. Do any of you guys want to say anything after that?
I'll elbow Malagus. You seem to know these types of people better than we do.
Listen, Hire, they're mongrels, vagrants. They're here to save the father, and they've already seen we've done harm to him. There's no way out of this without hurting them, all right? Can't we just do what we can and get your little girlfriend or whatever up later?
He's so much younger than me, first of all. And second of all, he's still alive. We still have a life to give. That's something.
Yes, but he doesn't have a working hand anymore. I think they'll want blood for blood. I've worked with these types before. They're not very smart. No offense, fellas. Ah!
Well, he doesn't have a working hand. I mean, surely if I could only just trade a finger or something.
With that, Malagus' eyes sort of go wide and goes, "Hey, how old did you say that kid was again?" The one that Orpheus beat.
I did not hurt her. I did not hurt her even once.
The one who did thunder damage to her by banging her up against a wall.
Oh.
I'm just gonna guess she was above 18, right? Yeah. All right, I'll go ahead and assume that. Thank you, Hire.
Mason, is she above 18? 13 on history check?
You are trying to remember. When you last saw her, you don't think she was above 18. But it has been a minute, so you're not sure. Also, time moves weird here.
That's
Well, it is
true.
above 18 the cutoff for child because it didn't say teenager. It didn't say who harms a teenager.
Can she vote? Wherever she comes from, can she vote?
Since when has that been the cutoff for childhood? Can she see a PG-13 movie?
Can she drink? She
Last
looks like
I
she
saw-
can drink.
Like 3
She
months
is in a
ago,
bar.
I saw her as like a child, but maybe time moves different.
I think
Wait,
it's
so-
safe to assume time moves different.
I'm keeping an eye on your fingers, Oro.
No, no.
I think, well, I'm good for now. Malagus looks down at himself. I don't have any urge to cut you.
Do you usually?
No. Should I?
No.
Malagus calls to you again, Hire. Listen, the problem is these fellas don't have a leader, right? Their leader is right over there, piled in a little snoveling heap under Dulam. Without a leader, there's no one to tell them what to do and not to do. They're just fighting on instinct.
It says a lot about society.
Which is why I almost think we should give them Father Luches.
We could, if
I
we
know
give
it's
them
an-
the father and flee, we might be able to make it out of here.
I agree, but they do have people on the outside that are actively waiting to fire on us. I'm not sure we would make it.
I leave it up to you, my friend. You're much more sensible than I, but if a man is waving a dagger in front of my face, then I have my rights to fight him.
I know. I think if it gets down to it at some point, we have to take a risk and, at least try handing him over.
What do you
And
think,
with that-
Dulam? You're the one who fucks with him the most.
This unit wants him to return to the material plane.
Can we send him home in a body bag?
That would work, yes.
All right. You hear that, fellas? And Malagus sort of eggs on the guy in front of him. Hire, is there anything else you want to do with your turn? You brought a guy back to life. It was a good turn.
No, that will be my...
Deimos, you are up next. You are standing next to the no longer smoldering man.
Cool. So how does the crowd look after Hire's persuasion? Do they seem persuaded?
They look all very much conflicted is the name of the game here. Half of them look like they're still angry and about to fight. Half of them look like they're not sure what to do, but they're sort of caught in the crowd mentality. And there even seem to be a choice few who look like they might want to flee, but they're not sure if they know how, especially without their group. So it seems like they're mostly being led by the choice few here who are the violent ones of the group, but nevertheless they seem to continue to be charging forward to fight Malagus and Jackknife.
Well, if you just kill the violent ones, then it's solved.
It's just like society! One of them sort of screams out, the one fighting Malagus. To hell with you all! You all deserve to die! You've hurt our father beyond repair, and you shall be punished by Shantea and her warriors! Hear me, warriors! Ah! We owe you nothing but blood. Your blood, by the way. Not ours.
Stand down, you idiots! You're losing this fight one way or another. You better lose it alive.
Never!
Your
Never!
Your father is a desperate man. He asked us to kill him just days ago.
Death to him! Death to him!
Death to
They mostly seem to be talking to Malagus now, who's actually definitely egging them on. He doesn't seem to be helping your process higher.
Yeah.
So, Deimos, what is your plan?
All right. I'm gonna move like 3 spaces to the left,
Uh-huh.
and then I'm going to take out a measuring tool for no reason. Okay. I think I'm going to cast Shatter.
Heyo. Alright, where's your square?
It's gonna be right here.
Oh, sorry, it's a sphere. My bad. I'm so So dumb. Cool, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guards in there, looks like. Go ahead and roll damage. I'll start rolling Constitution saving throws.
Nice.
Higher, you sort. Ooh, low roll, but that's alright.
Can I use my inspiration to actually re-roll that?
Oh, yeah, you sure
Totally.
can.
Yeah.
Hey, first inspiration usage of the campaign. Let's go, Deimos!
Oh!
Surely it has to work then.
We'll take the higher of the two. Haha, higher.
Uh,
Higher, you watching horrors, probably 7 people are about to die.
Yeah. You know, at the very least, strategically, I'm confusing some of them on their side.
Holy big 11.
All right,
Holy-
not bad at all. You carve into these suckers here. Cool. Let me start dealing damage and rolling checks. This might take a second, but as the ground beneath them all sort of shakes and shivers, you see the wood splinter beneath them as 7 of these mercenaries sort of go down and screech out in pain as the thunderous bang shakes them all to their core. You also watch in a bit of sadness as the brave drow, the brave one who loves Lolth, gets shaken and busted up, and you see what looks like his ribs break and his body compresses into the ground. He is permanently dead now. But the rest of these thugs are gonna take some damage.
And with that, I think Deimos is gonna shout. He's gonna be like, "Lay down your weapons or die like the pigs you are."
Holy.
So Deimos' alignment. Just wondering.
All right, nice. They are almost all badly injured, and 2 are only a little bit injured. But still, that was a good hit. They are all looking pretty rough now.
Nice.
Excellent. All right, so with that, Deimos, you shout out to them. If you want to roll an intimidation check, just because you guys are probably just scaring the piss out of these people.
Sick. All right, let's see. With advantage.
Heck yeah, man. You are plastered as fuck, boy.
Woo!
Pretty good roll. Pretty good roll.
Holy 19.
All right, that is enough. You scare one of them away. Fuck this, guys. I'm out of here. And he leaves. And the rest
Dude.
sort of turn back, and you notice a couple of them watch the guy leave, and there's sort of this unspoken, like, oh shit, we can do that?
The dam is breaking.
As one of the thugs runs off.
Woo!
It's great, too, because as he runs off, what looks to be 6 more replace him.
What
Oh,
the
okay.
fuck?
What?
This looks to be the end of their grouping, though. You don't see many more after this. This looked to have been that secondary group that came up after you guys destroyed one of the chains.
Hmm.
Okay.
So Mason, you know the campaign ends if we all die, right?
Yeah, well, you know,
Hey, we're all
You
undamaged
want-
really-
so far.
really hoping. None of you have been hit.
Well,
You aren't damaged.
Yeah, but once we get hit, we'll probably all die instantly.
yeah, we can't take a lot of hits.
They do a
So
d6
true.
damage. They all do a d6.
Oh, well. Not when we're done with them. I'm looking at a lot of them who don't look like they're gonna do a d6 anytime soon.
Oh, really, choice. All right, back around to the top of initiative then. Or no, Father Luches goes as the
Oh.
bottom. Held down,
As the what?
bleeding out, gagged. He is not doing great.
It's hard for a bottom.
Father Lucas confirmed Dulam's bottom.
Holy.
You know, he is probably going to do something scarier than any action that he could do with an attack. He's just going to sit there and pray. He stops resisting you, Dulam. He just sits there and muffles something into his gag.
He's using
that-
divine word, killer.
And that's all he does. No, moving on to the thugs. The thugs all barrel into the room now, filling it up and just creating a full-on battleground here as they all just fully merge into the group. The mercenaries have now battered through the barricades. All of the guards on the outside have failed to hold them off, and they're pushing into the main hall now. It is a dangerous group of people as that are all running in here. There's Chairs are overturned, glasses are shattered. You see puddled of spilled ale everywhere, creating a sort of treacherous terrain. Alcohol fills the floor now as the rain continues pattering down, and it smells rancid as all the thugs make their way in. 3 of them all jump on Malagus, throwing maces at him. 2 of them make their way over to Hire. One of them attacks one of the guards of Circad with the heavy metal mask that is passed out on the bar, smacking them hard on the back of the skull with what looks like a heavy, thick blade, killing them instantly. Additionally, some of them also seem to be making their way over to where Deimos and Orpheus are, and one of them attacks Lettermore.
What the fuck? Okay, I did say Lettermore was hiding behind the bar, so can you roll a stealth check?
You can roll a stealth check.
Thank you.
Didn't Lettermore just kill someone though?
He missed. He brushed against someone.
Is Lettermore taking the hide action or the hide bonus? I didn't know Lettermore was roguish.
Roguish.
Lettermore is slightly roguish. I guess he didn't use the action hide, but he went under the thing, and he's very tiny.
Okay, what'd you get on your stealth check?
21.
Tiny.
Alright, that's fine. The thug does not attack Lettermore, he instead attacks Hire.
Well, sorry.
Or
My
it's-
AC's broken, so.
Hire, you do notice the thug that you brought back to life, the mercenary who was dead, who you brought back, approaches you to attack and sort of holds back for a second and goes, did you save me earlier?
Yes, please escape with your life while you still have it. You've already lost it once.
He looks at you concerned and goes, Why did you save me? I was trying to kill you.
Yes, but I don't want to anymore. Please just go.
Inspired by your words, he does sort of turn around here and creep his way outside the door, sort of watching you the whole way he goes, still with his sword out. He instead just sort of holds it in front of him, and the rest of the mercenaries pile around him, making him disappear from your view as he mouths a silent thank you as he leaves. That leaves 2 mercenaries in front of you, Hire, who wish to attack you, 3 in front of Malagus. They both make against you with their maces, which I guess they're just macing it up.
Whoa,
Mason.
Mason?
Whoa!
Whoa.
Hello, sailor. One of them got a 21 to hit. The
That
other
will hit.
was a 9.
That will not hit.
Okay, in that case then, one of them hits you square with a mace. This is, by the way, the first player damage that has occurred, just so you guys know. Oh, but it is his max damage. He did roll the 6 on the d6. Alright, so that does, he's got a +2 to his damage, so that is an 8 damage in total as he smacks you.
Bleh.
Okay, Hire, you are smacked. You guys see Malagus fight off too, as he is also smacked. Looks like once by a heavy mace, which hits him hard on the back of the head, and he goes, ah! Sort of crying out in pain as he's hit. He does look to have been hit hard by the strike, though, and he sort of manages to shrug off the blow, getting ready for his next attack, despite being a little damaged. You also notice, sort of unusually, one of the mercenaries here approaches the flaming man in the center, attacking him as well. They were told to kill everyone here, all the heretics, so he approaches the flaming man in the middle with ill intent in his eyes and doesn't quite make it far enough to attack because he used his action to dash, but yeah, runs over.
That's actually crazy.
And that ends it for the goons' turn. There are a lot of goons now. All right, next up next up is the Smoldering Man's score. So, the Smoldering Man was standing still, sort of surveying the chaos around. His gaze is no longer on Jackknife anymore. Instead, he turns toward the mercenary, running up to him with violent intent. His expression now twists back into a neutral expression, and you notice without the screaming, this place has gotten quieter, albeit still loud from the now sounds of battle. Screaming in this room had made it sound very different. A much more ominous sound that is gone now. And as he looks at the man in front of him, he speaks. His voice now is deep and rough, almost like the crackling of a forest fire.
Ooh.
He looks at the mercenary and looks around at the sort of tattered room and says, always so eager to destroy. The mercenary who dared to climb closest to him kind of hesitates for a moment, the guy's resolve faltering under the gaze of this horrifying mage. And this foolish soldier steps forward, raising his weapon as if to challenge him. And as his action, the smoldering man, with a casual flick of his wrist, the man ignites in a sudden searing flame, his scream swallowed by the storm above.
Let's go.
The pyromancer sneers as the man collapses into a pile of ash and bones, burned up into cinders in a moment. And you just see him shake his head as he says, "Pathetic."
He's goaded.
And now it's Dulam's turn. Dulam, what would you like to do? This man the hurt thug has burned into cinders. Nothing is left of him.
Sweet. I'll be attacking the ambitious thug.
All right, he's very ambitious. I'd keep an eye out for him.
I'm scared of his prospects.
All right. How do you want to attack him? And keep in mind, Father Luches is still beneath you. You have him subdued pretty well, but he's technically still alive.
That's good.
Is it?
Yeah. I will be before I cast the spell, all the tattoos on my body start glowing. As I enter what in game is innate sorcery.
Oh.
So essentially my DC just goes up and I get advantage on attack rolls.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
You're going into Super Duelam.
And I will cast the cool new 5e or 5.24, I guess, cantrip on the ambitious thug.
5.24.
Yeah, what the fuck? 5.24?
Dulam gets the patch notes.
Plus 7, so I rolled 17.
Yes, that does hit. That hits the ambitious thug easily.
I rolled 6 damage.
Okay, nice. That actually is enough. This thug goes down, dropped to the ground in a pile of death. You killed him. What damage type did you want to hit him with?
I'm always gonna do thunder.
Fuck yeah, dude. You thundered him to death. You hear a crackle like a which echoes out. It has you all sort of look up for a moment in the rain, worried for a second that lightning might crash down from above. But instead, this man falls down, dead.
And that's my turn.
Woo.
Excellent turn,
Hell
Dulam,
yeah.
excellent turn. Up next is our NPCs. So, we're gonna have first, she picks up her crossbow off the ground and spends an action fixing it, unloading the bolt and sort of cleaning out the broken splinters on the inside and reloading it. She backs up 5-10 more feet behind her, and as a bonus action, throws out her fist at the thug behind her, rolling at disadvantage because she is hella drunk. Alright, she got an 8, which is not great. She throws out a fist, but the thug sort of weaves it and slides under it, and the thrust does not land. Malagus is gonna go now. Malagus is gonna try out one of his new spells.
Let's go.
He's feeling
Hands
kind of
looking
fancy.
soft.
His hands are a little soft. He holds his hands out and goes, I cast upon you Witch Bolt,
Oh,
Oh.
and throws his spell out. On doing so, he's gonna lose concentration on the hex that he has on Father Luches, so Father Luches is now rolling straight on wisdom saving throws.
Damn it.
he'll never roll straight.
Holy
Oh my
fuck.
god!
Drunk as a sailor, Malagus at disadvantage rolled a nat 20 twice to witch bolt this guy.
Oh my
Guys, I think I'm
God.
getting good at this spell shit. Oh my god.
So talented.
She's kind of goaded. All right, now there is a arc of blue energy between Malagus and this mercenary as it crackles between them, and he goes, "Oh shit! Okay, guys, I think I'm doing good."
It was
As-
22 damage from Malagus.
Jeez.
That's crazy.
Holy.
Oh yeah, okay. So this thug has passed on. He passes on,
Holy.
falling to the ground dead as the crit goes through. Holy shit, you guys! Look, I think that worked better than I've ever done with knives before. Should I do this more often?
Yes!
Yeah.
Okay,
I
well,
don't say yes.
My reveal is that I'm actually out of my things that I can do with magic for the day, so that's it for me.
Back to the
Ended on a
knives.
good note.
Back to the knives! And he pulls out his 2 knives with a grin on his face. And finally, getting to go as a person who is helpful might, Samir is up.
Yeah.
So Samir's sort of standing near the edge of the action here, very far away. Actually, I think the farthest person away. You see him shake himself off a little bit and round himself out, and all of a sudden you see something click in his mind, and all of a sudden he's locked in. He plants his feet firmly, and you see steam hissing from the joints of his backpack. His eyes flicker with intensity as he swivels around his custom-built backpack to the front, whirring on mechanisms and clicking softly as it comes in front of him. With a precision literally born into him, he reaches into his bag, not even looking down, instead looking out, calculating trajectories as he grabs 2 small, gleaming orbs of metal and clockwork from within the bag. He mutters a few arcane words toward each ball, and the orbs begin to glow faintly with a soft golden light. In a single motion, he hurls both of them at the ground with a clatter, a distance of about 30 feet away from him. The orbs shudder and then begin to unfold like blooming metallic flowers. Plates slide, gears spin, and tiny arcs of energy snap between the pieces as the constructs rapidly take shape. One grows sleek, its head forming a sharp silhouette of a hawk, its wings snapping open with an audible thwomp before it takes to the air, leaving a faint trail of sparks behind. The second unfolds into what looks to be a small mechanical fox, its body covered in clockwork plating etched with delicate patterns. The fox lets out a high-pitched, almost painful, whirring as it shakes itself and crouches low. Samir stands tall and commands a point toward both of them, and he doesn't say anything. You notice he doesn't pause to admire the work he's thrown out. Instead, he merely speaks softly under his breath as if commanding something at a distance. These sort of remind you of Lettermore, Orpheus.
Mm-hmm.
You see the hawk screeches and dives toward one soldier with its talons sparking. It rakes across the mercenary's face as the hawk that he has summoned. These are summons, by the way. He got a 20 to hit with the hawk.
Holy.
Wow, he got 2 unnatural 20s. in a
Oh
row.
my god.
So you all watch as the hawk sort of screeches down, raking across the mercenary's face, leaving a trail of hot, scorching metal marks and sending the man stumbling backwards. Meanwhile, the fox sort of lunges forward on the ground, snapping its mouth as a burst of what sounds like some sort of high-pitched screaming comes out of its mouth. And you see a strike of thunderous damage slams into the mercenary across from it, and the mercenary is thrown backwards 5 feet. Samir starts working quickly with his hands now, reaching into the compartments of his backpack and pulling out handfuls of glowing shards of metal, forming other balls with them, combining them together quickly, tinkering them with his hands. You see he pulls out a couple screwdrivers that almost seem to come out of thin air around his hands as he pushes more pieces of metal into new balls, and he speaks quietly under his breath, completely focused. With that, he deals some good damage across the way. His hawk did 12 damage to this thug.
Whoa.
And his little fox guy did 18 damage to this thug, who is the scared thug, by the way.
Rightfully so.
Samir takes a moment to turn toward all of you guys and sort of smile and go, "I hope I'm being of assistance," and gives you the neutral smile and turns back to his work.
The neutral smile, just to top it all off.
Just the cherry on that.
To top me off with a neutral smile.
All right, you're already mounting Father Luches right now. Orpheus, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, first off, I gonna grin wildly and slap Samir's shoulder. Now that's what I'm talking about.
He recoils from the hit and then goes, "Oh, thank you. Please let me know if I can be of any more assistance."
Just keep fucking him up. This near-death scared thug right here that Samir just did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll yell, I got one too! And then I'm gonna have Lettermore make yet another shocking grasp attack against him.
Not
roll
the
to hit.
preemptive.
Fuck
Oh!
me! God damn! I just
I
want to roll
knew it.
higher
I
than
knew
that.
you were gonna miss with that
Did
shit.
you see it? It was almost 220s. God
Oh,
damn.
it
I'm
was so
blessed
close.
though, I'm blessed.
What's up?
Fuck! Does an 11 hit?
Yes, it does.
Oh!
Ah! Okay. Damage. Damage. I do damage with shocking grasp. It barely never happens. 3! Does that kill him? 3 damage.
Yes, that is enough. The thug goes down.
Yeah.
Okay. A little, a tiny arc of lightning from Lettermore's stinger takes this guy out.
Huge.
Zap! And he falls to the ground dead. Across
Okay.
from the knight who we killed.
Then I'm gonna swing my cannon back up and take aim at this thug here. And
Got
make
it.
a cannon attack.
Make your cannon attack, man.
Yeah, baby. Okay.
Oh, yeah, baby.
13 to hit.
Babe.
13
Plus-
does hit.
Okay, but I'm blessed, so it is actually 15 to hit. Damage. 11 damage.
Oh, wow, nice damage. And that is to this thug who is near death. This thug also drops. That's 2.
Oh!
Thank fuck.
Thug down.
Thug
Okay.
down. I'll start running towards the action. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yep.
35. I have a shit ton of movement because of Expedition Street. Okay. Oh, actually, I can only go to here though because it's 30 because I used my bonus action. Sick. And I want to yell over my shoulder to the smoldering man. We're under attack. Let's fight, brother.
Sure. You want to roll a persuasion check for that?
Oh yeah, at advantage. You know how it
Oh.
goes. Okay. Really good. Dirty 20. Oh, but I'm blessed, so it's actually
Ugh.
23.
Okay, the smoldering man looks at you sort of apathetically as you've now drawn attention to him and sort of gestures around the room, confused.
This is your home, right?
This is my prison.
Well, we're not your prisoners.
He looks at you, and those glowing eyes seem to almost cut into your head. It sort of scares you for a moment, and you feel like you're getting a little hotter.
Okay, sensing this is the time for human connection, I'm gonna take off my goggles and put them up on my forehead, and I want to hold out my hand like for a handshake, and I want to say, it's good to be free, brother. We were gonna help you, but it seems you've helped yourself first. Now would you lend us a hand and we can all get the fuck out of here?
He looks at you, and you see sadness come over his eyes as he goes, I could never leave here. This is my home, my prison, my sanctuary. Be gone from here. Leave me.
We're sort of in a fight right now, but I won't stay forever. Promise.
He sighs and tries
You're-
to take a step toward you, and you notice his leg gets caught by some sort of invisible wall. And he looks down at
Oh.
himself nervous, and he goes, What is this? And he tries to push against it, and you see he's still trapped in whatever location he's in. And he looks angry and upset all of a sudden.
Sorry about that, I don't know what that is, but you're friends with Jackknife, right?
He's getting upset now about what's happening. What is this? What? Jackknife!
Yeah, she's just, you're friends with her, right?
Where is she?
Okay, I'm gonna just sort of turn around and stop engaging. Put my goggles back on.
Okay.
Oh, gotta get back into this fight. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm sort of in the middle of something. Maybe we can talk about this afterwards.
Jackknife!
And that's my turn.
Right, that is your turn. You end your turn there. Next up then is Higher Valea.
Where's the Kenku girl?
She is listed behind the smoldering man,
What's she doing over there?
looking nervous, wandering around back and forth, sort of pacing and squawking out every once in a while. She's watching the people running in, like, worriedly. She looks at you sort of eagerly and goes, Help people.
No. I'll just say I don't know how. And I try to go to Jackknife and like pull her, like try to pull her away from where the smoldering man could like see her.
You are surrounded by enemies now, and she is also. You guys are sort of thick of combat now, with mercenaries all around you throwing swords which way. You might be struck by a opportunity attack or two, and to pull her out, she would be hit by the same. To be honest, you get the feeling there's really nowhere in this bar that's probably safe from him seeing her.
All right. I hate to say it. I think I'm forced to attack. I think. So
Yeah, you attack. The Kenku girl chirps out at you. "Brrr, don't hurt people.
they're literally stabbing me. I don't know what else to do.
She stamps her feet on the ground, the claws sort of raking into the wood and splashing against the rainwater.
Does a 14 hit?
Yes, that does.
Huge.
Big. Wait, you have a -1 to damage? That can't be right.
Yeah, Hire's a frontline right now. Got a 3.
Alright, you whacked him. He's hurt. Big 3.
Don't worry though, I got you again with another drunken swing. Does
Unfortunately,
a
a
9 hit?
9 does not hit. That is just underneath. Your
Too
strike
bad.
goes wide. But the first one hit and 3 damage was dealt to the pessimistic thug.
That's a warning. Get away.
Deimos, you are up next.
I will be casting Magic Missile.
That's a good one. Go ahead and roll damage and tell me your targets.
Okay, so I'm gonna back up a little bit. And then, okay. So I'm going to hit this one right here for sure, right behind Jackknife. For I think 2
Okay.
bolts. And then I'm
Nice.
gonna throw 1 bolt into that dude over there, if you see that target.
I do, yes. Alright, roll damage then. Go ahead and deal it.
Okay. Holy, 5, 5, and 3.
Ooh, big rolls. Alright, do you have a preference which ones go where?
I'm gonna say, I want 8 to go to the one next to Jackknife, and then I'll have a 5 go to the lonely thug by the table.
Not the lonely thug. Alright, the one that you deal 8 damage by Jackknife collapses as your force bolts slam into the side of him, killing him.
Nice.
Whack. He is now dead. And the lonely boy over by the table, he's really not that lonely. You're just hating on him. You slam him for another 5, and he remains on to life there for a bit more, but he looks pretty damaged.
Nice.
Alright, so, Dulam, have you stepped off of Father Luches now to deal damage across the way, or are you still sort of, like, leaning on him?
I like to think I'm leaning on him.
Leaning on him a bit? Okay, he's gonna spend his action to continue to pray, and he has now begun softly weeping.
Good.
Tontea, bless me. Oh. And so back around to the top of initiative now. You guys are really in it for the long haul here. The drunkenness is starting to hit on you all, and the headaches are coming in on how long this is felt. And good lord, there's just battle upon battle. Looking out the window now, it looks like the siege weapons have been mostly abandoned. There looks to be 1 person stationed at each one of the 3, sort of now manning it independently, as the rest of the soldiers have now all crammed their way into this room to fight you all. So there don't seem to be many people left on the ground now. Instead, they are all in here fighting the fuck out of you guys. So, here come the guards. Let's go, goon.
Let's go, goons.
Let's go, goons.
2 of them run over to you, Deimos, to smack you. One of them runs over to this gentleman in the corner to kill him. One comes over to Malagus. They surround Malagus now, giving him the what for. Higher, you get 1 more on you and steps on the steps of his friend. 2 of them run over to Jackknife, and the rest of them start slowly creeping their way across the bar to get to the far corner where all the crazy people are who keep attacking them. The last soldier that is left here on the bar, sort of unconscious, gets stabbed as one of the soldiers leaps over him, doing damage along the way. And officially now, all the goons are officially inside of the Smoldering Corpse Tavern, causing mass destruction and hysteria as they basically make their way in. The figure in the corner, who is slumped over unconscious from drinking too much, is stabbed dead by one of the crazy-looking soldiers here with a gleeful scimitar slice against him. Malagus is surrounded on all four sides. Higher, you are buffeted by one pillar on one side of you, but otherwise you have 3 goons on you. Same thing for Jackknife, and they all make their way in one by one. So first I will go against Malagus to see if he survives. Mally! I just want you guys to know, conventionally, goons have pack tactics,
What?
but we are not going to run pack tactics right now. But
By
the next
whom's
goons
conven-
you fight, they might have pack tactics, because they are a pack of goons.
Are we not a pack with pack tactics?
We
If you
are
think
a
about
pack
it.
of Runts.
It's in our name.
It's literally in our name, Mason.
Literally our name.
It's like a found family sort of situation too. So
Yeah.
Ooh, unlucky. Looks like all 3 hit Malagus.
No!
dead.
Alright, Malagus is officially bloodied now as he's hit by all 3 strikes. Leaning over and coughing up blood and a bit of alcohol. You all are... I don't like being front line. I want to go to the back. Ow. Higher, the
Real?
goons jump on you now too. 3 of them making swipes against you. Rolling damage.
I should not be frontline.
A 9 to hit. Does that hit Higher?
Nope.
Excellent.
I hide in my armor.
A
turtle.
17 to hit. Does a 17 hit?
No,
Okay. Oh, and the last one is a 22 to hit.
that will hit, Chief.
Okay, only one hit though. That's not bad. You're hiding in your armor like a turtle.
I go. Just go in there.
6 damage in total, which I will apply to you. Ooh, Higher. It looks like you're bloodied now,
Oh yeah.
as the mace cracks down against the top of your armor, denting in it a little bit and causing a shriek to come out from you. Jackknife is surrounded now, also by goons. It's 3 on each person. It's a nice 3-on-1 action. Looks like as they all roll against Jackknife, 2 of them land true, and she takes some bludgeoning damage as well from these heavy maces slammed down against her. She sort of coughs out blood as she also begins bleeding now, with Malagus, Higher, and Jackknife all bleeding in the center of this bar. Next
Ow.
up is the Smoldering Man. No longer smoldering.
The man.
He's just the man.
Oh man.
He's no longer the corpse. He's the man.
The man.
The man lets out a low, sort of bitter laugh. And he extends one hand, and you see the smoldering remnants of a firebolt gather in his palm and then sort of flicker away weakly in the rain. The gods thought they could punish me forever, but it seems their chains are not immune. And without waiting, he thrusts his hand outward in every direction, sort of pushing it out as you see weak firebolt are shot out in rapid fire. Pop, 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 shooting out of him quickly, almost like a magic missile. You see them score toward the walls of the smoldering corpse tavern, smacking into the sides of each one. The blast reignite the sort of crumbling edges of the tavern, and you see the entire room cast in brightness as light shines through, the figure spinning around, burning away all of the walls of this building and just basking in the rain. He looks up and smiles.
That's another problem.
Dulam, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna start dragging the priest.
You're dragging the father?
Yeah. Backwards.
Okay, you give me a, no, I guess, yeah, you're just dragging him. Start pulling him back. He's not fighting against you.
Huge. Take us behind some here.
Front line.
Front line. I have no spells for shield, so I really need the front line.
You drag him back, and what else would you like to do?
I start shooting the impending doom that's coming. I'll shoot at the mad thug.
You're shooting at the mad thug?
He looks mad.
I can't believe now you're not shooting at panicked thug. He's even more, a danger.
I got 26 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Oh yeah.
What are you attacking him with, by the way? Is this sorcery bolt?
Oh yeah. Sorceress burst.
Nice.
I've at 6 thunder damage.
Nice. The thunder rings out loudly as the rain continues falling down, as the figure collapses for a moment, but then gets back up, barely clinging to life. He's mad.
He's a man.
What else would you like to do, Duelam?
Well, that's all I got.
Okay, it's Malagus's go. Malagus spins around with his two blades, throwing them outward in random directions, really feeling himself on this one. He lands 2 hits as he swings around, carving into 2 of the mercenary thugs beside him, dealing good damage to one of them. Nice. Okay. That is Malagus. Jackknife loads her bow, or her crossbow, I mean, and fires it point blank at one of the thugs. With crossbow master, of course, not taking disadvantage.
Oh.
Whoa!
Damn, she still rolls bad though, and does not hit. The bolt goes wide as the figure ducks.
No.
That easy.
Finally entering the fight, the apostle, the acolyte that was sort of crazy, feeling crazy earlier. I'm renaming him Crazy. As he swings wildly his broken bottle. Oh, getting a perfect nat 1. The glass shatters against the armor of the mercenary in front of him, sprinkling back into his eyes as he begins screaming, I can't see! Ah! Help me!
Well, he did pretty good for himself.
One of our best soldiers.
Nice. And Samir goes next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a guy who can do some damage.
Samir has picked out a couple shards of metal, and he tosses yet another ball with a soft clink onto the ball as the fragments merge into frames of something else. He whispers under his breath again as if commanding something, and arcane words come out of his mouth as he steps sort of further back into the cover of rubble. His hands seem to never stop moving. Each flick of his fingers adjusts a small knob on the inside of his backpack, tosses a shard, or primes another mechanism. His constructs all move quickly, and they all seem to be there's good teamwork among them. They have synchronicity, if you would. The hawk swoops low again, raking its talons against the back of another mercenary, while the fox creature sort of dances around the legs of one opponent, sinking metallic teeth into one exposed ankle. The ball that he throws next seems to unfold again, metallic components clinking against one another into a small monkey.
Oh,
Just like Bagatha.
As the monkey jumps up on one of the thugs' faces and begins scratching wildly. Cool, alright. So the hawk kills the happy thug next to Malik, scraping deep into his body and dropping him to the ground. The little fox that he has did not get a confirmed kill, and instead just bites the ankle of one guy. And finally, the monkey begins clawing the face of panicked thug, the one running toward Duelam and Father Luches in the back line, clawing into his face and dealing a serious 19 points of damage.
Holy.
The
Damn.
figure screams, "Ah, get this thing off of me!" Ah! As they do their work. That is the end of the NPC's turn. Moving on now to Sir Orpheus. What would you like to do?
Woo! And higher on deck. Now, allow me. I'm gonna yell again. This is a final offer for retreat.
Their numbers are dwindling now. They look to be doing pretty bad. You think maybe they might go for retreat? Do you want to give me an intimidation roll?
Yeah,
You guys have scared the piss out of them all night, and now you sort of put your mouth behind where your money is. Whoa, your money behind? There's money
Whoa.
involved in your mouth.
I have money in my
my
mouth. I talk
God.
around the coins. You have one last chance unless you'd like to meet Trontea tonight. Out with ya and from Sir Cadid all together. That will make an intimidation check with advantage.
Oh yeah.
Okay. It's 15.
Give it -1.
I'm not a scary or charismatic person.
Duelam is scary though.
True. Duelam is very
One of my better
scary.
stats.
Alright, well, you scare them a bit. It is enough now between your fear and the rest of your team's horrific, insults and threats that you're throwing toward these people. You think if you kill a couple more of their members, they might all flee. They are looking pretty bad, and their morale is very low.
Okay, let's see. this badly injured thug next to Hire.
Yes, pessimistic thug.
Yes, pessimistic thug. Lettermore is gonna fly over the crowd towards him and deliver a shocking grasp.
Roll damage. Or sorry, roll the hit.
I'll just roll damage if that's what you want. Oh my god, damn it! Okay, oh, but it's plus 10, and I'm blessed. Wow, I can hit on a 2. That's crazy. Roll 1d4. It's a 14 to hit.
That does hit. Holy shit, you hit on a 2.
Oh, spellcasting modifier is pretty good. And now I'm gonna damage. 4 damage.
Alright, Zot, you hit him hard. He is badly injured now.
Great. Then I'm going to lift up my hefty cannon and say, alright then, to Chanteo with you! And shoot him again. Advantage.
Oh.
Run it back.
Oh, but I'm blessed! Roll d4! 11 to hit.
And you're trying to hit pessimistic thug?
Yep.
That does not hit.
What? They
Oh,
have
should have gone
different...
for the other thug.
What the fuck?
Got the wrong
Okay.
thug, man.
Chose the wrong thug.
My cannonball crashes into the wall and wood splinters around. That's your
Have a
last
nice
warning
start.
shot!
You've given him a lot of them.
I'm a very
Wow.
generous man.
Ah.
That's
Alright,
my turn.
Excellent. Hire, what do you got?
That's a great question. I'm gonna magic missile.
Nice. And Deimos on deck.
Awesome.
All right, I magic missile all the 3 guys that are on me. If I want to focus on the guy that's like immediately in front of me, but
You do a cool
Um,
spin move hitting all 3. Pow, 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 with your magic missiles. Roll damage, please.
okay, first one's a 2, second one is a 3, third one is a 4, and can we get a 5 for the last one?
5!
No, another 4. So that's gonna be 13. Damage
awesome.
total, I guess, but also in those spurts, I want to distribute it.
Okay, distribute it. I will distribute it out a little bit then. As you see fit. Whammo, blammo. And this guy gets skunkoed as you kill him with your magic missile.
Skunk
The
good.
individual behind you.
Get skunked again.
It's gone good.
Run! I'm begging you! Don't make me do this!
He falls to his death in front of you as he goes, I thought you were a savior.
No!
Fantastic. That is up next then. Deimos. Deimos, you are... What are you going to do? You got 2 people that just ran up to you. They look like they're going to smack you. Lonely Thug and Brave Thug are on your ass. What do you want to do?
Oh god. Alright, I'm gonna cast Magic Missile again.
Fuck him up. Roll damage, please. Magic Missile.
Yeah.
I forgot the backline is Magic Missile. It's just over. Oh.
To be fair, I'm casting it very up close.
Oh, it was almost all 4s.
Alright, 4, 5, and 2.
Okay, which one do you want to hit first?
Let's see. I think I'm going to. God, I'm gonna hit the 5 and the 2 on the Lonely Thug, and then just give the 4 to the Brave.
He is very brave. All right, you smack the Brave Thug with 4, and he's barely clinging to life. And Lonely Thug, as you shunt him with 2 bolts, the first one knocks him back a bit, and as he sort of stutters forward, the second magical bolt smacks him head on, and he falls backwards, dead.
Nice.
He falls almost near the Burning Man as he slips backwards onto the stage a bit. You see his body start catching fire.
Oh god.
Deimos, is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
All right, Father Luches continues to pray because that's all he knows. And then we're thugging it. Here come the thugs. They are going to roll a morale check.
It can't
Holy.
be good. We've just been slaughtering them.
Okay, all right. Not great, but it's not awful. The most damaged of the thugs, who is actually the thug currently fighting Deimos, Brave Thug. It does say he's brave, though.
Well, it
That's
sounds like he's not so
brave.
brave anymore.
He's not very brave. He tries to run away, and now he's decided he's going to make a break for it. Deimos, do you want to make an opportunity attack against him?
I will not.
Okay, you
I
let
don't
him
believe
leave.
you.
Starts running away. So too does Vindictive Thug next to Malagus. Not feeling very vindictive right now. The two of them are running. Fuck, man, we gotta get out of here. There's no way we're gonna beat guys. Oh my god. And they run out. Malagus does make an opportunity attack because he is not a nice guy.
But deep down.
Deep down, he did make. Oh, he missed barely.
See, deep
Still a
down.
bad guy.
He didn't want to do it.
Heart wasn't in it.
Heart wasn't.
The two of them are making their escape. Malagus cries after them. Where are you gonna fucking go, buddy? The portal won't take you back. I'll just kill you in the forest.
Oh my
A
God.
little deeper down.
Malagus, what the fuck?
And the rest of the goons are. Oh, that's a dead goon. Oh, he's not. Oh my god, mad thug. Got 1 health. Panic thug makes his way over. All of the goons start making their way around now. A couple of them are fearful, as we mentioned. 2 of them sort of made an escape now. Only 1 is on Malagus, and only 1 is on Jackknife now. 2 are on U-Hire, and the rest sort of make their way deeper into the bar. One of them has now officially made his way over to Samir in the back line, just between him and Dulam. And one of them crouches their way over to you, Orpheus, as all of the thugs begin their onslaught of attacks.
Okay.
So, if I may, Orpheus, I'll start with you. Does
Please.
Ooh, oh my god, a good roll. Does a 23 hit?
Yes, that does hit.
Okay, a heavy mace comes cracking down on your skull, dealing, the 8 damage. Whack!
Okay. Ouch.
Jackknife also receives an attack, which is another 22 to hit. Oh my god.
Holy.
Dealing to her also 8 damage. Whack! As Jackknife begins bleeding profusely. She's badly injured. The Acolyte, who's been smacking people now with a broken bottle and who has glass in his eyes, has 2 attacks made against him as Evil Thug makes an attack. Evil Thug does not hit, but his brother Disassociated Thug makes a mean smack against the Acolyte, dealing a total of 7 damage to him, felling the commoner Acolyte.
You had a good run.
He did. He had a really good run for a commoner.
That 1 damage really turned the tides.
Malagus has a strike made against him, which misses, and the individual that you guys knew as Marble Braid, the dwarf, is smacked on the ground, making an instant crit that kills him immediately.
No!
Fuck
As
that
you
guy.
see, the mad thug with merely 1 HP remaining runs over to Marble Braid and carves a deep slice from his back all the way to the back of his neck with his long sword.
Is
And
he so
poor
mad?
Marble Braid is dead. Finally, Hire, the thugs on you, there are 2 of them. They both make swipes against you. One of them
Oh,
got a
boy.
9 to hit. I don't think a 9 hits. The other got an unnatural 20.
That hits.
All right, the thug smacks you with his heavy mace, dealing a total of 6 bludgeoning damage to you.
Boys.
No!
I'm so sorry.
Higher Valea falls unconscious and into a deep sleep as the mace comes down hard. And you guys saw that these thugs do double tap too, so
Oh God.
we'll see what you all do as the thugs in their turn. I'm removing the Acolyte from initiative because he was a brave boy, but he's a dead boy. The Smoldering Man goes next, and as he begins his turn, he looks up to the sky with a rush and goes, It draws closed already? No! No! And he screams as you see the rain slowly begin to stop as the sun crests over the edge and the entire city gets filled with light.
Rough stuff.
He struggles in place for a bit, fighting against what some sort of invisible bond that none of you can see, pushing up against walls that aren't there, doing a great job of being a mime. I can't stay here! I'll blow this place up! Don't put me back! No! He screams out again, and you all feel a wave of heat rock over you. Sort of in her woozy, drunken, bloodied frenzy, Jackknife screams to you all, We might need to get out of here!
Why?
He's not in a good mood!
Oh, yeah!
He wasn't meant to wake up in these conditions. It's too violent. It's confusing him.
Can't you talk to him? You said you were friends.
not right. And you see, just as she says that, she catches in her throat a heavy punch from one of the thugs.
Too
Who
bad.
attacked her last turn. The smoldering man begins shouting at the sky, and you see him point his hands upward, and huge motes of fire get shot up toward the clouds in the sky above, exploding in almost fireworks. You see these rocking explosions above you all, raining down sparks and flaming bits of ash as he throws a bit of a boy fit. Next up, Malagus goes. He makes 2 knife attacks against the gentleman next to him. Slash, slash. One of them hits for a total of, 5 damage. Rogue-ish.
Roguish.
Jackknife tries to get away from her attackers to go talk to the smoldering man to calm him down, and as she does so, she provokes an opportunity attack from the thug. It did not hit, though, a 9, and she makes her way over, sort of limping, up by you, Orpheus. She sort of tries to get her voice and says, Octart, please, listen to me. She can't get the words out. You see her voice is damaged from all the alcohol as well as the attacks that she just received. And finally, Samir gets down right to business. All of his little mechanisms roving around, dealing all sorts of chaos to the groupings. Whee! Only one of them hit, though. The hawk
How many
lands
hits has it
hard.
got?
He's got three pocket monsters out there.
Holy.
One
I
of
did
his
not realize Samir was catching them all.
One of his attacks lands, though, on Dissociated Thug, clawing into the back of him, dealing 15 damage. Samir still looks focused, his hands moving quickly around in his bag.
Sorry, I just want to finish off Mad Thug. Oh, and that 20. Well, this is wasted.
Yes.
It's
Well,
not
this
wasted.
guy
It's
is
not wasted.
forever
He's at
dead.
1 health. You could kill him forever and ever.
Oh, I rolled a 1, so I had 2 damage.
Okay, you bring Mad Thug to his demise, rocking him with thunder damage as he falls to the ground dead.
Woo.
Next to Marble Braid,
Our ops took out our ops.
they
True.
take out each other. Anything else you'd like to do, Duelam?
I just start moving again.
Okay, go ahead and drag yourself and Father Luches wherever you want to go.
And that's it.
Okay, awesome. Now, Orpheus, what would you like to do?
Okay. I want to push past this thug in front of me and accept the opportunity attack.
Okay.
The nervous thug can eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts! I don't know, Nervous Thug might be a slugger.
Pathetic.
Nervous Thug is not a slugger, he missed.
Absolute whiff. Okay. I want to run and crawl on top of Hire's fallen body.
Okay, you creep over to him.
Okay.
What are you gonna do to me?
I'm sort of stuck I'm stuck underneath this thug. Alright, thank you. Yes, on top of Hire's body. And then I will just point blank Thankful Thug with my cannon.
Alright. But he's so thankful.
Fuck! Natural one.
The cannon jams.
Urgh.
Okay.
Orpheus, as you look down at Hire, something sparks in the back of your mind.
I think about it. I think about how natural it would feel to reach out and heal him, and then I remember I have no spell slots.
It does feel natural. You want to cast it. You feel it. The energy is coursing through you.
For sure. But not today. Sorry, I'm doing some cost-benefit analysis. Okay. I will take out my crossbow, poke it into this guy's chest and fire.
You are a point-blank
Genius.
queen, huh?
Yeah, I'm a point-blank kind of guy.
You're gonna
Run
have to
up
roll
magic
at
missile.
disadvantage, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I think I'm disadvantaged a million times over.
A 10 does not hit. I thought of them.
Nothing else I can do. I will just try to body block Hire as well as I can if any of these guys try to hit him.
Okay, you're sort of standing over his corpse, willing to take the hits, which is perfect.
Yeah, I spit on Thankful Thug and I say, you want to die shamefully or do you want to run now?
Hire, we come to you next, and Hire, you wake up in a sort of grassy field, looking up now at the beautiful suns, and it's gorgeous here. You have this sense of serenity, of peace, and of course of calmness. emotionlessness, what you're used to, the comfort of it.
Well,
Well-
I'm like vaguely annoyed at the way that went down.
You look around you and you sort of get that feeling that the landscape you're in is somewhat like home. Not quite the same, though. You feel a little bit more boxed in. You're looking around, you're on this grassy field, and surrounding you on either side are pleasant trees, but they only go so far as about 10 or so feet before ending in almost what looks like a wall of sky. You feel like you're in like a room that has sky painted on the sides. It's very odd for you. Nevertheless, though, as you're in here, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was gonna try to interact with like the walls then.
Yes, yeah, you walk over and you feel the walls. They're solid, very smooth almost, and they're cold to the touch. It feels like feeling cold, sleek metal. But as you do so and kind of stand up and wander around, you see a bright light above you. What you thought was the sun sort of floats down almost like a globe of light, and you hear a soft, very familiar voice of ether speak to you. My child, I have much pride for you. As a difficult trial, I have sent you a friend of yours, associate and an ally, just as I promised, but in a unique and unforeseen circumstance, and you have risen to the challenge.
Why would you send her to me? She wasn't prepared. She didn't seem ready. She
Not
was
at
fighting
all,
to
but
kill us. I'm confused.
it is through these trials and tribulations that the true faith. Did you see how you managed to change villainous acts and turn them into great hope, to save others, to heal them? And in doing so, you have made me proud. You might return in just a few moments here, and you shall see her again, scared, afraid, and alone.
Thank you. I so much death otherwise, but I'm glad I can help some. I'll take care of her when she's with me.
You have always been one of my greatest helpers. In fact, your success on the material plane has inspired me to send others as well. But first I must give you this test. Help an enemy. Help one who wishes you harm, and you shall be in my good graces.
I will. If the second I get the chance, I'll do what I can. I promise.
And you feel a wave of good, neutral energy wash over you, so familiar and so lovely, as you feel very comforted. And that's about 6 seconds. So Deimos, you are back up again. You are not surrounded by many more people. Most of the people in this bar are dead.
Nice. Okay. You're never gonna believe this, but I will be casting Magic Missile.
There you go. You want to pump all three into Grumpy Thug, the one closest to you?
Actually, I will be aiming for the Thankful Thug next to Higher and Orpheus.
Yeah.
You launch him across the way. Roll 3d4, please.
All right, 3, 4, and 3.
Okay. All three of these shots going into Thankful Thug, one after another, bam, 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 knock him down to 0, and he falls unconscious.
Woo.
Nice. And then I think I will move just probably right there.
Perfect. Excellent movement. And next up is Father Luches. He's continuing to pray. That's all he knows. And next up is the thugs. They are now giving one more. Let me see it. Roll for their to see how much they want to run or not. The morale is low, so the morale roll is a 5. Not great.
Whew.
The group looks around and you hear one of the more quiet, nervous thugs, this of course being nervous thug, shout out saying, "If we really leave now, you won't kill us.
Not
Correct.
unless we see you again.
We just don't know how to get back. This was sort of a mission that we thought Father Luches would know a way out of.
He does not.
He's grown so quiet, I think we've lost him. He's passed it on, boys. We should leave."
Dead.
And with that, nervous thug begins rushing out and collecting a small group of other people to come with him.
True to character.
4 thugs make their way out, as well as the 2 mercenaries who were running earlier, totaling 6 people running off into the forest.
Nice.
Looking out the window now, you notice that the thugs that have the mercenaries that were manning the ballista bolts who were before in an army of like 60 people, and now feeling very alone, have become a bit nervous. You notice the two on the ballista bolts have now exited their siege weapons and are approached by some of the mercenaries running out of the tower now, discussing in the middle of the grass as the rain comes to a stop and the mud beneath them solidifies into solid dirt. They discuss quickly, and you notice the only mercenary left in their siege weapon is the one in the giant trebuchet. It's left there, still primed, still waiting, and you notice that the mercenary in that looks steeled, watching you all. That man has a heart of fucking iron. Watching carefully, finger on a hairpin trigger, waiting to look for any sign, or rather, maybe a lack of sign, for him to fire. Not many of the mercenaries remain now. There are a few sort of fighting to the bitter end, like the proud thug fighting Malagus and the grumpy one. There are very few left alive, though, and they're sort of scattered around. So I guess let's just clean them up, shall we?
Indeed.
I'll have the few thugs remaining do some damage. Proud Thug rolls the hit with his mace against Malagus. The morale very low from all of your... You guys put a lot of shit on these guys. They were scared their whole time. Oh, he does hit, though.
We're XP farming.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Oh, for the maximum 8 damage against Malagus. Malagus is not looking great. One of them rolls against Samir, and looks like it definitely misses. Samir sort of dodges out of the way, and he does not hit. Oh, but this thug actually gets multi-attack because he has 2 scimitars.
Oh my god.
He makes another roll because he's goated with the sauce. Oh, and this one does hit with a 23. The 23 is a solid hit against poor Samir, taking damage now. And Samir shunts back as you all see, instead of actually like bouncing off of him like it might skin, the blade that, or rather carving into him, I mean, the blade that hits Samir sort of slices off almost what looks to be a bit of solid skin. And it takes you all a moment to see it, but after a moment you recognize this is not in fact skin, it is some sort of material. It's tan, the same color of Samir's skin, and it flops onto the ground as you look underneath, and you don't see any blood vessels or any muscle or anything. It just looks to be more and more of this solid flesh. It sort of dawns on you all that this is not flesh, it is clay.
Goobert.
He goes and quickly covers his arm that sort of lost a chunk from it with his other hand, covering the wound and looking around nervously. Finally, the last...
I'm gawking.
You gawk?
I gawk.
Your gawk's out?
Right now.
The last mercenary makes a swipe against you, Deimos, and gets a 9 to hit. Does a 9 hit?
No.
Okay, it does not. Then the smoldering man continues screaming and throwing up fireballs into the air above him. You see him catch fire around the feet. Catching quickly. You're not sure where the fire came from. It's as if he himself was just meant to catch on fire. The perfect kindling for even a minor spark in the air to ignite him, and his feet catch, and he looks down and he goes, "Ah! Fuck! No! No, I can't go back! I won't!" And he looks around at you all and says, "Somebody please help me!
We're going to!
Please!" And the flames lick up his legs, reaching his pelvis, and you see his entire lower half scorch and smolder and singe and burn into that blackened ash form that you were used to seeing him in. He screeches out in pain. Dulam, it is your turn. What do you want to do?
Woo! Keep chugging along.
The Kenku girl, as you pass her, sort of gives you a nervous look and points at the Father Luches, and she mimics the smoldering man's voice. Please, this can't go on!
He will be safe.
Be safe.
Quite. And then I'm gonna do something that looks horrible but is good, I promise, just later. I'm gonna mend myself.
Oh, to yourself. All right.
Yep.
That does look horrible.
and that'll be my turn.
Okay, the bird goes, quite.
I gawk at Dulam now, mending itself.
Give him neutral smile.
Dulam, you're like held over your body. You've got one of your fingers turned into a blowtorch, and you're starting to like put pieces back together.
I'm just gawking from neutral smile to neutral smile.
Talking to do.
I
Lot
would
to do.
recognize that smile anywhere.
All right. Next up are your delicious NPCs. Samir, on being hit, immediately recoils backwards out of fear, or perhaps out of worry. The thug makes another strike at him as an opportunity attack. Who rolls
Damn.
good too and smacks him again. You see a sword slice off another piece of Samir's clay flesh. And as he does so, all of the mechanical animals out in the field rush back to him, all diverging on Panicked Thug, attacking him all at once as you see 3 little mechanical animals swiping at him at the same time. Oh,
Wow!
20, 18, and oh my god. Okay, all 3 hit.
Holy.
And you guys see Panicked Thug just go down, screaming as all these animals tear and rip and choke the life out of him. That does a decent amount of psychic damage to the rest of them. Our paid mercenaries are paid to be tough, but are definitely afraid of all this.
Oh man, just got picked apart by metal beasts.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Jackknife makes a punch against the closest thug to her. This is the first attack that she might ever hit, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Please, Jackknife.
Come on, Jackknife.
Come on, Jackie.
Oh my god, an actual hit. Nice, as she
Dude.
deals a whopping 3 damage to the thug with a big punch. Whack!
Whoa.
Hard against the side of him. He looks hurt. That hit him hard. And that leads us right up to Orpheus.
Okay, I'm still over Hire's body.
Yeah?
Everyone else around him, though, who was beaten up on him is dead.
Yeah.
So many are dead. Okay, I will take aim with, actually, first off, Lettermore. Always first off, Lettermore. He's gonna fly to this thug Malagus is fighting. Let me see. Proud Thug. Not for long. Make a shocking grasp attack. Lettermore is fucking up Proud Thug. Disadvantage, but he still hits. God damn
That
it.
hits. Roll
23 to hit. Roll
Oh, yeah.
damage. Fuck you. 3. Zzz.
That's enough. Proud Thug goes down.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm
You
gonna
look around you now. There are only 2 mercenaries still here.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
there's
Our numbers
Dissociated
dwindled.
Thug and who else?
The one on Deimos, Grumpy Thug.
I feel like Deimos has got him. Dissociated Thug. I level my cannon and I want to unload into his big bald head. Usability.
Whoa.
Disadvantage.
Oh, that hits!
It's a 19 to hit.
Oh.
Damage. Normal.
He had 1 health. It doesn't matter.
7!
Oh.
Your Force Ballista shoots this arcane blast into his fucking skull, and you see him immediately ragdoll to the ground.
Okay, I want to kick his body and yell, "Ferocity, you motherfuckers!"
As you kick him forward, you see him immediately catch fire as he gets within 15 feet of the smoldering man.
God. I look in horror as I didn't mean to do that.
He burns to a crisp very quickly.
Oh.
The smoldering man begins screaming up again.
I feel disgusted as I don't think I've ever killed someone before this night who left behind a corpse.
Alright, you guys look around now. It was crazy how 20 different mercenaries has turned now into 1 left right next to Deimos. Deimos, the mercenary, looks scared, a little nervous now, and very grumpy as he steps back in fear of what all is happening here. Hire, though, is up next. Hire, I'm going to need your next death saving throw, please.
Oh, yeah. Nat 1, I'm down. Nat 1, Nat 1.
Not one. Oh, he got up
Oh.
1.
Okay, we down 1, we up 1.
All right.
Oh.
I guess your conversation with Aether continues. She speaks to you softly and continues. I have a great many plan for both you, our people, and the multiverse at large. If, because of your help, I can further that goal, then you are my greatest servant.
Can you tell me of your plan, Mother Ether?
All part of the divine. To share it with you would be blasphemy.
I understand. I'll do as you say. Thank you for letting
are
me be
so
a part
brave.
of this divine plan.
I am so proud of you, and you shall soon see it to light. We expand. And with that, it is Deimos' turn. Deimos, what would you like to do?
All right, I'm gonna talk to this grumpy thug.
He looks at you and he holds out his mace in front of him violently. I'm not giving up for nothing. You guys are a bunch of murdering, thieving, crazy folk who we were told to kill by Chantea herself.
I hate to say it, my friend, but your god lied to you.
What?
It's true. We're all just citizens of this plane, and you've killed plenty of citizens.
Did your people not kidnap Father Luches and drag him by rope and lock him in a bathroom to pee his pants?
So if he's in a bathroom, he doesn't have to be his pants by definition.
Did you not stake him away from his faith, from his mother, Chantea's home dimension? Rob him of her strength? Did you not beat him within an inch of his life?
We did most of those things.
We did some of those things, but not all.
I look around to see if my comrades can confirm those things because I was not around.
Well, you can confirm one of them now, because Father Luches is beat within an inch of his life right now.
Well, it happens.
Yeah, I sort of shrug when you look at me. I'm like, kind of.
Look, have you met the guy?
He leveled the whole city.
Okay, I'm just gonna freaking use my last spell slot to burst a magic missile in his face.
Okay, he looks very scared as you do this. Wait, maybe we can... And then you blast him.
All right, 2, 5, and 5.
All right. Oh, wow, that is his health exactly. You drop
Oh.
him down to 0.
Fuck yes.
Nice.
Hostages.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of initiative.
Whoa!
Nice.
Oroface immediately buckles over and vomits on his shoes.
As you guys end the combat of fighting off this advancing army, really. Although a majority of them did make their way out. You think probably in total about 16 people fleed in the end, which is not a small number of the original 60. You all sort of come to terms with yourselves, looking around now. Basically, every patron of the bar, save yourselves, is dead. Collapsed in a pile, having been slashed open by these mercenaries, including 2 guards. As you guys sort of move around a little bit, analyzing the environment here, looking out the front door, you notice there are more corpses than you see just here. It looks like several people died on their siege up this tower. And of course, the most horrific of all, looking straight up and around you, all the walls and the very ceiling above you are completely gone. Instead, now a very faint flecking rain falls down, almost like a spring shower. No longer that heavy storm that occurred all night, and the smoldering man begins burning once more, the flames licking up to his arms, his shoulders, and up through his head, as he screams in pain and agony, curling up his body once more into that same position you remember him being. Continues screaming. I think we need a medic over here, Malagus. Hire's not doing great.
Shit. I'll try to do a medicine check.
Okay,
I'll
give me a
walk
medicine
over.
check at disadvantage.
With the father in tow.
You bring him along. The father sort of chuckles under his breath and goes, my fate is here, I guess. I will be with you all until I fucking die.
It might not take as long as you think. Now shut your mouth.
Just finish the job.
I got an 8 medicine check.
Okay. That is not quite the DC I was looking for.
Yeah. Thought
Higher
maybe.
continues to remain under. Higher, can you give me another death saving throw, please?
Oh,
I'm down 2.
He's down 2, boys. Medicine better be good.
My the runes on my body start glowing red, and then I feel invigorated again. And I cast aid on him.
Nice. Alright, aid. That gives you 10 or 5, I guess, temporary HP.
He's up.
Higher, you rouse to consciousness as it finishes casting a spell over you. You look down at yourself, bloodied, beaten, and battered. Many of your blue scales sort of broken off in different areas painfully. Your conversation with Ether ends, and that tranquility of blue calmness is now replaced with searing pain and stress and anxieties and terror.
Yeah, I probably wake up having just an absolute boy fit.
Well, it's good to see you're all right, Hire. You did a good job taking the front line.
I shouldn't have.
But you did good, kid. And he sort of tussles your head.
I'm sorry. Next time I'll be alive to heal you all. That whole thing kind of caught us by surprise.
Yeah.
Listen, I think you did well. Now, it got a little dicey in the middle there.
Orifice throws up on his shoes again and is going to go, like, look at the corpses, and then go hide behind the bar and curl up into a ball.
Okay, looking around you now, Jackknife is sort of stumbling up. She is heavily beaten and battered, bleeding profusely. Malagus himself is really low fucking health. He is near death. And even Samir, sort of off in the corner, is slumped up against one of the walls again and is trying to carefully repiece the piece of clay that fell off of him back on, to no success.
With aid, I also want to give Malagus and Jackknife 5 HP.
Okay, nice. You bring him up a little bit. And let me tell you the aftermath of the room surrounding you all. So, in total, there are, good lord, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 20 corpses in this bar.
Holy loot.
20 dead people. There are also additionally 3 skeletonized corpses that were burned to smoldering cinders by the smoldering man. But those 3 are probably irrecoverable for anything they had on their person. So 20 real corpses. 6 of these corpses are patrons of the bar. Actually, sorry, 8 of these corpses are patrons of the bar who are all passed away from the attack. Also remaining here is Father Luches, who is at 1 HP with one of his hands broken, dragged behind Duelam as, like, Duelam is, I guess, grappling him, but also dragging him, so it's sort of like worming along the ground.
I'm imagining like full like collar and leash right now.
You better make that man beg for forgiveness.
What percentage of the time would you say you're imagining full collar and leash?
Probably a good 20.
Those of you who's standing up still are Jackknife, your crew. Father Luches is not standing up. He's rolling around. And you guys see standing in the corner, now armed once again, is the Kenku girl. She's pulled out the short sword that she has sheathed at her side and is sort of holding it out in front of her extremely anxiously. You can tell she's very nervous. With, you know, however much sweat can roll down a bird's side as she looks out at you all and says, in a perfect recreation of Orpheus's voice, "You're all killers."
I'm sorry. We didn't want to. We had to.
And the bird repeats, "We didn't want to. Had to."
Yeah. I pray that come next time we can figure something else out, but I don't know if there's anything else we could have done. Your sister? Did she come with you? Is she here?
Your sister come with you?
So, yes? She did come with you? Where is she?
Where is she? Bird holds out the sword, still, looking nervous at you all. She backs up a step.
Can I start checking? I promise we won't hurt you. If she's here, we'll find her. Though I'm not sure where she would be myself. Can I start checking the bodies?
Okay, give me a investigation check for that then. And also, if anyone wants to loot the bodies, that is also an investigation check.
I rolled out of panic attack.
There are a lot of bodies around you, Orpheus. A lot of them.
Yeah.
I'm not going near the damn bodies.
Hey, just to ask, Malagus says, were any of these children? I just want to know who I might need to kill, or take a finger off of. Or kill? I feel like kill is safer.
Malagus, I don't think this is the time.
The 10 that you got higher on your investigation check reveals nobody that died in this bar was a Kenku.
all of you, can we wrap things up here, and go outside? I think we need to find who's come that's still alive.
Sure thing.
As you guys slowly start to move, rousing yourselves again. Sorry, Dulam, you're unharmed. Never hit.
Maybe.
Gained a servant.
Yeah. Let me lead. I wanna use him as a body shield to walk out the front door.
Okay, you guys slowly make your way out. Leaving a decent amount of people in here. The Kenku girl in the corner still stands there with her sword outstretched, just sitting patiently waiting to see if anyone approaches her with this horrified, nervous look on her face, but no one does, and she just stands there awkwardly as you all make your way out.
I was hoping she would go with us. I would go up to her and stay with her and suggest everyone else go out.
Right. Do the rest of you guys want to go out?
I think I would keep hiding behind the bar. Given that there are more corpses outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go to him.
As you sort of make your way over with Dulam, Samir walks up behind you, Deimos, and sort of claps a big hand on your shoulder and goes, Deimos, my friend, my apprentice, are you okay? I saw you were stricken by these thugs.
Yes, Samir. Actually, I made it out of that battle quite unscathed. So...
I am very impressed with you, my son. You are very talented. And I was proud of your magic. You've come a long way. He gives you a big smile.
Oh, thank you, Samir. But I learned a lot from you, so...
No, this all comes from you, from your studies, from your knowledge. I'm proud of you. I've really seen a lot from you, and I can tell you'll do successful as part of an adventuring group. This showed me that I can trust these people with you. They care for you. And he looks around at all of you and gives you that big neutral smile.
Yeah, most of them are good people.
I can tell.
I would love a numerical breakdown.
He sort of creeps his way over the bar now, and sees Orpheus on the other side. He's still clutching his arm that was sort of scathed off a little bit, cutting some material off, and goes, "You all right back there?"
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just sick, I think.
Jackknife, Samir calls out. Jackknife goes, yeah. You see her, like, messing with her throat a bit. Something, like, got caught in it, or she was damaged on it or something. Well, I wanted to ask, do you still have any, cure-alls in the back? And she goes, fuck, maybe. You wanna go look? Samir nods his head and makes his way into the back room without a word. Fuck, sorry, guys, Jackknife calls out. It was really rough. Jesus, man, I didn't know that fucking guy living upstairs was such an asshole. And he runs over to Father Luches, and she sort of gives him a swift kick on the side.
I'm so sorry, Jackknife. I
kicks him hard. God, look at my home, my bar. What happened to the inn above? God, good Lord. Gods, I don't know how to fix this, but it could have been worse. At least our lives were here. We kept our lives, and I suppose I could try to rebuild, but I don't know how.
Jackknife.
And you didn't help! She points a finger at the smoldering man. Quit messing with my walls! And he turns, rotates his body toward her, and continues screaming.
I'm so sorry. We'll rebuild. If it's not here, somewhere else.
I told him not to mess with my walls anymore. God.
I am sure the countless torture is not easy on his brain, and like you said, he came in the middle of a very hard situation.
Yeah, and as she says that, Jackknife sort of steps up onto the platform in the middle of the bar that has the smoldering man hovering above it, and she sort of walks toward him and under him and just sort of lays down, staring up at him, flames mere inches away from her face, but she doesn't really seem to mind. She just looks at him from underneath.
What an odd relationship they have.
She calls out to you all, and it's hard to hear her through the screaming right above her, and she goes, "Listen, go check on everyone, all right? I'm just gonna stay here a while. I owe you all a lot, all right? That reward I promised you, I've got it. Plus I'll add in some extra for your help here. It's the least I can do, alright? I just
But-
wish I could offer you more.
Won't you need that money to rebuild?
Yes, but I wouldn't have my life if it wasn't for you all. Did you see most of the patrons here fled, or... Well, and she gestures down to the poor acolyte who died with the broken glass in his eyes. You're the saviors of this bar. I'll make sure to get a painting done of you and put it on the wall right there. And she points at a completely barren, torn down wall that's been destroyed.
I think Hire makes a very effortful smile at that. He's really having to strain to do it, but he's trying his best. That would be great.
Oh, you like the idea of a painting? Good. Okay, I could do that.
It's definitely something to look forward to.
She drops her head down again. She next does this sort of unusual thing where she raises her left hand, the metallic one, and just sort of lets it sit in the flames of the smoldering man right above her.
This is crazy.
Just letting the one hand sit above. You see the metal starts to glow red hot after a couple seconds, but she can't feel it. She just sits there for a while, not saying anything.
Please don't hurt yourself.
After a couple seconds of this, Samir comes back out of the back room holding what looks like a small bag, and he goes, "Oh, I knew she fucking had it. I'm sorry, all. I wish I came up with this idea sooner, but Jackknife keeps something in the back for the patrons that won't leave, that are a bit inebriated, that I can offer you all. Come here." And he gestures to everyone who can still walk.
Yeah, I'll approach him.
I'm staying planted.
Okay. You see him open up this little bag. It's a very small little pouch. It's not at all something that looks important, and you would never recognize it if not for someone else, I guess, finding it for you. But nevertheless, Samir points at it and goes, "These in here, these are what I'd like to call hangover pills." Haha.
Thank
And
God.
he opens them up, and inside this small pouch are what looks to be about a dozen small, bright green little pebbles. They look to be maybe even like beans of some sort, like a legume, but they're hard as a rock as you pick them up. He offers each one of you one of them.
I'm never getting drunk again. Cheers.
Here.
Cheers.
And he passes it to each of you guys, and you sort of swallow this rock hard, and it's not pleasant going down, but at least it's smooth, and it sort of sits in your stomach for a few seconds, and all of you feel, and I guess, Duelam, if you also want to have one of these, you certainly can.
I'll keep it, and I'll just
Alright.
piss.
You never pissed. You never pissed the whole battle.
I had to make it fair.
Dulam on top. Wait, no, that doesn't sound right.
I like it.
Sounds right.
Sounds unlikely.
It sounds a
Yeah.
bit unlikely.
Actually, after that fight with him and Father Luches, it sounded pretty likely.
Yeah.
Father Luches is the bottom of the group. We know that.
Use the brag.
So, you guys all swallow these sort of green rocks that look like beans, and they go down pretty hard, very unpleasant, and you all feel a sizzling in your stomach. It's sort of like when you have pop rocks on your tongue, where you feel that like crackling, and you hear it. But now that crackling and that fizzling is in your stomach, and it bubbles up, and it feels like you're about to throw up, but you can all hold it down, and after a few seconds, that splitting headache, also the strange movements and the slurred speech, every effect of the drunkenness you all have completely disappears in a moment. This for Hire and Malagus and Deimos and Orpheus. If you take one, Oro, you mentioned you didn't.
I'm behind the bar. If he wants to throw me one, I will. But he is standing in the center of 5 corpses, so I'm not gonna walk to him.
Okay, he does not throw one for you. So the rest of you guys enjoy this.
Oh, great.
And
Nice.
none of you are drunk anymore. Samir pats the bag and goes, "Isn't this nice? I wish we had had this earlier. It would have helped with the battle, but I'm forgetful, I guess. I had other things on my mind." And he looks down at his backpack and he swings it around to the back of his body.
I'll walk over to Oro and give him mine.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll eat it.
All right, you eat it. Same thing. Orpheus, all that painful wooziness and the drunkenness effects all disappear after a few moments of sizzling in your stomach, and you feel completely back to normal, save for this strange, like, sort of emptiness in your stomach that you have.
Hmm.
You should start selling these Jackknife. I really think it could make you a profit. A lot of people need this kind of thing. And Jackknife sort of waves at him with her metallic hand that's now red hot.
This was really horrible, you guys. I feel like I've been in a lot of fights in Valhalla, and they were absolutely nothing like this. And when we were fighting, it was all sort of fine, but now it's like I didn't realize it would all smell this bad.
The smell is putrid, and it's overwhelming on top of all the spilt alcohol everywhere, so it's this noxious aroma of mixed scents. There's a lot of corpses here.
I thought Ether sending me here meant I was ready for the outside world, but I'm certainly not. This was horrible.
Oh, Hire, you did a great job. Malagus sort of claps you on the back and goes, I think that was very successful. I'd call you all great players, and for you, Hire, just so you know, I really do need some healing. And he gives you a good old Malagus smile.
That battle took everything for me. I have nothing left to give.
What? Did you see how much I gave? I cast 2 whole spells. That was hard work. I need healing.
And I'm,
Fucking Genji.
and I'm out of spell slots, my friend.
Can't you just pray to your shitty god? Sorry. Praise Ether. For more?
I don't think it works like that, but I can try.
No, Hire, listen, you actually did a great job. You healed me right now, and that'll be the best thing you did all day.
Malagus, I literally have, I can't. If I could get rest, maybe, but it'll be a while. I'm sorry.
All right, fine.
We should sleep.
Well, shouldn't we go look for your friend Bisk?
What do you mean look for him? He was above us.
You think that shithead stayed in his room?
We need to at least look.
You think he didn't?
But he's been disobeying your orders all day.
Did anyone see him? Wait, okay, I'll stand up on the bar. Did anyone see any sign of him during the whole night?
You're talking to a room of corpses.
Okay, I get back up. Head between my knees, I'll yell. Did anyone see any trace of Bisk? The red hair. You know, it's a pretty distinctive feature. We would have noticed him sneaking out, right? Did anyone?
We can look.
I mean, we were here all night. It was a long fucking night. I mean, I was pretty fucking drunk the whole time. I don't know about you all.
Yeah.
And I should note now that all of your symptoms of being drunk all end. For those of you who reached the stage of blackout drunk on the little chart that we made, all of the memories of the night before have started to become a fog. It comes sort of suddenly, too. Like, for you, Hire, you sort of remember kissing someone.
Only a little.
You also remember, like, trying to harass Samir for something, and there was some sort of, like, fight involved with another kobold that you think you killed.
Yeah,
It's
just
very
say that's
vague,
a nightmare. I'll block it out anyway.
Deimos, I don't think you ever got blackout drunk. You kept it classy. But yeah, that's right. And then Orpheus, you remember you had a really important conversation with Samir, but you don't remember anything of it.
Okay. Great. Perfect.
Everything since the fight, you guys remember? The fight sort of sobered you all up to your memories, so you sort of remember what happened just now, but all of the whole night of drinking and running around in circles and talking with folks is all a sort of distant haze.
Mm.
Like, there might have been a frog bartending here, but you kind of don't remember. Deimos is basically, and Dulam, of course. Dulam can keep the story straight.
There's no straight explanation for what happened with him and Father Luches.
Samir sort of waves to you all as he's all of a sudden by the entrance now, and he goes, "Listen, I'm going to go back to my shop and repair myself," and he sort of clutches his arm a little tighter. I'm really sorry this all went bad. Please come visit me once you've all regained your strength, alright?
We will.
Right. Can I stand and walk over to Samir?
Okay, you have to pass 3 corpses.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to not look at them, keeping my eyes up.
Okay, one of them was
Ooh.
Thankful Thug, the greatest of them all.
I just want to go towards the one person who doesn't bleed. I guess besides Duelam, you two are really cool with me right now. Here, hand me your arm, the damaged one.
Carefully sort of shows his arm. It looks like his shoulder, a decent bit, like an inch or two of skin was sliced off, but there's no blood underneath. It almost just looks like it's missing now.
All right. Can I cast Mending?
Okay. Yes, you cast Mending. Samir sort of gasps slightly under his breath as you do so, and you see
Power
his arm slowly grow back a bit and reform itself into a full shoulder.
I know
There.
what you are.
That's done. So,
He looks at you with like big wide eyes and goes, "You figured it out already?"
well, you fell apart into pieces of clay, so I suppose so. Yeah. Was I
Well,
not meant to?
No, I just... He gestures down to his person and goes, "I like me the way I am. I don't want people to get ideas."
Don't I now know you the way you are, and before I knew you a different way?
I suppose with you all it was different.
You know,
Well-
I'll sort of point at the corpses. Flesh isn't, my favorite right now, so no worries. Let's go somewhere outside here, and I'll walk out.
Wait,
Yes, Dulam?
let us go first. And I want to retie Father Luches and use him as a body shield. And as we carefully open
Alright,
the
you
door.
drag him. He is like... somehow he's lost all the fight in him. You're not sure what you did to do this. As you pass, Samir sort of looks at you, Dulam, and goes, "You are very, very well built.
Thank you.
You should be proud of your form.
Thank you.
And see, look at the good you did here. If you were deconstructed by the Nonaton, you would never have helped these people so much.
That is true. I
Be
think
proud.
we did great today.
You are strong." And he gives you a smile.
I'll give him a neutral smile.
The neutral smile. So you make your way out now, outside of the Smoldering Corpse Tavern. Making your way out into the street. You recall this pathway you've taken several times before. You see the lamppost that Malagus always posts up by. The rain has stopped now, but it still smells a bit like rain as you make your way out. The streets are littered with destruction and corpses and with the sort of remnants of a battle. People sort of wander aimlessly, sort of shell-shocked. There are a couple commoners weeping over lost family members that died in the wreckage. And this is just on this floor. You look down the staircase to the floor beneath and you see the entire tailory beneath you is completely torn in. All of the windows and front entrance look to have been destroyed by some sort of what you would almost guess is an explosion, which you're not sure how these people managed that. And you see bodies littered in rubble. As you make your way down further with Father Luches in front of you, you spot a couple of these mercenaries dead in piles. There looks to be a pile of about 10 of them set up. Off to one side, you see the person building these piles seems to be one of these guards of Circad, wearing the heavy iron mask on their face. The person moves the bodies sort of unnervingly fast, pushing and pulling them all into this big pile, almost like a funeral pyre. And the figure looks at you all as you pass, getting ready to fight almost again, pulling out a sword from a sheath for a second, but then putting it away, recognizing you all as somewhat locals of this town, having lived here for a couple days now. The figure puts away the sword and approaches you, that heavy iron mask sort of making it hard to hear what they're saying, but you hear the voice. Is it over?
Yes.
Good. We lost a lot of good men today. I think almost, well, every on-duty guard today was slain besides myself. I'm the last one left. But the guard force is still strong. We were just all hungover today from that damn jackknife's drinking competition. It was all a setup, I'm sure. We're investigating her tomorrow as soon as we're all recovered.
Her
Investigating
bar
her.
was the first thing destroyed.
She was at the course of this. I knew it. So many guards were invited to that. They were all asked to show up. Something was amiss.
She fought harder than pretty much anyone to, protect everyone. So I think that's a ridiculous thing to say.
We'll say that to these folks. And the guard gestures now to the other side of the walkway that he's on, where on one side there's this giant pile of mercenary corpses in a littered pile. Across from him down the way a bit, you see about 30 feet away, lined very delicately on the street, neatly laid out in a row, are, wow, you see maybe 20 guards of Circad, which is a decent amount considering this is a small town, all laid out with those iron masks covering their face very delicately, very nobly in a formal sort of procession. There's a lot of death here. The guard turns towards you all and says, well, listen, if you figure out who's at fault for all this, the Lady of Pain would very much like to know and make an example out of he or she. Please, if you have any information, let me or any other guard on duty. And the figure goes back to putting away the bodies.
I sort of go give a pointed look to Father Luches, and then to my friends.
We likely will.
Father Luches just has this completely stone-cold expression over his face as he's whispering under his breath some prayer, as the same way you found him when you guys first sort of nabbed him after you exited the portal. You guys make your way down the final set of stairs to the first floor now, and you see there is a lot of blood and sort of marks of a battle along this staircase, as well as at the base on the first floor. However, all the bodies look to have been dragged up to the second floor to be placed in those piles that the guard had already made. However, you see rubble, you see destruction marks, you see all manner of danger. And Father Luches is pushed out. You guys have now made it to the ground level, the grease pits, as it were. Though, normally where all the mercantile business is in the grease pits, instead now you see emptiness. All the folks that normally come out here to sell their goods had to hide away, hiding from this mercenary army that paraded through here. You even see a couple unlucky sellers of different wares down here that were caught in the crossfires, dead in the dirt, with their packs sort of slung around them loosely, dying with their goods. Altogether, you would guess maybe 50 or so people died from this. Father Luches looks around and he whispers something that you can hear now, where he goes, so much death, and for what?
And for what, Father Luches? We were going to help you. We wanted to bring you back. Why would you do something like this?
He doesn't respond.
You're a horrible man, and I can only assume your goddess is a horrible goddess.
His head drops down as he continues to get pushed forward by Dulam, and he seems to lose his life force as he's just pushed along absently now. A couple moments go by of walking, and you guys have sort of done a parade of this area, and you've seen about all there is of the destruction. The rest of the towers seem intact. There look to be no damage on any of them, and all the patrons are still alright. You see Zavrix's shop a couple towers away, still intact. The restaurant, the Turt and Tortoise, also intact. None of them seem to have been as damaged as the one you were in, as bad as the one you were in. You look up now and you see basically every shop and building in the tower was ransacked by this basically siege, including, of course, the smoldering corpse at the very top. The bridges that connected this tower to other towers have all been destroyed, and it sort of leaves it solitary. You see, as you reach the first floor, all the rubble of these bridges slamming hard into the grass and the cobbles around, leaving huge bits of debris that will likely take weeks to clean up. And of course, the largest piece of debris of them all, the pied de résistance. The enormous 2 floors of the building that completely collapsed off the top, smacked hard against the edge behind you all, and you can now get a full look at the completely destroyed rubble that was 2 entire floors of this tower. It is bricks. You see nothing but rubble and mortar and chunks of walls and floors. You don't even see any bodies lined up here, though you do see a decent amount of the civilians of Circat have now begun circling around to sort of pick at the edges to see if they can find anything valuable or anyone alive in there to help. Dulam, where are you pushing the party?
I guess we start looking for Bisque in the tower rubble, right?
Okay, you guys want to give me an investigation check in the tower rubble?
Oh, yeah.
And sorry, I was trying to say that I would have stayed with the Kenku girl.
Yes, you did mention that. Yeah, I will get to that.
21.
Okay. You look through. You eventually sort of picking through the rubble now quickly as a group with Demos's help and Dulam and Malagus. You guys are really pushing through it. Orpheus, you first spot your area of the tavern that you guys were living, your specific rooms that you were in. And
Mhm.
Demos, you're the one to actually find like, okay, this is everything that we had in our rooms that is now destroyed. You find your beds, you find evidence of all of the stuff you had. You even find the dirt pile that Father Luches had made as a shrine. You find the bathtub that he was chained to, and you find some odds and ends of goods around here. You notice not in this pile is a corpse of the squire boy Bisk. You find no evidence of Jaya or the cow.
Okay.
And you do not find Vinny here. There is one sort of body that you do find here, and it doesn't really feel like a body, considering it really just looks like a stuffed animal doll just lying in the rubble.
Oh.
Show monkey.
Show
As
it
you
on.
see
No!
this stuffed animal doll lying in the rubble, it looks like a child just lost it here and left it. There is Magatha.
Fuck. I really thought her and Vinny were still out. I hadn't even worried about them.
No.
Okay, so wait, who found her body? It was Deimos, right?
Demos, you do find the body of Magatha. It is just like an empty husk of a doll.
Your first time meeting her.
Or yeah, I guess you find a children's doll. You're like, yay, no one died.
Wow, guys, look! I found this doll someone lost in the rubble.
No!
Is she dead? How would we know if she was dead?
She's a doll.
Yeah.
I'll med check her.
Okay, give me a medicine check, please. Dulam.
Got a good. Oh, -1. 9.
You look down at her. Her anatomy is completely different than yours, completely even different than a living creature's. I guess she is sort of a construct in the same way you are, but not at all in the same way you are. So you look down at her and you're not quite sure. You don't see any damage on her. There's no, like, tears in the fabric or, like, rips or, like, stuffing coming out. But you sort of imagine that likely what happened here was just an amazing amount of bludgeoning occurred as this giant tower collapsed onto the ground. So likely you wouldn't be able to see any damage. So you can't see anything to fix. She's just lifeless.
Is she dead then? If Magatha was here, where's Vinny? I feel like where one goes, the other's usually there too.
I didn't see them without each other. Unless, of course, Vinny was, like, trying to buy her something romantic, which would have been really gross.
And sad also now.
Let's
Oh.
just hope we're not here when he makes his way back.
What? That's horrible. We're his only friends. We should definitely be the ones to tell him.
Let's just hope we're not here.
Well, I mean, I suppose he doesn't need to. I don't know. Do you usually show someone the body when you tell them someone they loved is dead?
Well, for her, I feel like it's like a keepsake, you know?
Seems like the wrong answer. Can someone else weigh in, please?
He could, like, cut a hole in there somewhere.
No, I don't like. I will say, you know, and I don't mean to take away from the seriousness of Agatha's death, but I always sort of suspected she was something else living inside this bag. So, are we sure whatever was living in there didn't just leave?
Hopefully.
Orpheus, you're the one who taught me about souls. Didn't her soul just leave then?
Well, but I thought she was some sort of literal tiny person living inside of a bag. You know, because her name's Bagatha.
True, but I didn't name myself asshole, I guess.
I was really self-aware of you, Malagus. No, I know, but what if Bagatha got started as like a nickname or something, and it stuck? I don't know.
Can we nickname Dulam? I was thinking shitty robot.
I think that was actually one of the 3 names he introduced himself as that we got to choose between.
It is one of the most common.
Oh god, I'll pick that one then.
No, you won't. Assholigus.
You don't know me. You were scared of bodies. Oh my goodness, Orpheus is afraid of bodies. That is a real trip, isn't it?
How are you not? It's horrible. It's horrible. They're so empty, and you know they're all evil, so they're all suffering for eternity now.
Well, I've been around them enough times because the material plane teaches you a thing or two about that.
I don't know. I think Valhalla teaches you a thing or two about that too.
So,
And I can't help but think that, you know, now that Bisk is back in Valhalla, he didn't get much of a chance to experience all this, and he kind of deserved to. He liked it here,
What?
you know.
didn't you keep telling him he didn't deserve this and he needed to go home as quick as possible?
Yes. I don't know. I feel
Seems like that's what he did, right? Well, wait, why don't you just, well, never mind, don't do that.
Thanks, Malagus. The thoughts crossed my mind too,
Malagus,
but
no.
I don't think that's the right answer for me, because I think no matter the fact that Iceland has kidnapped me, it would be disproportionate to kill her too. And now that I know she's in Valhalla, I'm not even sure it'd bring me back to the right place.
Well, wait, that's an idea. Maybe Biscuit didn't go back to the right place.
That's horrible. You think he's somewhere different?
Well, where do dead people go that die here? Maybe we can ask around.
Oh, there is a ghost district. That might be the place to stop.
You guys finish searching the rubble now and can find nothing else. If you had any possessions that you kept in the room, which I sort of doubt it, you guys can get those back now. You guys do find there were a couple other people living in these inn rooms that you find here, unfortunately squished and dead.
Oh.
None of them familiar to you all. There looks to be an older half-elven woman who passed in the rubble. Looks like two young men that were living together.
Whoa.
They were roommates.
Yeah, sure they were.
Well, they're dead now.
Fuck! This is
And
so
he
difficult.
killed my gay characters. Wow.
And finally, there was looks like a whole family that lived in the tower that was crushed in the rubble.
This is horrible, you all. This is really, really awful. I want to go home badly.
Listen, and Malagus sort of
Right.
huddles you all in. Huddle up here, team. All right. I know this didn't go our way, but the truth of the matter is that we did a good job with the situation we were given. You know, there was a sense of duty that we had to defend ourselves, and we did it. We did it right and honest, and you know, we even had a couple that escaped with their lives, and that's good. You know, the smart ones made it out. Now, if evolution's anything to go on, that means the next group will be a little smarter than this one, and then by the end of all of our lives, every bandit.
There's
group
so
will
many
be a
things you
super
say
villain.
that I don't like.
Where I'm going with this is that we need to go take this one thing at a time, all right? If Bisk isn't here, and, well, if Vinny isn't here, and if our friends aren't here, then they're somewhere, and we've got to find them. There would be a body, at least. And Deimos looks pretty good, so we can keep an eye out for them, and furthermore, we'll need to find lodging tonight. I know that's sad to say, but, you know, we need to find somewhere to sleep, and I don't see us staying at the smoldering corpse anymore.
Yeah. Do we have any friends we could stay with? Maybe Grimwalk or Samir? Hey, was Samir's building in this spire?
It was not. Samir's building is in the same spire as Zabrix's.
We could maybe stay. I don't know. Deimos, is there enough room there?
But Deimos, you think back now, you guys had like some back rooms where you could sleep. It would just be crowded. It would be like a big sleepover, you know? You'd have to like pull out the air mattresses into the shop floor.
You know, there might be enough space for all of us, but it would be cramped.
I don't mind cramped. It might not be so bad to be close together tonight. But if you don't want, I don't know, we could find another inn maybe.
It wouldn't have to be permanent also. I can look for an inn starting soon. We're all a bit rattled and tired. I'm sure no one slept last night. I'm feeling pretty exhausted myself. I was thinking maybe we just sort of sleep the day and the night off.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I am.
But we shouldn't give up on your squire.
I am a little anxious that wherever we stay next, we'll get everyone there killed as well.
Well, honestly, I think that depends on whether or not we bring any points of finger at Father Luches, this shitbag with us. So that comes to my next point of order. Dulam, how do you want us to kill this guy?
It would not be fair to kill him after what he has done.
Oh, I agree. It wouldn't be fair just to kill him. I want to make him suffer.
What are we going to do to him as opposed to killing him?
Well, he seems to like planar affairs, so I don't think he belongs back in the material plane.
Oh,
Likely, we could bring him to the Lady of Pain for justice.
I think I agree with that.
Well, that's not a bad idea. He'll probably get killed by her anyway.
I thought she didn't kill, she just punished.
I bet she will.
He deserves it. Father Luches, you're a horrible man. I hope you understand that.
He sort of chuckles dryly. You all have no idea what me and my goddess are capable of.
I don't think you understand that you're not going to live to have her revenge upon us.
I have done her duty and more. If all goes according to her plan, she will revive me, stronger than before.
You think you're going to be resurrected?
Yes, that is right. Chontea resurrects those who are most in her service.
I've known people before who believed that, and they always stick around forever.
Well, there's one more thing you are all forgetting. And he smiles sort of
No.
dryly.
No. His dagger?
There is one man that will never go against me. And I put him in the most important position of the entire day.
No! God damn.
Malaga sort of looks over at you. What does that mean?
Call him off, Father Luches. If you call him off right now, we don't have to kill you. Or if you
No, I think
If-
we need to go have a discussion
if
with
you
him.
call him off right now, you could have a clean death. How about that? Head knocked clean off your shoulders.
He's out there right now waiting for us to come talk.
Father Luches, if the stone flies. I think we're all going to make sure you suffer much worse than the smoldering corpse does.
He smiles now and says, I doubt you can make that happen. My power under Chantea is infinite.
You're a cocky asshole whose army got destroyed once today. Why would you kill more people? What do you stand to gain from that?
Oh no, this was not my army, didn't you see? None of my folks were here, none of the old folks you saw in Brightbank. These were mostly hired or coerced mercenaries to die for a cause. The best part is, if they die out here, they do not get paid. I did not lose a thing to this battle.
You're a horrible man.
I was informed through Chantea that even we got a couple of children to join. So I hope you enjoyed that. And on that note, Higher, you are with a child.
Oh yeah.
The small girl holds out a blade towards you. She looks really nervous, and you can see she recognizes you and sees you as a friend, but surrounded by all this death and the stench of blood. She's scared. She's so scared.
I put down my mace and try to hit hands up, but like cautiously, approaching. I promise I'm on your side. It's over. Surely you must remember me. We're allied in cause. I visited you almost every day on my deliveries.
She nods her head a couple times and goes, "Remember me."
Yes, please. I'll be honest, I don't know why you're here and even how, and I don't understand why you were with them, but either way, we have to stick together now, at least until we can figure out what is going on. Please, I promise.
She lowers her sword slightly now and goes, "I promise. I don't know why I am even here."
Did Ether not inform you why?
She nods her head. Ether, not here.
I spoke to her just a second ago when I fell under.
Fell under.
I just must be caught up in all of this because I couldn't understand. She said something about expanding, and I didn't know what that means, but I guess she sent us out to do more of, I don't know, our work, just like you were found, and brought to Ether. Maybe she's trying to save more, but today was not a good day for that.
The bird nods. I don't know what it means. Today was not a good day for that.
So your sister did come with you or didn't come with you?
Little lady
I
didn't come with me.
Okay, I see. Well, I'm sorry you were separated. It felt the same with my brother. But hopefully we can do what we need to do and get back one day.
Separated. Get back one day. She puts the sword away now and sort of gingerly walks towards you and sort of wraps her wings around you and sort of a hug, but you're sure whatever it is, she just really needs it right now as she embraces you.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You notice before last time you encountered her, she was probably no more than 12 or so in her years, but now she seems to have sprung up a bit and is now higher than you. Taller, I should say. Whoa, higher.
Whoa. Yeah.
You can't be any higher than me.
No one's higher than me.
Higher.
She's a bit taller than you. Last time you saw her, you'd imagine she was only about 9 years old, but now she looks to be... You're not quite sure. You're thinking okay, well, how old was I last time I saw her? And you don't remember. In fact, you don't remember how old you are at all.
That sucks.
So it's hard to guess her age.
Yeah, and I think Higher, a just hug person already, really also needed it. So he was just waiting for the second. She seemed ready to be approached and also went in for the hug. And we'll be like, "You've grown so much. Has time passed? Has lots of it passed since I left?"
She nods her head. Time passed? Lots of it passed?
Are we talking years, decades, months?
I like how you give her options.
Yeah, I'm giving her multiple choice.
Years, days, months.
Oh, God, I guess a long time has passed. Well, I don't understand. Why would Ether send you away from your sister if time works differently here?
What?
I thought you two were meant to grow up together.
Meant to grow up together. And she pulls away from the hug, and you see she's like a head taller than you now, and looks down at you and sort of points at your wobbling and goes, "Little lady."
It's been the time for me here. I've mutated. I believe I do this now. Apparently,
Apparently.
and I had to give up my age for that actually, or at least knowledge of it. So doesn't quite make sense to me. How old are you now?
Old are you now?
Like, are we thinking like 10, like 15, like 15,
Or 11?
like maybe like 20?
Maybe like 15?
Interesting. So, well, I guess that's bad news for Malagus or Orpheus.
I think that's not a child. I think for these purposes, 15 is solidly a teenager.
Cosmic child or?
Oh, does teenager not count? I was thinking it meant just like someone under 18.
Well, see, we just got child, so it could mean that. But I say probably not.
Well, I guess he would already like naturally want to attack you, I guess. I don't know.
She sort of looks at you confused when you say a name, and she goes, "Malagus," repeating you, and then says in sort of an accented voice, "What are you, afraid of bodies, Orpheus, you fucking wimp?"
I admit it's hard for me to hold hate for him after Father Luches and another man, Zafrix, in this town. Just awful people here, but there's good ones too, and I'm not sure if Malagus is one of them.
She
but
points when you say, Father Luches. Father Luches, save.
You want us to save him?
Save him?
Are you not mad at what happened today? I know we still swung our swords, but he was the cause of all of this, ordered this attack, called for the death.
She sort of nods her head, trying to understand. Cause of all this.
Do you wish to save him?
Wished to save him.
I might need time on that. I admit, I have nothing but pure disgust for the man. But I guess Ether did also tell me I need to save the next bad person I run into, so maybe he does have some higher purpose. Though now he is a person of only what I can see as sin.
She sort of gets an idea, and you see her dig in the satchel that she has lining the side of her big blackbird body, and pulls out an inkwell and a pen, and taps on it, goes,
That's smart. Has she done this before? Can they just write?
yes, you recall that Kenku can write.
Okay.
It's just, obviously much more inconvenient than talking.
Yes, please go ahead, and I'll just wait patiently.
She gestures around the room and taps the pen against your scales for a second and gestures.
Do you need paper?
Fucking Orpheus.
You're what?
I'm catching strays.
Need paper?
I'm confused. I'll bring out my notebook and just open to a random page.
Okay, awesome. You open it, and she grabs the notebook sort of out of your hand a bit violently, and then sort of looks startled by herself and bows her head for a second, and then begins writing in it very quickly. Her writing is jagged and slow. You remember this from when you last knew her. She, most, of course, Kenku aren't really accepted by society, so it's hard to teach them to write.
Mm-hmm.
But she slowly writes a couple words on there. As she does so, back on the bottom floor, you all have finished searching the rubble, found all that you can, and what would you all like to do?
I don't know. He's got a fucking man with his finger on the trigger. Can anyone kill someone from really far away? Or maybe, like, Dulam, you could teleport him out of the trebuchet?
Wait, so that guy in the trebuchet is still there? That's right, he had an iron will, I saw it.
Yeah. I had sort of forgotten about him, too. There were bigger things, but yeah, I think he's still there.
They sort of peer around the corner now, and you guys see that there is the trebuchet still posted on the edge of the forest ominously next to the two now abandoned ballistas, and there is still somebody sitting in the driver's seat, just sitting there, not moving an inch. Shit! Dulam, you've got a fucking maniac you're carrying around.
Yes, that's why I brought him as cover.
Okay, well, oh shit, well, can't you call him off? And Father Luches responds, there is no need. When the clock strikes midday on the dot and I am not there to inform him not to, he shall launch a rock at the very bottom floor of, let's say, that tower over there.
He's a madman.
Can anyone control Father Luches and force him to call him off? Or disguise themselves as Father Luches? Or,
No, that is dishonest.
Not very above board of you, Luches.
I don't know. I don't know how to stop this.
I do have a spell to, let's say, alter myself. And I can take the guise of other people.
They'll never know it's me. Wait, they will know it's not me. Wait.
I want to walk up and get on my tippy toes to whisper in Deimos' ear. How did you figure out how Malagus had a broken arm? Could you do that to Father Luches?
Yes, I could.
Can you do that and still have enough energy to transform? Because you could, check to see if he has any sort of special signal. Because I'm sure he's thinking about it right now.
See, that is the problem. This battle took all of my energy.
Shit! I've heard wizards have arcane recovery.
So true.
Is that
So true.
Who said that?
Don't know where I got that strange idea.
I heard a rumor.
Last night while I was drinking, someone kept whispering it in my ear. I don't know who said that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Because he said midday. I look up at the sun. How long do I think we have until midday?
There is no sun here. There's a galaxy above you. It's sort of hard to tell, but you know the morning has sort of dragged on for a while, so you think you have anywhere between like 2 hours and maybe like half an hour.
Well, I assume Deimos probably knows pretty accurately, right?
Deimos, you do
Oh,
sort of
and-
know.
Dulam knows exactly.
And Dulam knows exactly, so it is funny that you looked up.
I just want to feel like I'm part of the team.
Well, alright. I can do one of those things. I can either peer into his thoughts or take the guise of him.
Alright. And there's no time for... Dulam, is there time for us to take a quick rest to maybe regain some energy?
Let me think. What time of day do I think it is?
You think right now it is 10 a.m. on the dot.
It is 10 a.m. We have about 2 hours.
So,
Deimos, if we took an hour to rest, do you think you could regain one of your spells?
yes. Yes, I could.
Maybe we do that. I know it won't be, particularly restful given the circumstance, but it seems like our best option.
I think it's a good plan.
Yes, alright, well, right here then, we have our beds.
In the rubble.
Yeah, I'll crawl into my rubble bed.
Well, I really like Deimos' idea of taking his form, if we can get a password from him, or really all we need is just to be able to get close enough to him and distract him that somebody can assassinate him from behind. I mean, I can't imagine he's much stronger than his friends, and I don't know. I don't know.
That's why we're resting so that, and I'll now get up on my tippy toes to whisper in Malagus's ear, so that Deimos can read the Father Luches' mind and then assume his shape and say whatever passcode he has to say.
All right, and Malagus looks around and then looks toward you, Dulam, and looks at Father Luches, and he goes, Dulam, you're thinking we might be taking a rest for a while then, right, friend?
Sure thing.
So then we don't need this guy getting any big ideas, right? And Malagus puts on this sort of signature smile that he's got now and runs over to Father Luches and gives him a mean uppercut right to the stomach.
Ooh.
He drives his fist deep into Father Luches, and you see Father Luches unexpectedly double over in pain, spitting out a bit of blood, and that was just enough to deal the 1 damage necessary to knock Father Luches unconscious.
Malagus, why would you do that? Holy shit!
He shakes his hand a bit afterward, and he's like, oh, that felt really good. I've been meaning to do that for a while. Fuck that guy, am I right?
Are you actually fucking stupid? I just told you our plan was to detect his thoughts to learn the password.
Well, yes, but we'll wake him up in an hour. We just don't want him to get any ideas in the meantime.
Oh, you think he'll wake up in... I see. Okay.
Oh, I'll wake him up, all right.
W.
Thank you, Hire. I appreciate it. You know, I've never met a man who didn't wake up when his finger was getting cut off.
He did hire child soldiers, I've heard.
That's about as evil as it gets.
Yeah, that
Now-
totally counts as harming children, even if he didn't
While
do it
we're
directly.
talking about it, anyone here?
She was a teenager. I think not a child. Or
No,
probably an
she was
adult.
18, I think. We learned she was 18. That's the
I
last
heard she was 18.
Nobody's
yes.
told me otherwise yet.
Yes.
Was there anyone else there who looked young? Any scrappers that were slain? In fact, I might need to go do a body assessment upstairs.
You know, I could be under 18 and like Father Luches hurt me tonight, so you know, probably you could take his finger.
Oh, you're not under 18.
Oh. Are you sure?
I just know these things, alright? I had to deal with a lot of women on the streets.
He already braided your hair.
I'm uncomfortable.
You get a good eye for these things.
Implication.
The implication.
You get a good eye for these things.
I don't care for that even a little bit. Well, Father Luches hired child soldiers, and I think that counts as hurting children. You should cut off his finger in an hour. Just to sort
Alright,
of
but
get
I'm not feeling the itch to do it to him.
Shit. How do you know you're not feeling the itch? How do you know what it will feel like? Are you feeling the itch for someone else?
No, I'm not feeling the itch at all.
Oh, that's good. Then no problem that I see.
I'm not seeing a problem either. What's your problem?
What's your problem? I don't know. I'm very sad. That's my
Hey,
problem.
Can we discuss, by the way, once we read Father Trace's mind, what are we going to do about that bird?
What do you mean?
The one that Hire stuck around to talk with. I really feel like if that is a child, some sort of child warrior, and he's trying to make amends with her, we're going to have to, like, send her home, too, right? And I really just don't want to add someone else to our list of people.
I don't think we have another choice.
Really? There's no other way? It's just so much work.
I mean, what? You want to harm the teen soldier?
I didn't say that.
Well, then what else are we supposed to do? I guess we could just leave her here and tell her to get a job, but that seems not good either.
No, we shouldn't do that either. I don't know.
I know, I don't love taken in strays either, but I also feel I was the first stray all of you took in since no one else really is worried about returning home, so I feel like I don't get to be picky about helping other people. If
Well,
that
but
makes
it's
any
not
sense.
like that for you, Orpheus. I feel like I don't know. We did a better job.
You're a good friend, Malagus.
Shut up.
Got your ass.
Got me.
Malagus will get to hear himself talk a lot more often. That's awful for him.
So then I guess we'll keep the fucking bird. I hate birds. Did you know that? Did I tell you all that? I have an irrational fear of fucking owls. And she looks a lot like an owl.
It's okay, Malagus. Not everyone can be brave.
Alright, mister, I don't want to talk to the bodies. They often can have a lot to say.
What do you mean, talk to the bodies? What the fuck?
And I just want to be the first to say that I actually am pretty sure that they might have some good loot on them. So if none of you are going to look, then I'll look and I'll just pass it out between us.
I don't think you can talk to bodies, Malagus. Unless you can, in which case it's your own
Oh,
personal.
I can't. I just mean it's like they tell a story, you know? I'm saying it like a Dexter kind of way.
Great reference. Thank you, DM.
Of course, I got you. Okay, Carter, I sent you what the letter is that the Kenku girl left for you. It's a bit longer, but read through it when you can.
Okay.
Malagus speaks to you all now and goes, Alright, well, I guess Samir is hooking us up tonight, right? Unless you guys want to sleep with Grimwalk, because I certainly do.
Hello.
Yeah, Samir seems... I mean, I think we're a little closer with him than Grimwalk. Also, I sort of...
This feels stupid in the grand scheme of things, but I do need to talk to him still. He had something important to tell me last night that I forgot.
Why'd you talk to him when you were drunk, Orpheus?
I was distracting him for the contest.
Well, yes, but if you had a good conversation with him, it wasn't distracting, was it?
I actually think he distracted me in the end, but, you know, it worked out. For
So
me,
I see.
guess.
All right, well, I guess let's just get this man under control first. And he points at Father Luches' slumped over corpse. Sorry about that again, Duelam. I know you were holding him up like a punching bag. It just felt like it was right. And he gestures to his sort of swollen wrist now from where he punched really hard into Father Luches' chest.
Did you just break your arm again, Malagus?
No, I'm fine. Leave me alone.
Are you actually? No, let me see it. I will not
No,
go
it's
down
fine.
this.
Don't look at
I'm
it.
not going back down this sorry fucking road. Okay, roll up both your sleeves and show me.
No, I'm not showing you shit. I don't owe you
Show
nothing.
me.
You're
I
afraid
will-
of dead bodies.
You're afraid of telling people you have an arm broken, which is a way weirder, stupider fear.
Strip.
No, my
strip,
arms are
strip,
fine.
Strip.
Sleeves up now,
He rolls up both of his sleeves, and they look, albeit a little bit bloody.
but not broken.
No, you think the blood is residual from the fight you guys had.
Okay, I'm gonna grab his wrist and I just want to squeeze up and down his arm to see if he.
Ah, what the fuck you doing? Get out of me!
Can I do it? Do I see? Is there an obvious break?
He doesn't wince, but he does sort of pull back after a moment or two of the awkwardness. What? Unhand me!
You're such a bitch.
You're such a bitch.
Maybe.
I'm gonna teach the bird curse words all at you.
It's fine. I have this weird third sense. It's already happened.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want. All right. So, what would you guys like to do? You want to wait?
Whoa.
What?
Perfect.
Oh, Crazy, are you gonna share with the class that one yet? Share it with the class. Share it with the class.
Okay. My theory is that Malagus is a werecat. The hints are all there. Perfect.
Hates the
He
water.
just confirmed it.
Oh my god, we haven't been with them for 30 days.
Can you provide any evidence for that?
Hates the water, hates baths.
He has pointy ears. He hates water. He hates
He's an
baths.
elf.
He has pointy. No, he's
He
not.
does
an elf.
hate
He's-
baths. Oh my god.
Yeah. He can see in the dark, but he sleeps, so he's not an elf. He could be a half elf, but I don't think so. I think he's a werecat.
He's a were-kitty.
I see.
He also acts a lot like the other cat person we met.
Also has cat pheromones.
Also has cat pheromones.
He does act
Are you-
cattish.
Yeah, he acts like a catty bitch.
You know what cats are? Roguish.
Roguish.
Whoa, just born into it. All right, listen, guys, that'll be our poll for today. Is Malagus a cat boy? Yeah, Y/N.
Why?
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 Okay, well,
It's all-
you can't slump the vote.
Can start going to arrest.
So
Short
yeah,
one.
you were resting.
Someone called it a short one.
So the party all situates themselves. You guys have Father Luches sort of leaned up against the now somewhat collapsed building, unconscious, as those of you on the ground floor begin your short rest to recover some spell slots. You see off in the distance the man manning the trebuchet remains vigilant. Nobody yet has approached it. You even notice a couple of the guards of Surkat have walked a little closer, but after a couple screaming matches from the man in the trebuchet, they walk away scared. This man is holding the city hostage with what is likely a 50-ton rock just sitting, waiting to be launched at any moment as you all sort of watch out. Additionally, higher, you make some progress discussing with the Kenku girl who you have now just identified as an old friend of yours named Tick.
Tick.
Tick
Great name.
the Kenku.
That's a great name.
You and Tick continue chatting for a while, likely for a while, as Jackknife continues to just sort of sit in her desolation of the what once was a pretty popular bar of the Smoldering Corpse Tavern.
No, for a whole night it was popular.
It was. She got a boatload of. Well, she actually didn't even make any money from that either.
He worked
Worst
so
part.
hard for an event that made her bar's reputation get worse.
Yes, now she's. You has also learned that she's getting tried by the court tomorrow, unless someone else is shown to be the main problem starter of this attack on the city.
Do I have the guy for you?
Yeah.
They need to make an example of somebody, as they said. So, with all that, you guys begin your short rest as the brightness of the galaxies above you sort of shine down, and that could be a good stopping point for today.
Woo!
Woo! So
Oh
we'll
my
pick up
God.
right here next time in the aftermath of this great fight you have. I have something exciting to tell you all. After this fight, you all level up.
Oh my god!
Holy
That's right.
shit!
Oh
Yeah,
my
I know,
God.
so soon after the last one. Yes, I
Holy.
know, we're excited.
We've
But
never
this was a
been
big
treated
fight.
like this before.
This is a dramatic
Oh my
fight. It
God.
deserves it.
This was a
Yeah.
big,
Bro.
dramatic level 5 fight. A lot of people died for this, and you guys
Yeah.
become level 5.
Oh,
A part of this is that you guys can just go ahead and all heal up to full.
Noise.
I will tell you how your mutations level up next time too, even though
Ooh.
you just got them.
Yeah.
To remind you all, you guys, most of them seem pretty mundane so far. The only real big things that are happening is that, like, Duelam, you see the, like, faint magnetic sphere of the rock in the trebuchet in the distance. It's slightly magnetic.
Holy.
Ooh.
And, otherwise, yeah, and Deimos, all the lights are very pretty. The galaxies above are gorgeous.
Beautiful.
And Malagus will never touch again.
Ah.
That's true. He did not use his ability tonight. You all noticed.
Oh, he's so
Aw.
sensitive.
Yeah, I thought he did. He was about to, and then nope.
He almost did. In fact, technically, it did work on Father Luches at the very end when he punched him, but he fell unconscious anyway, so it didn't really matter.
Hmm.
But he's casting spells now. Wiz.
Weezer.
Weezer.
He's not a fucking wizard.
What is he? What is he to you?
He's a warlock.
He
He's
made a
locking
shady
it, he's
deal.
popping
He's
it.
That
locking.
makes so much
He's
sense.
actually locked in.
Do not give him
He's
coffee.
warlocked in.
I'm already picking his packed tactics.
Holy.
Rat pack.
His rat
Rat
tactics.
Is
Rat tactics. He's not a cat boy. No, I will not confirm or deny him being a cat boy.
He is a cowboy.
He's a cat boy. I can tell. You confirmed it this time when you had him say perfect.
Fans,
There's no other reason.
fans in the
for
comments,
saying that.
ask Mason to make it a cat boy.
Yes,
He'll
yeah,
do
please
it.
comment
He'll
below about comment below what were critter you want Malagus to be that isn't a cat.
That is
And
a
our
cat.
poll.
Yeah, let
Go
me
ahead.
announce the results of the previous poll.
Oh, please
Holy.
do.
Yes,
Poll from
last week,
episode 7, right?
episode 6.
Oh, nice.
We're at a. Yeah, no, but we're at a 2 episode. We give our fans 2 weeks to answer the polls.
Okay, good.
In first place for most defunct Runt Pact character, it is Orpheus. I'm just glad to win. This is my second poll victory. What can I say?
Wow,
No,
2 for 2. Give us the,
Holy.
who was beneath you?
Jaya was in second place. Second
Wow.
most defunct.
What does defunct mean? Gonna
You're
be
defunct.
I think it's up to interpretation.
What does it mean to
What
you?
does it feel like?
To me, it means like failed.
Oh,
Most
that's
failed
good.
character.
Yeah, congrats on your win.
All right. Well, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for listening this week. Remember to follow, rate, and comment on us on Spotify, and please vote in our poll. Is Malagus a cat, a werecat, or not?
Yes.
Also, check out our subreddit. Oh yeah. Check out our subreddit at r/runtpack.
r/runtback. Woo!
Whoa.
Yeah.
Very popular. Lot of posts on there. Check it out.
Many.
Yeah. And check in next Monday to hear us again.
All right, we have been the Runtback.
Ah!